Chapter 1481. So, she obediently ate the fruit of soul. Puchi. After swallowing the fruit of the soul, Lin Ruabai spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and she fell into Little Mo's arms. Su Jun glanced at Lin Ruabai, who was in Xiao Mo's arms, and the anger in his heart intensified. Then, he seemed to remember something and sneered. Based on what I know, those who consume the soul fruit will need to sleep for many days. As for the exact number of days, it depends on the individual's physique. With Xiaobai's physique, she will need at least half a year to wake up. Su Jun's eyes flashed and he sneered, "So, do you know how big a mistake you have made?" "I don't know what mistake I've made." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Jun, his voice cold. "I only know that you've made a mistake that I can't forgive. Yun Yi, don't let anyone who came here today off." Yen Ku and the others were startled. Perhaps they hadn't expected that Yun Luofeng would actually start a massacre. But after thinking about it, they figured it out. This young girl must have a vengeful personality. These people wanted to kill her first, so what harm was there in killing them? A kind person would be bullied. Only when one is evil would others fear him. Yun Yi's body flashed and he charged towards the crowd. His figure was like a god of death. With a wave of his hand, he killed those people. Su Jun gave Su Luochen a look, and Su Luochen understood his meaning. While Azure Wing wasn't paying attention, he attacked Yun Luofeng. "Damned woman, I'll cripple you today. Let's see how arrogant you can be then." "Miss Yun, be careful." Seeing Su Luochen rush towards Yun Luofeng, Yen Ku and the others hastily shouted. Although Yun Yi was very strong, they did not know how strong Yun Luofeng was. Therefore, when they saw Su Luochen's actions, they hurriedly warned him. In the gentle breeze, the girl did not move at all. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her evil aura was awe-inspiring. When Su Luochen arrived in front of her, the young lady raised her brows, her indifferent eyes glancing at the fierce-looking man. She gently raised her hand. A slap landed on Su Luochen's face. The sound of the slap was very soft, so soft that it seemed to be powerless. Seeing this, the various factions couldn't help shaking their heads and sneering. Only Yen Ku and the others bitterly smiled. They were a certain distance away from Yun Luofeng just now, so they weren't able to help her. Only now did they have the time to stop Su Luochen. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Under Yun Luofeng's gentle slap, Su Luochen's head was like a spinning top, continuously spinning on his neck. He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but no sound came out of his throat. With a paw sound, his neck broke and his head tumbled down. Fresh blood spurted out, and only then did he break free from the dizziness. The entire mountaintop was deathly silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of the wind could be heard clearly. Su Jun had long been shocked speechless, followed by a kind of fear and joy from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid of Yun Luofeng's strength. Fortunately, the person who went up just now wasn't him, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive this slap. The funny thing was that she actually thought that Yun Luofeng was a heavenly spirit being. Suddenly, Su Jun seemed to remember something and gritted his teeth. "Did you do it on purpose? You must have deliberately picked the jade serpent grass so that we would lower our guard and fall into your trap. How can you be so vicious? If it weren't for you, so many people wouldn't have died." Chapter 1482. If he hadn't seen Yun Luofeng picking the jade snake grass by chance and determined that Yun Luofeng was weak, he wouldn't have used everyone to attack Yun Luofeng. So, this was all Yun Luofeng's fault. On purpose. Yun Luofeng smirked, his voice sinister. "You think you're worthy?" Su Jun's face paled. He took 2 steps back and looked at Yun Luofeng in fear. Because, at this moment, he suddenly realized that Yun Luofeng's figure was gradually disappearing. That's right. Her body was becoming fainter and fainter, then slowly disappearing from head to toe. It was as if she had melted. "Master!" Little Mo's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of Yun Luofeng's strange state. He ignored everything else and rushed towards Yun Luofeng with Lin Ruabai in his arms, grabbing her hand. After touching Yun Luofeng, Little Mo's body also became fainter and slowly disappeared. "Miss Yun!" Yen Ku and the others also wanted to rush over, but by the time they reached Yun Luofeng had already disappeared. Without Yun Luofeng's command, Yun Yi began to wave his fists and charge recklessly. He was like a mindless machine, killing without order. "Let's go!" Su Jun didn't dare to order Yun Yi to fight recklessly. While Yun Yi was attacking the others, he quickly led the Xianqing sect members away. This was the consequence of Yun Yi's lack of intelligence. A puppet without intelligence would only fight according to its master's orders. It didn't know how to think independently and didn't know that it was necessary to stop the escaping Xianqing sect members. Of course, this kind of puppet had another characteristic. Just like the little loli that Yun Luofeng had given to the old man, it would automatically attack when its master was in danger or when it was in danger. However, it didn't know how to think independently. It had power but didn't know how to use it. "What do we do?" Yen Ku stared blankly in the direction where Yun Luofeng and little Mo had disappeared. Her eyes were filled with confusion, not knowing what to do. "They just disappeared, they're not dead." Fu Jin gritted her teeth. "We can wait for them here. They'll come back." Yen Ku sighed. "That's the only thing we can do now. It's a pity that we let those people from the profound Azure sect escape. If they get to Miss Yun's family, they might harm her family. Speaking of which, all of this happened because of us." Hearing this, the four of them looked apologetic. If it weren't for them, Yun Luofeng wouldn't have gotten into a conflict with the profound Azure sect. Just as Yen Ku and the others were wondering why Yun Luofeng had disappeared, they suddenly appeared in a room. The room was very old and there were a few books on the table. There were also a few tree stumps in the room, which seemed to be used for resting. Finally, the successor of the sacred maiden tribe is here. A distant voice that seemed to cross thousands of years of time and space was transmitted into Yun Luofeng's ears. Yun Luofeng turned his head and saw a woman dressed in a long green gown with 2 emerald green leaves pinned to her hair slowly walking over. She was as beautiful as a tree fairy that had walked out of a painting. She was unforgettable. "This is inside the Tree of Life?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman in front of him. "Why did you bring us into the Tree of Life?" The woman smiled gently and slowly walked towards the unconscious Lin Rubai. Chapter 1483. Many people have come here to explore these days, but those people were not the people I was waiting for. So, I killed them all and disappeared from this world along with their corpses. Yun Luofeng finally understood why there weren't any corpses at the top of the mountain despite seeing so many corpses along the way. It turned out that the tree fairy was behind all this. "Did you kill the life-bound beast of the fruit of soul?" "That's right," the woman smirked. "Anyone who covets the tree of life deserves to die. Except for her, of course." The woman raised her chin, her voice domineering. "You have a close relationship with her, which is why I spared your life." Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed across them. "Do you mean that even without Xiao Bai, you would still kill me?" "Yes, the Tree of Life can only be possessed by the sacred maiden tribe." The green-robed woman's eyes were condescending. "However, the successor of the sacred maiden tribe is currently unconscious. I want her to stay in the body of the Tree of Life. As her friend, you should naturally stay with her." "What if I don't agree?" Yun Luofeng looked at the woman in green coldly. "Arrogant human." The woman in green snorted. With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew out of her sleeve towards Yun Luofeng. Bang! Yun Luofeng raised his hand to block, but was still hit by the woman's power. He quickly retreated until he hit the wall. "Master." Xiao Mo's expression changed. He glared at the woman in green angrily. "Aren't you just a tree that has turned into a spirit? How dare you hurt my master? Do you believe that I won't pluck out all your leaves?" The woman in green curled her lips in disdain. "If I'm not wrong, you should like the successor of my clan. Unfortunately, the Holy Maiden clan never allows women to interact with men from the outside world. Don't even think about getting her in this lifetime." Yun Luofeng raised his hand to block the enraged Xiao Mo. His evil eyes slowly turned towards the green-robed woman. "I won't stay here. Similarly, I won't give Whitey to you." In the beginning, Yun Luofeng was indeed very tempted by the Tree of Life. However, when she saw that there was a tree fairy inside the Tree of Life, she temporarily gave up on the idea. The most important thing now was to get Little White and Little Mo out of this place. Now that you've come to my place, you still want to leave? The green-robed woman sneered. I didn't kill you because you're my clan's descendant. Don't push your luck. Yun Luofeng smiled coldly. If you don't let me leave, then I will leave this place even if I have to fight my way out. No one could stop her footsteps. The green-robed woman sneered. Then let me see your strength. Boom. The green-robed woman's body flashed and she quickly rushed in front of Yun Luofeng. Her leg was like a gust of wind as she quickly kicked Yun Luofeng's stomach. Even though Yun Luofeng had quick reflexes and used his arms to block, he was still sent flying by her kick. His body fiercely slammed into the cold wall behind him. This woman was very strong. It should be above the fire. However, she still hadn't broken through to the saint level and was still within the saint level of Fan Tao. Master! Xiao Mo's eyes were red and her voice was filled with panic. Don't come over! Yun Luofeng slowly stood up from the ground and looked straight at the green-robed woman. Is that all your strength? Chapter 1484. The green-robed woman did not expect the young girl to be able to stand up under her attack. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. You're different from the humans I've seen before. Unfortunately, humans are still humans. Humans were greedy, selfish, cruel, merciless, and incomparably sinister. Forget it. The green-robed woman looked into the young girl's cold eyes. She waved her hand and said in a relaxed tone, I don't need you to accompany my descendant here. You can leave now. However, I hope that you and my descendant will never meet again. Yun Luofeng stood upright in front of the green-robed woman. His beautiful face was filled with determination. I was the one who brought Xiao Bai to this place, so I must take her away. The green-robed woman scoffed. I've already let you live. You still don't know what's good for you. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. Whoosh! The green-robed woman raised her hand. Countless branches came from all directions and attacked Yun Luofeng. These branches were like swimming dragons. They were alive and agile. The jade-green branches seemed to have a life of their own as they quickly attacked Yun Luofeng. Master, be careful. Little Mo carefully placed Little White on the ground. Then, he rushed towards Yun Luofeng without a care for anything else. His eyes were filled with anger and his body was burning with flames of fury. However, just as he was about to reach Yun Luofeng, suddenly, the branch that seemed to have been given life instantly withered, and its soft branches drooped down. The green-robed woman turned pale with fright. She took a few steps back and stared at Yun Luofeng with her jade-green eyes. A white light suddenly flashed. In an instant, a little boy dressed in a white robe stood in front of Yun Luofeng. This little boy looked like he was carved from jade. His big round eyes were filled with killing intent. He was different from the innocent and naive boy of the past. At this moment, the little boy was like a little demon bathed in blood. The aura he exuded was terrifying. A little treeman dares to bully my mother. The boy's words were clear but full of murderous intent. Don't be fooled by the fact that this little fellow only appeared at Yun Luofeng's side with the innocent appearance of a child. However, don't forget his identity. This little fellow was not human. It was not a spiritual beast either. It was a tree that could transform into a human. Furthermore, this tree had actually existed for thousands of years. But because it was heavily injured by someone, it degenerated into a tree species. How could such a murderous tree be as innocent and cute as a human boy? He was the most dangerous existence by Yun Luofeng's side. In her panic, the green-robed woman once again directed the tree branches to attack Yun Luofeng and the others. In the next second, she was completely stunned. The tree branch that was originally attacking Yun Luofeng actually turned around and attacked her instead. Caught off guard, the green-robed woman's clothes were torn apart by the branches, and the sharp branches cut her soft skin, causing blood to flow out. Fortunately, the Tree of Life's recovery ability was very strong. Therefore, the green-robed woman's wound was enveloped by a layer of faint green light, and her injury was gradually recovering. But now, the green-robed woman no longer cared about her own pain. Her shocked eyes were firmly fixed on the small tree. Her face was filled with disbelief. How? How could this be? We are different kinds of tree ants. How can you command my branches? Unless you are. Chapter 1485. The woman in green bit her lip, unable to utter the last few words. How could this be? How could such an existence appear here? And willingly recognize a human woman as its master? But other than it, who else could have such an ability? Kneel! The little boy shouted coldly with one hand behind his back. He was like a high and mighty king, looking disdainfully at the woman in green. Thump! The woman in green lost control of her legs and knelt in front of Yun Luofeng with a thud. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Mother! The little tree glanced coldly at the woman in green, then turned to look at Yun Luofeng. The aura of a king suddenly disappeared, and it returned to its former innocence. This bad woman dares to bully you. I'll beat her up for you to vent your anger, okay? The little tree had wanted to rush out to teach Yun Luofeng a lesson after seeing that he was being bullied. However, Yun Luofeng, who was afraid that the spirit beasts would be in danger due to their impulsiveness, had cut off the connection with the grimoire space, making it impossible for him to come out. That's right, although the little tree was powerful, the grimoire space did not listen to his commands. If the connection was cut off, he would not be able to come out. Fortunately, little Mo had decided to try everything in a desperate situation. While Yun Luofeng was relaxed, he had used his own power to restore the connection with the grimoire space. That was why the little tree had come out to teach the woman in green a lesson. The thought of this made the little tree pout angrily. Mother, Sister Huohua told me to tell you that although I know you're thinking for them, they're very angry that you're acting on your own. She said that she's following you because she plans to face life and death with you. If you face danger alone every time, what's the use of them? Besides, isn't the purpose of the spirit beasts to protect you from danger? Yun Luofeng's face darkened. He said sternly, Little tree, I admit that I was acting on my own and did not consider your feelings. But to me, each and every one of you is very important. If I need you to lose your lives in order to survive, then I'd rather die myself. That's right. I'm very selfish, so selfish that I don't want any of you to disappear. Besides, spiritual beasts aren't tools of war, they're my family that will accompany me for life. Seeing Sapling's dejected expression, Yun Luofeng raised his hand and rubbed his head. I cut off the connection before because I didn't know about your abilities. So, I can promise you in the future that I won't let you lose contact with me so easily, but I don't need you to die protecting me. It seemed that the warmth of the young girl's palm had lifted the little tree's spirits once again. He threw himself into Yun Luofeng's arms, and an innocent and lovely smile appeared on his face. If they had not seen what he had done before, perhaps everyone would have treated him as a human child. Mother, it was you who gave me life. I will never leave you in this lifetime. Yun Luofeng smiled. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and her expression froze. Sapling, you've been with me for almost 4 years, but I've never known your identity. Can you tell me now, who are you? Sapling's eyes were full of grievance. I'm not sure either. I'm too young now, and I've only inherited a portion of the inheritance's memories. When I grow up a few more years, perhaps I'll remember everything. Chapter 1486. Inherited Memories? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. She had only heard that spirit beasts had inherited memories, but she had never heard that tree people had inherited memories. The green-robed woman kept her head down, not daring to look at Yun Luofeng and the small tree. However, she could not hide the surprise in her eyes. Had she not appeared for so many years that the world's views had changed? In the previous world, didn't humans like to enslave spirit beasts to work for them? Why had they become the companions of humans? It seemed that she had not appeared in the world for too long. Little Mo left Yun Luofeng's embrace and pointed at the green-robed woman. Mother, what are you going to do with this tree person? The little fellow's childish voice made the green-robed woman tremble. She lowered her head even more. If she had known that this lady would be by Yun Luofeng's side, she would not have made things difficult for her. The Tree of Life has a long history. I reckon, there should be many fruits of life. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. After obtaining the fruit of life, she could let the old man from the Yi family and the others live for another 100 years. Oh right, there was also Tianya. Tianya's wife was a spirit beast. As a spirit beast, she had a long lifespan. However, Tianya was only in the venerable realm and could only live for 120 years. If she was not given a fruit of life, perhaps in a few decades, they would be separated from each other. I only have 2 fruits of life here. The green-robed woman carefully took out 2 fruits of life and handed them to Yun Luofeng. 2. Yun Luofeng frowned. If I remember correctly, there is 1 fruit of life every 10 years. Hearing this, the green-robed woman smiled bitterly. It's been many years since I produced 1 fruit of life every 10 years. At that time, the spirit chi on the continent was abundant, so I produced a lot of fruits of life. Later on, it became 1 every 20 years. However, every time I produce a fruit of life, it will be taken away by the Holy Maiden tribe. This is also why the Holy Maiden tribe has a longer lifespan than other forces. Unfortunately, there was a traitor in the Sacred Maiden tribe. The traitor took the opportunity to steal the tree of life. However, she didn't know that the reason why I was able to stay in the Sacred Maiden tribe was that the spiritual energy of the Sacred Maiden tribe allowed me to survive. Once I left, I would wither. Yun Luofeng pondered in silence for a while before asking, "Since you've withered, how come you can still bear fruits of life?" "Withering takes time, and I won't wither immediately. It took me 40 years to wither, which is to say, recently, I happened to grow a fruit of life, so I withered completely." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. She finally understood the miracle that Yen Ku and the others were talking about. This miracle must have occurred when the fruit of life had grown. In the end, it had attracted a group of people who thought that a treasure had been unearthed. Yun Luofeng walked up and took the fruit of life from the green-robed woman's hand, stowing it away into his space ring without any hesitation. "What's your name?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. The green-clothed woman lowered her head. "Bai Xiao. I need a lot of fruits of life. From now on, you will follow me. What do you think?" The girl's voice was domineering, but it caused Bai Xiao to be slightly dazed. "I've already withered. If you want me to produce fruits of life, I need a lot of spiritual energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear fruits of life." Chapter 1487. Bai Xiao smiled bitterly. "Besides, so what if you can help me pull myself together? I can only grow 1 every 20 years. Even at my peak, it will take me 10 years. If you want me to mass produce it, I'm sorry, but I can't do it." It wasn't that Bai Xiao didn't want to produce the fruit of life, but that she couldn't do it. "Little Mo, what do you think?" Yun Luofeng turned to look at Little Mo and asked. Little Mo was silent for a while. "Aren't you afraid that she'll betray you by forming a contract with her?" "All right." Yun Luofeng was indeed afraid that Bai Xiao would betray him, so he formed a contract with the spirit beast. After the contract was completed, Bai Xiao suddenly felt her body shake, as if there was an endless amount of spiritual energy gathering towards her. "What's going on?" Bai Xiao turned pale with fright. She hurriedly released her mental power and scanned the scene outside the Tree of Life. Since Bai Xiao couldn't leave the Tree of Life, she could only use this method to observe everything that was happening around her. When the scene outside entered her eyes, Bai Xiao was stunned. Initially, she had appeared at the top of the mountain. Now, what entered her eyes was a vast expanse of wilderness. The wilderness was densely packed with medicinal fields. The medicinal herbs in these medicinal fields were different from the ones she had seen before. It was as if even the medicinal herbs were filled with abundant spiritual energy. What made her even more happy was that the density of the spiritual energy in this wild field was too high. She had lived for millions of years, but she had never seen such abundant spiritual energy in the continent. "This is great. This place seems to be tailor-made for me." Bai Xiao stood up from the ground, her beautiful face full of excitement. "As long as I live in this place, I'll be able to grow a fruit of life for 2 years. Oh no, 1 year at most." Little Mo glanced at Bai Xiao and snorted. If it wasn't for the fact that you can produce the fruit of life, I would have already asked the little tree to kill you for treating my master like this. Bai Zhao's face turned red. Thinking of what had happened before, her heart was filled with guilt. She had always looked down on humans. If it wasn't for the fact that she was his successor, she wouldn't have let her enter the tree of life. Who would have thought that this human woman would actually be able to gain the loyalty of that lord? Especially when she carried such a powerful space with her. Little Mo's anger gradually subsided when he saw Bai Zhao's ashamed expression. However, he did not forget to boast, "This space is closely related to my master's strength. The stronger my master is, the denser the spiritual energy in the space will be. In the future, it will be normal for a fruit to grow every month, let alone a year." Really? The green-robed woman was very excited. She hesitated for a moment before taking out another item from her sleeve. "I stole this from the Sacred Maiden tribe 1,000 years ago. At that time, the Sacred Maiden tribe was very powerful, unlike now, where even I couldn't protect them. Therefore, I secretly stole this item from one of my tribe members. If you need it, I can give it to you." In the green-robed woman's hand was a bottle of green liquid. It faintly emitted a gem-like radiance, looking very dazzling. "This is..." Yun Luofeng was startled. For a moment, she actually didn't recognize what the green-clothed woman gave her. An idea flashed through the sapling's mind, and it said in a childish voice, "It's the blood of a giant dragon." Chapter 1488. Dragon blood? What's the use of it? Ordinary dragon blood can only play the role of strengthening the body, but this is not an ordinary dragon blood. It's the legendary spiritual dragon. Spiritual dragon? Seeing the puzzled looks of the others, Xiao Shu continued, "This spiritual dragon is not hatched from a dragon egg. It's a naturally formed dragon. Eating its meat can instantly make an ordinary person break through to the spiritual king realm. Its blood is even more precious. It's enough for a person to break through to the holy venerate realm. Moreover, it can also play the role of strengthening the body." "Xiao Shu, how do you know about this?" Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Shu and asked. A bright smile appeared on Xiao Shu's face. "It's what my inherited memory told me. However, this bottle of spiritual dragon blood is too much. If you consume it directly, your body will explode immediately. Therefore, you have to dilute it first before absorbing it." Xiao Mo's eyes lit up immediately. It was just trying to blow up Bai Xiao. After all, this woman had lived for so many years. How could she not have any treasures on her? Who knew that she actually had such a precious item after that explosion? Even though the jade serpent grass could make a holy venerate breakthrough, it had not evolved into a spiritual snake grass yet, had it not? Moreover, the jade serpent grass could only play the role of breaking through and not strengthening the body. The spiritual dragon blood was different. Not only could it make a breakthrough, but it could also increase the strength of the user's body by more than one level. It could be said that it could be refined into an iron wall. Xiao Mo looked at Bai Xiao with a sinister glint in his eyes. "You see, my master's breakthrough is also a lot of benefits for you. If you have any other items on you, take them out and give them to my master." Bai Xiao looked at Xiao Mo carefully. Why did she feel that this young man's smile was very treacherous? Bai Xiao shook her head. "I only stole one thing in total. I don't have anything else." Xiao Mo was a little depressed. It seemed that Bai Xiao was really poor. After so many years, she had only taken one item from the Sacred Maiden tribe. "What a pity. I'm going to absorb this spiritual dragon blood now. You guys step back first." Yun Luofeng took out a bottle with a flip of his hand. He poured the spiritual dragon blood into the bottle and mixed it with clear spring water. When the two fused together, he noticed that the green dragon's blood was much lighter, no longer as pure green as before. Then, Yun Luofeng poured the blood in the bottle into his mouth, wrapped it with spiritual energy, and sent it into his lungs. After that, she sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy within the dragon's blood. The dragon's blood was too overbearing. She did not dare to absorb all the power contained in the blood in one go. Hence, she had to absorb it drop by drop so that her body could withstand this overbearing power. Because of this slow absorption, she sat there for half a month. After half a month, a rumbling sound could be heard, and a tempest of advancement spread out in the room, causing Yun Luofeng to enter a new realm. However, this was not the end. After leveling up, Yun Luofeng felt a powerful force coursing through her meridians, causing her body to convulse in pain. Mother, this is the spiritual dragon's blood helping you build your body. The small tree's gaze was fixed on Yun Luofeng. So, you must hold on. Chapter 1489. Hiss. Even though Yun Luofeng's endurance was very strong, she still couldn't help but gasp under this kind of pain. She gritted her teeth and her dark eyes were filled with determination. No matter how painful it was to reconstruct her body, she had to endure it. As long as she could become stronger, even if she had 1 foot in hell, she would never take it back. Crack, crack. At this moment, everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking from Yun Luofeng's body. However, other than the initial gasp, she didn't make another sound. She stubbornly endured this kind of intense pain. Bai Zhao's green eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't think that this human could actually endure this kind of pain. Even the strong practitioners of the Sacred Lady tribe couldn't be like her. It was only now that Bai Zhao's opinion of Yun Luofeng gradually changed. As time passed, little Emo looked at Yun Luofeng anxiously. He wanted to help her, but he didn't know where to start. He knew that his master had to go through this personally. If he forcefully used the spiritual energy of the divine grimoire to reduce her pain, the effect would be counterproductive. Back then, Yun Xiao had the help of the spiritual energy of the divine grimoire when she cut out her heart to extract blood. Now, the pain that Yun Luofeng was experiencing was no less than the pain of cutting out her heart to extract blood. Reconstructing her tibia and flesh was equivalent to crushing all the bones in her body and then recombining them. One could imagine how much pain this was. Even some strong practitioners who had been famous for a long time would faint from this kind of intense pain. Only Yun Luofeng clenched her teeth and forcefully endured it. The young girl's back was already drenched in sweat and her beautiful face was pale. Her body was trembling slightly, but she still didn't make a sound. Master, if you're in pain, you should cry out. You'll feel better. Little Mo's heart ached. Especially when he saw Yun Luofeng's stubborn look, his heart ached even more. This woman was always this strong. She had been like this since she was still in Huaxia in her previous life. Now, she was still unyielding. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. If she couldn't even endure this little bit of pain, then how could she even talk about stepping into the pinnacle of the mainland? How could she even fight alongside Yun Xiao? Bai Xiao could not stand it anymore. She hesitated for a while and said, "You've already broken through with the help of the spiritual dragon. Even if you give up now, you won't lose anything. I have a way to make you feel no pain in an instant." In the past, the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe could not bear this kind of pain. Once they broke through, they immediately used that method. However, the result was that the reconstruction of the body failed. "I'm fine." She clenched her teeth and used all her strength to say these 3 words. After that, she no longer had the strength to say another word. She wanted to become stronger. The only way to become stronger was through opportunities. Now that she had such an opportunity, she would never give it up. Bai Zhao's eyes were filled with doubt as she stared at the young girl's determined expression. She did not understand why Yun Luofeng was unwilling to give up. Wasn't it enough to use the spiritual dragon's blood to break through? Little Emo seemed to sense Bai Zhao's doubts and turned to glance at her. If Master wants to break through, she doesn't need to use the spiritual dragon's blood. She only needs to wait for the spirit serpent grass to complete its evolution, and she can also advance to the high-level holy venerable rank. Therefore, the spiritual dragon's blood's greatest use is to reconstruct her body and make it stronger. Chapter 1490. The reason why the Dragon Clan was famous in the continent was not only because of their powerful strength, but also because of the toughness of their skin. When she was at a lower level, Yun Luofeng could still fight someone of a higher level. However, as her strength increased, it would not be so easy to fight someone of a higher level. For this reason, she would not give up the opportunity in front of her. But Bai Zhao's eyes showed confusion. The masters of the Sacred Maiden tribe at that time, Even if they wanted to try the effect of the spirit dragon's blood at the beginning, they all gave up halfway. No one could persist until the end. Can she really do it? I don't know about others, but she can definitely do it. Little Mo was the person who had followed Yun Luofeng for the longest time. He had also watched Yun Luofeng grow. Back then, when she was at Huaxia University, Yun Luofeng was called a madman. That was because there was nothing in this world that she did not dare to do. Now that she was in a different world, it was the same. She was so desperate not because she was not afraid of death. On the contrary, she was very afraid of death. Compared to death, she was more afraid of not being able to protect her loved ones. In her previous life, Yun Luofeng was an orphan. In this life, she had received warmth. How could she let that warmth leave her? In order to maintain this warmth, she was willing to risk her life to improve her strength. Bai Zhao's heart seemed to be shaken. Her confused green eyes stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng, as if she was talking to herself. She's different from the humans I know. In the beginning, Bai Zhao had only submitted to Yun Luofeng because of the small tree. After all, how could a proud tree person like her be willing to be loyal to a human? Until Yun Luofeng's willpower, which made people look at him in a new light, gradually made her heart surrender, even though she didn't know it yet. Bai Zhao, how long will it take to rebuild the body? Little Mo pondered for a while and asked. I don't know. I only know that the elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe only persisted for 3 to 5 days before they couldn't take it anymore. As for how many days it takes to succeed, I have not seen it. Bai Zhao shook her head, her green eyes staring at Yun Luofeng. After Bai Zhao said this, Little Mo no longer spoke. He found a place to sit down and quietly waited for Yun Luofeng. 10 days. Time passed in a flash. In these 10 days, Yun Luofeng's face became paler and paler, and her breathing became weaker and weaker. Even so, she still relied on her last breath to hold on. Bai Zhao clenched her fists tightly and looked nervously at Yun Luofeng. She wanted to know if this young girl could succeed in something that so many cultivators of the Sacred Maiden tribe could not do. Bang! Suddenly, the girl's head fell down and her body landed heavily on a tree stump at the side. Little Mo turned pale with fright. He quickly got up and rushed to Yun Luofeng's side. He asked worriedly, Master, how is it? Yun Luofeng smiled. Her face was pale, but that didn't affect her peerless smile. Bai Zhao had lived for thousands of years, but only at this moment did she see the smile that made everything in the world pale in comparison. It was hard for her to imagine that a human could be this beautiful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a beauty that could bring calamity to a country. Little Emma, look. The girl opened her hand. Her fist was wrapped in a layer of hard dragon scales. The dragon scales spread down from the back of her hand, so much so that her entire body seemed to be encased in a suit of dragon scales. Chapter 1491. I did it. Yes, she did it. Not only did the toughness of her body increase by another level, but she also had a dragon scale armor. With this dragon scale armor, she might be able to withstand a sage's attack without getting hurt. It was like thunder. Little Mo was stunned. He never thought that the spiritual dragon's blood would have such an effect. It seemed like Yun Luofeng had really picked up a treasure this time. Congratulations, Master. Little Mo could not hide his excitement as he spoke. Yun Luofeng smiled. Unfortunately, this dragon scale armor can only be summoned for a short period of time. At most, it can only last for 3 minutes. Moreover, every time it is used, it will use up more than half of the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space. As expected, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Little Mo realized that the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space was almost used up. Luckily, the big chrysanthemum flower of the small tree was quickly recovering the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space. However, no matter how strong the chrysanthemum flower was, it couldn't fill up the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space in a short time. Little Mo, how long has it been? Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and looked at the youth beside him. You spent a month to break through and another 10 days to reconstruct your body. So, it's been more than a month now. More than a month. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and stood up. Let's go. It's time for us to leave this place and find those people. If it wasn't for Bai Xiao, Su Jun and the others might have already been wiped out. As for Yun Yi, although he was strong, he had no intelligence. If she wasn't here, he couldn't be counted on to eliminate all the enemies. On the top of the mountain, Yun Yi's eyes were empty and lifeless. He stood at the top of the mountain like a huge mountain, giving off an invisible pressure. Yen Ku and the others hadn't left yet. They set up camp at the top of the mountain, waiting for Yun Luofeng to return. Suddenly, a ray of light fell. When Yen Ku and the others came back to their senses, they found a girl in white standing in front of them with a baby. "Why are you still here?" Yun Luofeng was startled and frowned. Yen Ku looked a little ashamed. "It was us who caused you to offend Xianqing sect, so we were waiting for you here." "Waiting for me?" Yun Luofeng's brows relaxed. "I have something to do right now. You can leave now." Yen Ku, Fu Jin, and the others exchanged glances. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was about to leave, they hurriedly followed. "What?" Yun Luofeng stopped in his tracks and said without turning his head. "You are not willing to leave?" Yen Ku's face was a little red, as if she was a little embarrassed to make a request. "We want to follow you." Yun Luofeng paused. "Is there a wormhole?" The wormhole was the bridge between the 7 continents and the soulless continent. Only this wormhole could connect the 2 continents. "Yes." Yen Ku didn't understand what Yun Luofeng was talking about, so she hurriedly nodded. "I know a place with a spatial wormhole. Furthermore, I have some relations with that impulsive family that's guarding it." "Miss Yun, why are you asking about this?" "In the Wuhui continent, there is a force called the Medical Tower. It was established by me. If you want to follow me, join the Medical Tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Luofeng's figure flashed and disappeared before their eyes. Yun Yi hurriedly followed and hurriedly left the mountaintop. Chapter 1492. "Yen Ku, what decision do you think we should make?" Fu Jin was startled. The resources of the no-return continent are not as good as the 7 continents, but it is peaceful. Yen Ku sighed helplessly. "All these years, the 4 of us have suffered a lot. In order to survive, we have to practice hard, but I have had enough of this kind of life." Since Miss Yun has said this, then why not go to the no-return continent? "I don't want to participate in the 7 continents anymore, and I believe that we will not regret joining the Medical Tower of the no-return continent." Yen Ku's heart was filled with confidence. Although the Medical Tower was in the no-return continent, it was Yun Luofeng's force. One day, it would be famous even in the 7 continents. Naturally, their status would rise along with it. "Okay, then let's go to the no-return continent now." In the void not far away, the girl stopped and waited for the puppet man behind her. After waiting for the puppet man to catch up, she once again headed in the direction of the Xianqing sect. "Mother, do you want Yen Ku and the others to protect the medical tower for you?" Xiao Shu blinked and asked in a childish voice. Yun Luofeng smiled. "Their strength is not very strong in the 7 continents, but if they go to the no-return continent, they will be the top existences. With them protecting the medical tower and the Yi family, I can also develop my force here with peace of mind." Therefore, she agreed to let Yen Ku and the others follow her. "Mother, will they go to the no-return continent?" "Yes." Yun Luofeng only said one word, but his face was filled with confidence. His pair of dark eyes were as dazzling as obsidian. Xianqing sect. Inside the palace, the middle-aged man's face was gloomy. With a bang, he slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, "If I didn't come out early this time, how long were you planning to hide it from me? My own son was killed by someone, and none of you informed me." Everyone was silent. Facing the angry middle-aged man, they did not dare to say a word. "Father." Su Jun pondered for a moment and slowly stepped forward. He had just called out when he was interrupted by the middle-aged man's fierce voice. "Luochen is your younger brother. You watched as your younger brother died, yet you still dared to hide it from me? Is this how I taught you to be brothers?" The middle-aged man was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his face was ashen. Su Jun's eyes flashed. When he raised his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He knelt down in front of the middle-aged man. "Father, it's all my fault. Little brother died because of the profound Azure sect and because of me. The middle-aged man suppressed the anger in his chest and asked through gritted teeth, "Tell me, what happened a month ago? Why did Luochen die on AI Mountain?" "Father, that day my younger brother and I brought Xiaobai to Mount AI. Who knew that we would meet Xiaobai's master?" "Xiaobai's master?" The middle-aged man frowned. "What does Miss Lin's master have to do with Luo Chen's death?" "Father, Xiaobai's master is not a good person. She already knew about Xiaobai's identity and that's why she accepted him as her disciple." Su Jun's eyes flickered as he continued, "Furthermore, that woman forced Xiaobai to marry her because he was her disciple." Chapter 1493. When the middle-aged man heard Su Jun's words, he became even angrier. If it had been Su Luochen who said this, he might have been skeptical. However, Su Jun never lied. As long as he said it, it must have really happened. "Where is Miss Lin now?" he said through gritted teeth. Su Jun's eyes darkened. They were filled with sorrow and pain. Seeing his expression, the middle-aged man felt a sense of unease in his heart. "Father, Xiaobai has been controlled by that woman. I don't know what she did to make Xiaobai fall into a coma. Little brother was killed by that woman because he tried to save Xiaobai." Su Jun's expression was full of sorrow. She also said that since she is Xiaobai's master, she should be the one to decide Xiaobai's marriage. Even if the person Xiaobai likes is me, she will never let Xiaobai get what he wants. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table. The veins on his forehead bulged. "Miss Lin's status is so noble. How can someone like her make the decision? What an arrogant idiot." Compared to his son's death, he was more angry that someone dared to decide Lin Ruobai's marriage. Their Xianqing sect was determined to get Lin Ruobai. "Jun, you know that the Sacred Lady tribe doesn't interact with men outside of the tribe. All the women are lonely until they grow old. However, she is the successor that the Sacred Lady tribe has been looking for. If she falls in love with you, the Sacred Lady tribe can't make the decision for her." The middle-aged man sighed. "That's why I wanted the two of you to develop a relationship first. When the time is right, I will inform the Sacred Lady tribe. But who would have thought that just as the relationship between the two of you developed, you would be intercepted by an idiot? As such, I can only inform the Sacred Lady tribe first." In the eyes of the Xianqing sect's leader, Lin Ruobai was already his daughter-in-law. How could he allow anyone to snatch her away? Especially when that woman was so arrogant and wanted to decide Lin Ruobai's marriage. She didn't even look at her own status. Since when did she become the successor of the Sacred Maiden tribe? "Father, you don't have to worry about this matter. Half a month ago, I have already disclosed this matter to the Sacred Maiden tribe. I believe they have already received the news." Su Jun's eyes flashed with a haze. "Moreover, I also told them that in order to let her brother marry Lin Ruobai, that woman did not hesitate to let her brother fall into a coma and be in imminent danger." To be honest, Su Jun did not know the relationship between Little Mo and Yun Luofeng. However, he did not mind fabricating an identity out of thin air. As long as the Sacred Maiden tribe could believe it, it was enough. "Good." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "This matter will be handled by the Sacred Maiden tribe. I don't believe that those people dare to be enemies with the Sacred Maiden tribe." Thinking of this, he looked at Su Jun again and asked, "If the Sacred Maiden tribe saves Miss Lin, do you have the confidence to make her propose marriage in person?" Su Jun hesitated. If it had been at the beginning, he would definitely have been full of confidence, thinking that Lin Ruobai could not be without him. However, when he thought of Lin Ruobai's coldness towards him on Mount AI, his heart began to pound. "What? You have been together for a year. Can't you make her secretly fall in love with you? I remember you said before that Lin Ruobai has fallen in love with you." The middle-aged man's face was a little gloomy as he asked coldly. Su Jun gritted his teeth and looked up firmly. "I have confidence in Xiaobai. She will definitely be my wife." Chapter 1494. The middle-aged man, whose face had been clouded with gloom, immediately brightened up when he heard his son's confident voice. "I'm relieved that you're so confident." His face darkened once again as he said this. "As for your brother's death, I will definitely avenge him. He had said the last few words through gritted teeth. It was clear how angry he was towards Yun Luofeng. Sectmaster, something bad has happened. At this moment, a disciple of the Xianqing sect staggered in and fell to the ground. He did not even have time to get up before he hurriedly said, "Someone killed their way into the sect and killed many of our disciples." What? The middle-aged man flew into a rage and slammed his palm against the wall, instantly creating a hole in it. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were filled with anger as he shouted in a stern voice, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Xianqing sect? Men, come with me to kill the thief immediately." After saying this, the middle-aged man's figure turned into a hurricane and he quickly rushed out of the door. At this moment, the Xianqing sect had already turned into a river of blood. Countless Xianqing sect disciples lay in pools of blood, their eyes wide open as they died with grievances. Even so, there were still more Xianqing sect disciples who charged forward without any regard for their lives, intending to kill the person who had ambushed them. In the middle of the encirclement was a strong-looking man. The man's muscles were well-defined and his face was expressionless. He was like a machine that only knew how to kill, completely devoid of emotions. However, Su Jun immediately saw the woman in white standing next to the strong-looking man. The woman in white had outstanding features. Her robes were whiter than snow and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She was beautiful beyond compare. She was holding a baby in her hand. Even though the baby was still young, one could still see the evil light in his eyes. "Father, this is the woman. She stole Xiaobai and killed Luochen." Su Jun gritted his teeth as he said this word by word. As soon as he said this, Yun Luofeng, who had been watching the battle, suddenly turned his head. His evil eyes landed coldly on Su Jun's body. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man roared and released his aura. In an instant he rushed towards Yun Luofeng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You killed my son. Today I will make you pay with your lives." A smug smile appeared in Su Jun's eyes as he watched his father charge towards Yun Luofeng. No matter how strong Yun Luofeng's guards were, his father was already at the Saint Monarch realm. These people actually single-handedly killed their way into the profound Azure sect, which meant that they were dead for sure. "Azure Wings, get out of the way!" The girl's commanding voice exploded in Azure Wing's ears. He obeyed the order and retreated behind Yun Luofeng, exposing the girl's thin body to the middle-aged man's attack. "Die!" The middle-aged man let out an explosive shout. His mighty fist was already right in front of his eyes. It was like a meteor, bringing with it an endless amount of power. In everyone's eyes, it was impossible for this slender girl to withstand the might of the sect master's fist. Under this power, she was destined to die. Boom! A gust of wind rose around the young girl. Under this gust of wind, the young girl's cheeks were gradually covered by extremely hard dragon scales. It was as if she was wearing a suit of armor made of dragon scales, majestic and domineering. Chapter 1495. The middle-aged man was startled, but he couldn't retract his fist. The fist that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth landed on Yun Luofeng's chest. Boom! In an instant, his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body was thrown out violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of horror. "Impossible, this is impossible. You are just a Saint Venerate. How can you resist my attack?" Such a young Saint Venerate was a miracle in the 7 continents. However, a Saint Venerate was still a Saint Venerate. How could he resist the power of a saint? This was something that was simply impossible to happen. Could it be? The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Yun Luofeng's dragon scale armor, and his eyes flashed with greed. That's right, it must be this armor. If he could take off this armor, his strength would definitely increase by another level. The power of a Saint Venerate is only this? The young girl's lips curled into a smile. However, the middle-aged man could feel the contempt and mockery in this smile. His heart suddenly surged with anger. "You killed my son. I will definitely settle this debt with you. Of course, if you are willing to give me your dragon scale armor as an apology, I might spare your life." Yun Luofeng laughed. I'm afraid you won't have the life to enjoy my armor. Ha! The middle-aged man threw his head back and laughed crazily. Girl, you probably don't know what kind of enemy you have provoked. That's why you dare to say such words without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you are also aware of Lady Lin's identity, then I can tell you that the Sacred Maiden tribe will not let you off for what you have done to Lady Lin. What she had done to Lin Ruobai. Yun Luofeng raised her brows and subconsciously glanced at Su Jun. Needless to say, she knew that Su Jun had pushed the blame for the loss of Little White and Su Luochen's death on her head. Su Jun naturally saw Yun Luofeng's gaze, but he raised his head fearlessly to meet her eyes. He didn't feel the slightest shame for what he had said before. Girl, you relied on the fact that you are Lady Lin's master to force her to marry someone she doesn't love. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? How could the Sacred Maiden tribe allow you to treat their people like this? The middle-aged man sneered, his face full of mockery. Besides, Miss Lin and my son are in love. You're destined to have a bad ending if you break them up. In the past, little Mo would not have appeared without Yun Luofeng's instructions. But now, hearing that someone dared to slander Yun Luofeng and claim that Lin Ruobai and Su Jun were in love, he couldn't help but run out of the divine grimoire. Su Jun and his son were startled when they saw little Mo appear out of thin air. They didn't know where this kid came from. Little Mo glared fiercely at Su Jun and his son. Xiaobai already said that she would marry me a long time ago. When did she fall in love with this bastard? Su Jun came back to his senses and whispered into the middle-aged man's ear. He is the man who wanted to snatch Xiaobai away from me. Xiaobai's master even forced Xiaobai to marry him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man knew what was going on. He sneered and looked at little Mo. Since you said that Lady Lin said that she wanted to marry you, I wonder if you can release her and let her say it herself? Little Mo was so angry that his whole body was trembling. The murderous look in his eyes became even more intense. Chapter 1496. Little Mo, Yun Luofeng muttered to herself, 1 more minute. He knew what this meant. The armor could only last for 3 minutes. Now that 2 more minutes had passed, there was only 1 minute left. Thus, no matter how angry little Mo was, he could only take 2 steps back. While Su Jun and his son were still trying to figure out what Yun Luofeng meant, Yun Luofeng had already flown in front of the middle-aged man. Her hand that was covered in dragon scales slammed into the middle-aged man's chest. At that moment, the middle-aged man's body was immediately sent flying. He spat out another mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and no longer made a sound. Su Jun was stunned. Everyone from the profound Azure sect was also stunned. What followed was a wave of panic. The middle-aged man's chest had caved in. Fresh blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. His eyelids were like the eyes of a dead fish, and he looked extremely miserable. Father! Su Jun shouted at the top of his lungs. He quickly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. He carried the middle-aged man's body and cried out sorrowfully, Father, wake up. The profound Azure sect cannot do without you. Don't scare your son. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man could not be any more dead at this time. Yun Luofeng was also stunned. She looked at her own fist, then looked at the middle-aged man who had died in such a miserable manner. She didn't expect that a single fist of hers could instantly kill a saint expert. Master, little Mo seemed to understand Yun Luofeng's doubts and explained patiently, he isn't a true sage. Not a sage? Yun Luofeng was a little surprised. That's right. Little Mo nodded. In this world, there are many treasures that can increase one's strength. For example, the spirit serpent grass and the spirit dragon's blood. These items can allow a cultivator to have a complete breakthrough. However, these items can only be found by luck. Little Mo paused for a moment before continuing. That's why many people choose the second best option and use flawed items to break through. Take this Black Azure sect master for example. If I'm not wrong, he must have consumed a fruit called the scarlet fruit. This fruit can allow him to reach the level of a Saint Monarch. His lifespan and aura will also be no different from a Saint Monarch. However, his physique is still at the high-level Saint Venerable level. This is also the reason why you were able to instantly kill him. If you were to encounter a real Saint Monarch, even with the dragon scale armor, you wouldn't be able to win so easily. After hearing Little Mo's explanation, Yun Luofeng was enlightened. The difference between a Saint Lord and a Saint Venerate was too huge. Even with the dragon scale armor, she couldn't have killed him with a single punch. You killed my younger brother and my father. Su Jun turned his head and glared hatefully at Yun Luofeng. One day, I will kill you to vent my hatred. The small tree blinked its eyes and turned its cute little face to Yun Luofeng. Can I go kill him? His words were spoken in a very relaxed manner, no different from a casual greeting. It was like asking, can I go eat? Let Yun Yi handle these matters. Yun Luofeng held the small tree's hand. As long as the Black Azure sect master was no longer around, no one else was a threat. Suddenly, Su Jun seemed to feel something. His body stiffened and he raised his head excitedly to look at the azure blue void in front of him. In this void, countless white petals were falling from the sky. A group of women dressed in white with their hair combed into buns followed behind. In front of them was another woman dressed in white. Chapter 1497. This woman was different from the maids behind her. She was beautiful and sacred, like a fairy that was above the mortal world. She stood proudly in the air. Lady Qin Yu! Su Jun shouted excitedly, almost dancing with joy. He glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng, a smug smile on his face. The people of the sacred maiden tribe are here. This time, I want to see how arrogant you can be. Qin Yu descended from the sky expressionlessly. Her white dress was very long, and it reached the ground. Her hair was like a waterfall, reaching her waist. Looks like I've come at the wrong time. The woman in white glanced at the corpses and blood that littered the ground. Her willowy eyebrows gently furrowed and her arrogant eyes were filled with impatience. Su Jun, I've come on the orders of the clan leader to find you to understand the situation. I want to know who has kidnapped the successor of my clan. Su Jun was agitated. He glared at Yun Luofeng and said, it's this woman. She kidnapped Xiao Bai and used her master's name to force Xiao Bai to marry someone she doesn't love. Lady Qin Yu, you must save Xiao Bai. Hearing Su Jun address Lin Ruobai so intimately, Qin Yu's brows furrowed even tighter, and a trace of impatience flashed across her eyes. You're saying that she kidnapped the successor of my clan? Her beautiful eyes had already turned to Yun Luofeng, and her slightly raised chin showed the arrogance of the maidens. Su Jun, tell me the specifics of the situation before I can make a decision. It's like this. Su Jun took a deep breath and said slowly, that day, I saw Xiao Bai in danger in the forest, so I saved her. At that time, I was very confused as to why she would appear in such a dangerous place alone. Then, she told me that her master had thrown her into the forest and planned to feed her to the wolves and leopards. Su Jun said fiercely, I can't believe there's such a cruel master in this world. I saw that Xiao Bai had nowhere to go, so I took her in. Who knew that the good times didn't last long? That goddamn master actually came knocking on my door. I don't know how she found out about the relationship between Xiao Bai and the Holy Maiden tribe. She didn't hesitate to force Xiao Bai to marry someone she didn't love. Lord Qin Yu, in this past year, Xiao Bai and I have already fallen in love with each other. She has even said that other than me, she would rather die than marry any other man. Hence, I suspect that something has happened to Xiao Bai. Su Jun wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. If something has really happened to her, then I will be smashed into pieces. I will never let the person who hurt her off. Even Su Jun himself was moved by his own words. He believed that there was no reason for Qin Yu not to be touched. Therefore, he glanced at Qin Yu out of the corner of his eye, only to discover that this woman's expression was as cold and inhuman as usual. Lady Qin Yu, he called out, a little uneasily. Qin Yu didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the young girl with her arms crossed in front of her. Her voice was cold without a trace of warmth. Where's my clan's successor? Is what Su Jun said true? For the Holy Maiden tribe to be able to survive until now, they would not only listen to one side of the story. Therefore, it was imperative for Qin Yu to find Lin Ruobai first and find out the truth from her mouth. If it was really as Su Jun said, that this woman had really treated the successor of the Holy Maiden tribe like this, then they would never let her off. She can't come out. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Chapter 1498. Su Jun smiled proudly, but he was afraid that the Sacred Maiden tribe would see his misfortune. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said anxiously, "What do you mean by she can't come out?" "I know, you must have done something to Little White." Yun Luofeng glanced at Su Jun coldly. This glance made Su Jun's heart tremble, and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yu frowned slightly and looked coldly at Yun Luofeng. "I hope that you can immediately let the successor of my tribe appear. Otherwise, I will believe Su Jun's words and think that you harmed the successor of my tribe." In fact, it was very simple to let Little White appear. However, Little White was still in a deep sleep. If Little White appeared in this state, there was not much difference between not appearing and not appearing. I said that she can't come out for the time being. If you have the patience, you can wait a little longer. If you don't, then I can't do anything. Facing the Sacred Maiden tribe, Yun Luofeng's eyes were still filled with arrogance, but the other party's face suddenly darkened. All these years, she had never seen anyone who dared to be arrogant in front of her. This woman actually did not take the Sacred Maiden tribe seriously. If you don't release the successor of my tribe, then don't blame me for being impolite. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the woman in white as she ordered coldly, "Take her down." Hearing this, the female attendants in white surrounded Yun Luofeng's side and surrounded him in the center. Surrounded by this group of maids, Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. She held the small hand of the small tree, and there was no fear in her pair of dark eyes. "Master, don't go head-on with the Sacred Maiden tribe. You will suffer." Bai Zhao's anxious voice came from within her soul. Although the small tree is powerful, the Sacred Maiden tribe has a treasure that can restrain the tree men. Otherwise, the Sacred Maiden tribe would not have manipulated the tree men. Yun Luofeng's heart sank little by little. "Master?" Seeing that Yun Luofeng did not listen to her advice, Bai Zhao stomped her feet angrily. "Leave this place first and bear with it for a while. When Lord Little White wakes up, he can explain the situation to the Sacred Maiden tribe." At first, Bai Zhao did not speak because she was stunned by Su Jun's words. She had never seen such a sinister and cunning human being. How dare she claim that the successor of the Sacred Maiden tribe is in love with her? And he said that Master killed Lord Xiaobai? One must know that Lin Ruobai had clearly consumed the fruit of the soul, which was why she had fallen into a coma. Unfortunately, even if Xiaobai appeared, these people would not believe that she had fallen into a coma because of the fruit of the soul. They would only think that Yun Luofeng had poisoned her. After all, after eating the fruit of soul, there was no other abnormality except lethargy. There was no divine doctor in the Sacred Maiden tribe, so it was impossible to determine Little White's situation. "Bai Zhao, can't you help Master?" Fire was also very anxious and asked anxiously. Bai Zhao shook her head with a bitter smile. "I can't leave this place. Otherwise, I could explain the situation to the Sacred Maiden tribe." If that wasn't the case, why would she be so anxious? When Yun Luofeng heard Bai Zhao's words, he glanced at the group of successors of the Sacred Lady tribe in front of him. There was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. As time was up, the dragon scale armor on her body had disappeared. If she wanted to continue summoning the dragon scale armor, she could only wait for the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire to recover. However, looking at the sky full of maids in white, Yun Luofeng understood that this time, it would not be easy for her to escape. Chapter 1499. The maidservants in white in the sky had already swooped down towards Yun Luofeng, while the maidservants on the ground were also attacking her. Xiao Shu's adorable face lit up with a bright smile. "Mother, leave these people to me." In an instant, countless vines spread out from under Xiao Shu's body. The long vines immediately wrapped around the maidservants in white who were rushing towards Yun Luofeng, binding their bodies so tightly that they could not breathe. Su Jun had already been scared silly. He had never expected that the little boy beside Yun Luofeng would possess such formidable strength. "Tree person?" Qin Yu was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be a tree person. Tree people were different from spiritual beasts. A tree needed to cultivate for many years before it could cultivate to have the intelligence of a human. Especially a tree that could transform into a human. It was truly one in a million. Wasn't the Sacred Lady Tribe's Tree of Life very powerful? Unfortunately, even if the Tree of Life could cultivate to take on a human form, she was confined within the body of the tree. She could not walk in a human form like little Mo. Hence, greed flashed across Qin Yu's eyes the moment she saw Xiao Shu. All of you stop first. Qin Yu waved her hand and stopped the other maidservants who were rushing towards Yun Luofeng. She said coldly, "You're not a human, nor a spiritual beast. You're a tree that can transform into a human, am I right?" Xiao Shu snorted. He clearly did not have a good impression of the woman in front of him. "How about following me?" Qin Yu tried her best to smile, but her tone was still cold and arrogant. "You will only be able to unleash your true potential if you follow the Sacred Lady Tribe. In other words, if a treasure like the small tree fell into Yun Luofeng's hands, it would only be a waste of a heavenly treasure." "Auntie, you're so ugly. Why should I follow you?" Xiao Shu had an innocent smile on his face as his childish voice rang out. Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed and a cold light flashed across her eyes. "Then why don't I follow you today?" She, Qin Yu, was the #1 beauty of the Sacred Lady Tribe. How dare this little boy claim that she was ugly? How could she swallow this insult? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. The small tree's smile was still bright, as if it was talking about something unimportant. "If you were a spiritual beast or a human, I really wouldn't know how to subdue you, but..." Qin Yu smiled. The arrogance in her smile was replaced by confidence and determination. "You're just a tree person." In addition to the Tree of Life, the Sacred Maiden Tribe also had countless other trees. These trees were all very proud and unwilling to submit. However, the people of the Sacred Maiden Tribe could subdue so many tree men, how could they not have a way? After saying that, Qin Yu took out a green whip from her lapel. The whip was made from tree branches and it faintly emitted a powerful pressure. The naive little tree's face turned pale when it saw the long braid that Qin Yu took out. Its childish voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. "Where did you get this whip from?" It was the first time that Yun Luofeng had seen Xiao Shu like this. He was a little surprised and looked back at the boy's angry face. Xiao Shu clenched his fists and his whole body was trembling. Seeing that Qin Yu did not answer him, he raised his voice again and shouted, "Tell me, where did you get this long whip from?" Chapter 1500. Qin Yu was shocked by the sapling's appearance, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled mockingly. "This is the sacred tree whip, which has been passed down by the Sacred Maiden Tribe for generations. It is said that the ancestors of the Sacred Maiden Tribe obtained it from a relic. It is because of this whip that countless Traians have submitted to us." The sapling's face was full of pain. He clutched his head tightly, and the pain caused his forehead to sweat profusely. "I have long said that no Traian can escape the palm of the Sacred Maiden Tribe." Qin Yu sneered, her face full of sarcasm. "Now, you should have tasted this pain? Sapling!" Yun Luofeng hurriedly embraced the sapling and patted his back with her palm. Her voice seemed to have a magical power that gradually calmed the agitated sapling. "I won't let anything happen to you," she vowed solemnly. Then, she raised her evil eyes slightly and her gaze fell on Qin Yu, who was standing in front of her. "If this sacred tree whip is causing the sapling pain, then I will destroy it." "Destroy it?" As if she had heard a funny joke, Qin Yu laughed loudly. Her laughter was arrogant and insolent. "With just you?" "That's right, with just me." Yun Luofeng raised her hand and a long sword appeared in her palm. "Hua cha-cha, come out and help me." Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, a fiery red fox appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. At the same time, the fiery red fox's body gradually elongated and turned into a petite and cute little Lolita. The cute little dog that was originally lying on the top of the sapling also jumped down. Its body expanded rapidly, turning from a cute little dog the size of a palm to a fierce spirit dog. A spirit beast at the great sage level? Qin Yu was stunned, and the greed in her eyes intensified. She had initially come to this place because of the sacred maiden tribe, but she did not expect to have such a great harvest. Not only did she find a tree ant that could transform into a human, but she also found 2 spirit beasts at the great sage level. Master, Bai Zhao's voice became more and more anxious. Don't be fooled by how young Qinyu looks. In fact, she should have consumed the sacred maiden clan's fruit of immortality, causing her appearance to not age. Her strength should be at the mid-level of the Lord Saint. If Xiao Bai was the Holy Maiden clan's descendant, the Holy Maiden clan would definitely take a liking to her. It wouldn't be surprising for them to send a mid-level holy monarch. On the continent, only the continent lords of the top few continents were able to reach the high-level Saint Monarch realm. However, these people could be counted on one hand. Apart from them, only the mid-level Saint Monarchs were the strongest. If Qin Yu's strength had reached the mid-level of the Saint Monarch, it meant that the strength of the Sacred Maiden tribe was not inferior to the few continents, or perhaps even superior. Fire, go and disturb her. After giving his instructions, Yun Luofeng tiptoed and landed lightly on Ticha's back. Cha-Cha immediately understood Yun Luofeng's meaning and charged towards Qin Yu like the wind. Because the sapling had lost control, the people from the Sacred Maiden tribe who were originally entangled were released. They were just about to help Qin Yu, but at this moment, Xiao Mo and Yun Yi blocked in front of them. If you want to find trouble with my master, you have to go through me first. Su Jun's eyes widened bit by bit, and his eyes were filled with horror. He thought that Yun Luofeng's dragon scale armor was her final trump card. He did not expect that she actually hid 2 spirit beasts at the Great Sage Realm. Chapter 1501. As for Yun Yi and the young man whom he thought was Yun Luofeng's younger brother, their strength had already reached the high-level Saint Venerable level. Of course, just these 2 points were enough to scare Su Jun to the point of wetting his pants. The next scene that happened almost made him kneel down. Countless gold-seeking mice appeared out of thin air and swarmed towards the maidservants of the Sacred Lady tribe. Under normal circumstances, such a grand scene would definitely be very chaotic. However, these gold-seeking mice seemed to have been trained and were orderly. Under the command of the 2 leaders, they pounced on the maidservants of the Sacred Lady tribe and started gnawing on them. Of the 2 people in the lead, one was a handsome young man and the other was a beautiful old woman. She wore a crown on her head and looked incomparably noble. Behind the handsome young man stood a sweet young girl. She had a sweet smile on her face and 2 dimples appeared when she smiled. She was staring at the young man in front of her affectionately. If one thought that this young girl was so pure and sweet that she did not have any deterrent power, then one would be very wrong. Did one not see a disciple of the Xianqing sect who wanted to pounce on the young girl but ended up being gnawed on by her? Mengming, these things are not delicious. After the young man turned his head, he saw the young girl gnawing on the body of the Xianqing sect disciple and frowned. If you are hungry, I will ask Master to give you an elixir. Don't eat these things or you will have diarrhea. You should just kill him directly. The sweet young girl blinked her eyes and made an "oh" sound. She bit off the meridians on the neck of the Xianqing sect disciple and dropped the body in her hands. Milk tea, is this right? The young girl's smile was still sweet and innocent. Her face was even more pure. Of course, one had to ignore the blood at the corner of her mouth. The young man turned his head again. At this moment, he saw the young girl sticking out her pink tongue and licking the blood at the corner of her mouth. Coupled with that pure face, there was actually an indescribable temptation. Cough, cough. The rat empress saw the lustful look in Milk Tea's eyes. She hurriedly coughed twice and said with a smile, "Let's get rid of these people first and then go help Master." Milk Tea came back to her senses. She raised her hand and slashed at the enemy in front of her. The look in her eyes was different from before. When she killed, her eyes were full of fierceness and cruelty. So what if it was the Sacred Lady tribe? Those who bully and humiliate their masters will die without a burial. Compared to the other rats who were relatively relaxed, Yun Luofeng and the 2 beasts obviously hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Qin Yu was very strong. Even in the Sacred Maiden tribe, she was one of the best. Even with TT's speed and fire's interference, Yun Luofeng was still unable to easily hurt her. Master, we can't go on like this. We have to find a way to deal with her. Fire took 2 steps back, frowned slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on her pink face. Indeed, Qin Yu was a mid-stage Saint Monarch. Once they reached this level, the difference in levels became very obvious. They could only protect Yun Luofeng from harm, but they couldn't easily get rid of Qin Yu. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't feeling good either. She had initially thought that she could easily dispose of someone at Yun Luofeng's level. Who would have thought that after fighting for so long, she still couldn't hurt her? The more Qin Yu thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her face couldn't help but darken. If this were to continue, it would be very disadvantageous to her. Chapter 1502. Looks like I can only use this method. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Although this method will make me lie in bed for a month, it's better than being entangled with her here. Thinking up to here, Qin Yu instantly took out a fruit from her spatial ring and bit it without hesitation. In an instant, the power in her body began to increase rapidly, and a strong wind echoed in her surroundings. Master, be careful. When Fire saw Qin Yu's sudden increase in strength, her expression changed greatly. She quickly pounced towards Yun Luofeng, and when the storm in her opponent's hand came crashing down, she blocked it with her body alone, her young and tender face filled with determination and fearlessness. Ever since she had started following Yun Luofeng, she had already considered the consequences. If he followed her, he would definitely risk his life, and he might even die early. However, she did not regret it. After so many years of loneliness, her heart had long since been filled with loneliness. It was Yun Luofeng's appearance that allowed her to have someone to accompany her, as long as Yun Luofeng could do it. So what if she died? Fire! Just as the storm was about to reach Fire, an arm reached out from behind and pulled her into its embrace. A mouthful of blood sprayed out and landed on Fire's clothes. Fire's eyes widened bit by bit. She looked at the white-clothed young lady who was protecting her in her embrace, and her heart suddenly trembled. Master? Fire, you're so stupid. The corner of the young girl's mouth curled up into a smile. Her smile was very beautiful, so beautiful that it penetrated into one's heart. I made you my companions, not to use you as a shield, but friends who will accompany you for life. The blood on the side of the young girl's lips was very shocking. It was like the red moon in the sky, red and beautiful. Cough, cough. Yun Luofeng spat out another mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground on one knee. However, in her arms, she was still protecting the little lowly dressed in red, as if, like a mountain, she used her back to block all the attacks. You're actually able to survive my attack? Qin Yu sneered. Her palm grabbed towards the sky, and a long sword formed from spiritual energy was caught in her hand. Hua! She waved her long sword, and in an instant, the sword light flashed like lightning, slashing towards the young girl's back. Fire's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked at the sword light that was slashing towards her back, her eyes flashing with anger. Yes, only the death of these people could quell the anger in her heart. Young lady, you will not have a good ending if you make an enemy of our sacred maiden tribe. Qin Yu raised her chin arrogantly and looked down on Yun Luofeng coldly. Her gaze was like she was looking at an insignificant nobody. Su Jun's eyes were filled with a complacent smile as a hint of viciousness flashed past. You people will never be able to defeat me. Just as the sword light was about to slash at Yun Luofeng's back, a vine rose from the ground. With a snap, it instantly scattered the sword light. Qin Yu was stunned. She stared in shock at the little boy who had appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and her face paled. You're all right? Impossible. Under the might of his divine tree whip, this Treant had no ability to fight at all. Why was he still able to stand up? At this moment, the little tree once again changed from its usual innocent appearance. Killing intent appeared in its bright eyes, and its face that was carved from jade was cold and murderous. You hurt my mother. Those who hurt her deserve to die. The little boy's gloomy voice rang out in the sky, one word at a time. Chapter 1503. Qin Yu's face turned even paler. She took 2 steps back and gritted her teeth. How did you get rid of the pressure of the divine tree whip? You want to know? The little tree's eyes burst out with intense hatred, because the person you made into a divine tree whip is my biological father. The father that the little tree was talking about was not Yun Xiao, but the tree ant that gave birth to him. Tree ants were the same as spirit beasts. Once they were able to transform into humans, they would be able to give birth to offspring. Of course, like the tree of life, those who were trapped in the tree for their entire lives and could not walk alone did not have this ability. Yun Luofeng's back suddenly stiffened. She coughed out another mouthful of blood, and her pitch-black eyes carried a hint of heartache. She was feeling sorry for the little tree. How could she, who had already completed the contract with the little tree, not feel the anger and trembling in the other party's heart? To be able to make a branch of the divine tree whip, it must be the most important part of the tree ant. Once this part was lost, the tree ant would undoubtedly die. It was just like a human heart. How could he not be angry when he saw his father's heart being used by someone else to abuse others? You said that this divine tree whip is your father, then who are you? Qin Yu finally felt fear. Others might not know the origins of the divine tree whip, but it was impossible for her not to know. Could it be that the little fellow in front of her was actually, you humans, you used my biological father to act like a tyrant, and now you want to touch my mother? I will not forgive you. What? Countless branches rose from the ground and attacked Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not dare to fight the little tree head-on. She quickly dodged the attacking vines and ran down the mountain towards the profound azure sect. However, just as she was about to escape to the mountain gate, a strong flame suddenly rose and blocked the entire mountain gate. In front of the flames, an 8-tailed firefox stood on the ground, staring at her coldly with a pair of eyes filled with anger. If you want to leave, you have to pass through my firewall first. Unfortunately, the little lowly's voice was very cold, and there was even more uncontrollable anger in it. My flames can even burn your soul completely, let alone your body. If it was a battle, fire might not be able to defeat Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu was already a middle-stage Saint Lord, and had used fruits to forcefully increase her strength. No matter how powerful her flames were, if they could not attack Qin Yu, it would be useless. But, if Qin Yu wanted to escape, the flames of the fire would be of great use. If you want to pass, you have to pass through the flames. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. She roared furiously, "Scram!" Boom! Her fist was wrapped in a layer of spirit energy as she rushed towards fire. Fire dodged to the side, her fist reaching into the wall of fire. A heart-wrenching pain came, causing her to scream in pain. Impossible! With my current strength, how could I be hurt by your flames? That's impossible. You're just a low-level Saint Monarch spirit beast. Qin Yu shook her head in disbelief. Fire stared at her coldly. Using any power to increase your strength, the strength of your body and soul will never change. What you have increased is only your strength. That's impossible. My original level also surpassed yours. How could you possibly injure me? Unfortunately, this time, Qin Yu did not wait for fire to answer her question. The vines of the small tree attacked her from behind, and in an instant, they tied her up. Chapter 1504. What are you trying to do? Qin Yu tried her best to break free from the tree vines. Her pale face was filled with anger as her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the small tree. Suddenly, the small tree raised its hand and a vine whipped towards Qin Yu's body. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the courtyard. Ah! Qin Yu screamed in pain. Her beautiful and arrogant face turned pale in an instant. Her body trembled in anger as she bit her lips. Aren't you afraid of the Holy Maiden Tribe's revenge? The Holy Maiden Tribe? Hearing those 3 words, Xiao Mo's face darkened. Countless tree vines rose from behind him and flew towards Qin Yu with a whoosh. These tree vines were like long whips that quickly whipped Qin Yu's body. Thus, the entire courtyard could only hear the sound of pa pa pa. In just a moment, Qin Yu's flesh had split open and she was covered in blood. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her lips as she glared resentfully at the people in front of her. Especially Su Jun. This damned kid had not told me that these people were actually so powerful. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this state. At this moment, Su Jun had long been scared out of his wits. His eyes were filled with terror as his pupils dilated and he was peeing in his pants. Hee hee. Suddenly, Qinyu laughed coldly. The smile on her lips carried a sense of mockery as a determined light flashed across her eyes. The members of the Holy Maiden tribe have always preferred death to submission. To suffer such torture here, I might as well sacrifice myself here. Just as she finished speaking, Qinyu bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fresh blood dyed her clothes red and caused her face to turn even paler. In the end, her face turned completely pale. Just as the small tree retracted its vines, Qinyu's body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground with a loud thud. Bang! Suddenly, the small tree's knees went weak. His body staggered a little before he fell head first to the ground. Small tree. Fire was stunned for a moment before he quickly rushed in front of the small tree and hugged the little boy's small body tightly. What the hell is going on? Just now, the little tree said that the tree god's whip in Qinyu's hand belonged to his father. Fire, my mother is injured. Take her to the tree of life to heal her injuries first. As for me, the little tree lowered its eyes. I might have to sleep for a while to perfect the memories in my mind. All right, Fire nodded. She looked at Xiao Imo and the others. I'll leave the people of the profound Azure sect to you guys. I'll bring Master back to heal his injuries first. In an instant, a faint green light enveloped Yun Luofeng and the others, causing them to gradually disappear from the sky. Su Jun was already dumbfounded. His eyes had already changed from the initial fear to despair. Tree of Life. On the tree's stump, a faint green light surrounded the girl's body, calming her internal injuries. Bai Zhao's hand was tightly pressed against Yun Luofeng. The faint green light was emitted from her palm. It was filled with a gentle power, as if it was filled with vitality. I am the tree of life. I can bear the fruit of life. At the same time, my power can also heal people. Bai Zhao's voice was very gentle. Fortunately, your injuries are not very serious. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me. Yun Luofeng smiled as he looked at his palm. I should be glad that I obtained the spirit dragon's blood before this, which caused my body's toughness to undergo a qualitative change. If not for that, I would not have been able to suppress this attack. Chapter 1505. If not for the spirit dragon blood, she might have died from Qinyu's attack. Bai Xiao, do you know what's going on with the little tree? Yun Luofeng looked at the sleeping little boy and asked in a low voice. Bai Xiao gently closed her eyes. He didn't have any inherited memories before. In the end, because Qinyu took out the divine tree whip, it reminded him of his own father. Originally, he should have accepted the complete memory first before he could walk out of the previous state. Bai Xiao glanced at Yun Luofeng and said, however, you were injured. Your injury stimulated him, causing him to walk out of the inheritance without caring about anything else, causing a backlash. Now, he needs to rely on deep sleep to inherit his memory. How long does he need to sleep? I don't know. Maybe a year, maybe 3 years, maybe. It will be decades. Bai Xiao shook her head. Ever since Yun Luofeng used his body to block the attack for fire, she had already accepted this master from the bottom of her heart. However, she did not admit it. Yun Luofeng's gaze once again fell on the little tree. The corners of her lips curled up, and the smile on her face was as beautiful as a painting. I believe that he will return to my side soon. Bai Xiao was startled. She looked up at Yun Luofeng in surprise. After a long time, she sighed and said, I have not returned to the Holy Maiden tribe for nearly 1,000 years. The Holy Maiden tribe is no longer the same as before. Yun Luofeng did not say anything. Even though Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai were both from the Holy Maiden tribe, she still did not have a good impression of the Holy Maiden tribe. Bai Xiao seemed to have seen through Yun Luofeng's prejudice against the Holy Maiden tribe. She smiled helplessly and said, 8,000 years ago, even though everyone in the Holy Maiden tribe was arrogant, they were not rude. However, Qinyu attacked you indiscriminately. After 1,000 years of change, I no longer recognize the Holy Maiden tribe. Fire glared at Bai Xiao and said angrily, "You still have the nerve to talk about Qinyu? Didn't you also attack Master without saying a word before? I see that the people of the Holy Maiden tribe have not changed for many years." Bai Xiao's expression was a little awkward. Indeed, she was no different from the current Qinyu. If this happened to them, they would never be able to see how rude their behavior was. Only when they saw others would they understand how ridiculous their behavior was. Yun Luofeng's injuries were more or less healed. Bai Xiao slowly withdrew her hand, but at this moment, Yun Luofeng felt his soul tremble. Little Mo's voice rang out in his mind. "Master, bad news? Su Jun escaped." Su Jun escaped? Yun Luofeng frowned. She didn't have time to think and immediately left the Tree of Life. In the courtyard, the place where the flames burned was charred black, and the original appearance of the profound Azure sect could no longer be seen. In front of Yun Luofeng was Little Mo's anxious face. His eyes were filled with resentment. "Master, Qinyu set up a teleportation circle around Su Jun and sent him away." Teleportation array? Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Qinyu knows array formations? She had been seriously injured previously, so much so that she had not noticed Qinyu's movements at all. If she had not been injured, she would have been able to discover the array formation that Qinyu had set up. However, I don't understand. Why did Qinyu send Su Jun away and stay behind to die? Little Mo's puzzled voice rang out again. Just as Yun Luofeng was pondering, Bai Zhao's clear voice came from within his soul. Chapter 1506. The people of the Sacred Lady tribe are very arrogant. Qinyu failed her mission and was tortured so badly. She no longer has the face to return to the Sacred Lady tribe. Yun Luofeng shook his head as a light flashed across his eyes. If Qinyu really thought that way, she would not have tried to escape previously. I think that we will not take her lightly, so she did not have the chance to use the teleportation array to leave. Su Jun is different. Once Qinyu dies, we will not pay too much attention to Su Jun, so he had the chance to escape. Yun Luofeng squatted on the ground and carefully examined the array formation beneath him. This array formation was invisible. There were no markings on the ground, and no stones were placed on it. Therefore, unless one was an array master, they would not be able to sense the existence of this array formation. Yun Luofeng stood up in sudden realization. His fingers gently stroked his chin as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Qinyu is not an array master. This teleportation array is engraved in the rune. There is no need to set up any array. Moreover, this teleportation array is the work of Zhu Qian. It seemed that she would have to make a trip to the Sacred Lady tribe. As for why Qinyu left the chance to live to Su Jun, we guessed wrong. This teleportation array must use her death as a medium. In other words, the person who holds the rune cannot leave through the teleportation array. Only after her death can she choose to send someone else away. Before this, all the people of the Sacred Lady tribe had been slaughtered. The only person she could send away was Su Jun. Once Su Jun left, she could spread the news of her death and attract the people of the Sacred Lady tribe to avenge her. No wonder she did not notice Qinyu setting up the array formation. It was because this array formation did not need to be set up. As long as she died, it would automatically activate. Master? Little Mo's heart suddenly tightened. One Qinyu was already so difficult to deal with. How would they deal with a few more Sacred Lady tribe cultivators? Little Mo, you will cultivate in the spiritual blood pool during this period of time. We must increase our strength as soon as possible to deal with the Sacred Lady tribe cultivators. The spiritual blood pool was the blood-colored spiritual pool in the sorcerer tribe's illusion. Yun Luofeng had also used this spiritual blood pool to break through to the mid-level Holy Venerate. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the trembling profound Azure sect disciples. This disciple's strength was very weak. He was only a holy spirit, and the clothes he wore were the symbol of an outer disciple. He was the only remaining member of the profound Azure sect. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The Black Azure sect disciple knelt on the ground, his body trembling. I'm just a small outer sect disciple, I can't get involved in the conflict between the higher-ups. I don't know anything, please spare my life. Yun Luofeng's gaze was evil and cold. You can scram now. The profound Azure sect disciples widened their eyes in shock. He had thought that he would definitely die, but now, this girl actually said that he could leave? Was he sure he wasn't dreaming? Will you really let me go? Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept over this disciple. If you want to be their companion, I can fulfill your wish. Upon hearing this, the profound Azure sect's disciple trembled in fear and hurriedly ran down the mountain. Wait! Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him, causing his body to stiffen. He turned around mechanically with a long face. Chapter 1507. Is there anything else? The girl's robes were as white as snow. Tell the world that I, Yun Luofeng, am the one who destroyed Xianqing sect. Little Emo was not surprised by Yun Luofeng's words. He turned to the girl beside him and asked, Master, are you planning to use this person to spread the news that you are still alive? Yun Luofeng nodded silently. If Su Jun had not escaped, I would have let the Holy Lady tribe know that we were the ones who killed Qin Yu and the others. She paused for a moment before continuing. But now, since Su Jun has escaped, the Holy Maiden clan will definitely know that we were the ones who killed Qin Yu and the others. There's no need for me to hide. I might as well take this opportunity to find Hong Luan and Yun Xiao. It would be extremely difficult for her to find them. But there was a simpler way to get them to come looking for her. That was to spread the news that she was still alive. If they heard about it, they would definitely follow the path that he had taken to search for him. Fire, burn down this Xianqing sect. Let's go. After saying this, the young girl strode toward the mountain gate in the distance. The moment she walked out of the mountain gate, the entire profound Azure sect was enveloped in a beautiful flame, which made the setting sun look bright red. East Continent. Continent Lord's mansion. Hong Ling stood in front of the bed with her hands behind her back. Her robes looked lonely and desolate under the cold moonlight. Continent Lord. Suddenly, a guard's hurried voice was heard. Without waiting for Hong Ling's reply, he had already pushed open the door and knelt on one knee. Continent Lord, I have something to report. What is it? Hong Ling frowned and asked coldly. Ever since Yun Luofeng's death, Hong Wan had been shuttling through dangerous places just to increase her strength. She had not stepped foot into East Continent in the past few years. How could he not be worried? Continent Lord, I just heard a piece of news. Apparently, Ling Continent's Xianqing sect has been destroyed. Hong Ling's frown deepened, her eyes sharp. What does the destruction of Xianqing sect have to do with me? In the future, you don't have to report to me about anything other than eldest Mrs. Matters. But, Continent Lord, the person who destroyed the profound Azure sect was named Yun Luofeng. What? Hong Ling's eyes widened. He was so excited that his body began to tremble. Did you hear me correctly? Is it really Yun Luofeng? It's absolutely true. It's just that I don't know if this Yun Luofeng is the same person as her. Hong Ling laughed maniacally. Quick, send someone to find Luan and tell her the good news. It doesn't matter if they're the same person or if it's just a coincidence. This news will bring hope to Luan. Yes, Continent Lord. The guard cupped his fists and was about to leave when he was stopped by Hong Luan. Wait. A smile appeared on Hong Ling's face. Also, send someone to Zhongzhou State and tell Grandpa Jun about this. At the same time, Grandpa Jun, who was sighing in his courtyard, had already heard the rumors outside before Hong Ling could inform him of the news. Mudong, did you hear it outside? Recently, there have been rumors going around that Ling Continent's Xian Azure sect has been destroyed, and the culprit was that lass, Feng. Mudong sneered and splashed cold water on the rumors. How do you know that the person who destroyed the profound Azure sect is that girl? Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Chapter 1508. Grandpa Jun's expression changed immediately and he said angrily, What do you know? Do you know how I've been living all these years? I wish that girl was still alive. Unfortunately, all the news she brought me was despair. Now that I finally have hope, I will never give up. Mudong sighed. Are you going back to Ling Continent? Yes, I'm going to verify this news. You really should go back. The Jun family has not been very peaceful these days. Those who were bullied by you are looking for a way to get back at you. Grandpa Jun stood up from his chair and sneered. I really need to go back to the Jun family. Those who cause trouble for the Jun family, I will go to them one by one in the future. All these years, I've been living in seclusion. They thought I was dead and wanted a yard after I gave them an inch. In fact, the Jun family's current status was inseparable from Grandpa Jun. If not for their fear of Grandpa Jun, perhaps a force like the Xianqing sect would also dare to cause trouble for the Jun family. Therefore, if Grandpa Jun were to die, the Jun family would collapse at the first blow. Jun Ling Tian, if you need anything, send me a message. I will immediately go to Ling Continent to help you. Mu Dong looked at his old friend in front of him and said solemnly. Thank you for your hospitality all these years. Grandpa Jun patted Mu Dong's shoulder. When I find my granddaughter, don't forget to come to my Jun family for a drink. Mu Dong's lips moved, but he could not bear to pour cold water on Grandpa Jun again. After spending so much time with Grandpa Jun, how could he not know the old man's pain all these years? Now that there was hope, it was a good thing for him. All right, when the time comes, I will definitely go to the Jun family for a drink. In a small town, the residents on the streets could not help but glance at the girl in the middle of the road, their eyes filled with amazement. It was a girl dressed in yellow. She was not old, but she had a noble air about her. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and she was as beautiful as a fairy in the wind. Hey, have you heard? The Xianqing sect in Ling Continent was destroyed some time ago. Voices of discussion could be heard from the side, but it was unknown who said this. The passers-by who were paying attention to the girl all turned to look at the person who said it. The person beside him asked, Profound Azure Sect? I heard that the Profound Azure Sect's sect master is already a Saint Monarch expert. Who has the ability to destroy the Profound Azure Sect? Originally, these people's conversation had nothing to do with the yellow-clothed girl. She didn't even turn her head. But in the next moment, her footsteps suddenly stopped. This matter isn't really a secret in these continents. It's just that the town we're in is a bit closed off from information, so I only heard about it recently. Everyone is saying that the person who destroyed the Profound Azure Sect was a woman called Yun Luofeng. Hua. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he saw that the yellow-clothed girl, who was previously eye-catching, had unknowingly appeared in front of him. The girl's expression was extremely excited. She grabbed his clothes and asked anxiously, Yun Luofeng? Did you just say that the person who destroyed the Profound Azure Sect was called Yun Luofeng? Yun Luofeng, she was still alive? Huang Yingying's lips were trembling, and tears almost shot out, but she forcibly controlled them. The young man was stunned. I only heard about it. It was said that a survivor of the Profound Azure Sect spread the news, but I don't know the specifics. Chapter 1509. Huang Yingying's hand slowly loosened. In the end, she couldn't hold back her tears. She hurriedly covered her mouth as tears slowly flowed through the gaps between her fingers. She's still alive, she's really still alive. No one knew how much pain she had felt back then when she heard that Yun Luofeng had died. If it wasn't for her, she wouldn't have been able to achieve what she had today. While the young man was still in shock, he realized that the yellow-clothed girl who had been standing in front of him had suddenly disappeared. When he raised his head, the girl was already at the city gate and had left the small city in the blink of an eye. Once the news of Yun Luofeng's death spread, some people rejoiced, while others grieved. Northern Continent. Within the continent lord's residence, under the red curtains, Ling Chen was pressing down on the petite girl. If it was before, facing such a petite and beautiful girl, Ling Chen's heart would have been filled with worry. However, ever since he had been whipped by the little tree in the eastern continent, he had lost his manhood. He could only push the girl on the bed onto the ground as he furiously yelled, "Piss off, all of you piss off." The girl was so scared that she crawled up. She didn't even have time to put on her clothes before quickly retreating. Ling Chen clenched his fists. His gentle face was now filled with rage and hatred. With father's power, he still hasn't found out who it was that attacked me that night. And that Yun Luofeng, if it wasn't for him, Hong Wan would have long since become my wife. Luckily, he had heard that this woman had died in the sorcerer clan, allowing him to vent the anger that he had been holding in for so many days. Young master, young master. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly ran in from outside the door. His footsteps were a little unsteady, and he almost fell to his knees. Young master, something big has happened. The Ling continent's mysterious Azure sect has been destroyed. I heard that the person who destroyed the mysterious Azure sect was Yun Luofeng. What? Bang. Ling Chen kicked the table beside him, flipping it upside down. He gritted his teeth as his hatred reached the heavens. That damned Yun Luofeng didn't die? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it, I definitely don't believe it. Ling Chen had completely gone mad. He held his head and roared, his face twisted and his eyes filled with a red light. The servant was scared silly. Perhaps he had never expected that the news that Yun Luofeng was not dead would cause his young master to suffer such a blow. No, he had to report this to the continent lord. Otherwise, the young master would fall into a demonic barrier. The servant no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to report this matter to the continent lord. Compared to the joy of the people in front of them, the North Continent Prefecture was in chaos. Ling Continent, Jun family. In a desolate valley not far away, a group of people in different clothes were gathered together, discussing something in low voices. The leader was a man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks. His eyes revealed a sinister look as he whispered, "We're almost at the Jun family's residence. This time, we must make sure that the Jun family will never have the strength to rise again. Boss, although the Jun family's old master Jun is not here, he is still a famous expert. If we go there rashly, won't we attract a disaster?" The monkey-faced man frowned when he heard his subordinate's words. He then said in a rather impatient tone, "Don't you know that the Qin sect and the Heartless Valley of the South Continent have joined forces with the Zixia sect and the Blue Thunder clan of the North Continent? They want to cause trouble for the Jun family? Moreover, I've also heard that the Blue Thunder clan has already found the granddaughter of the Jun family's patriarch." Chapter 15:10. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the Jun family had really fallen into the hands of the Blue Thunder clan, then the Jun family would truly be finished this time. Who didn't know that Grandpa Jun had abandoned the Jun family all these years to search for his lost daughter? How could he be willing to give up his granddaughter's whereabouts now? With this information, the Jun family could only be at the mercy of the Blue Thunder clan. Boss, is this information reliable? We don't want to go to the Jun family and die. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. It's absolutely true. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Grandpa Jun's daughter is still alive. There were even people who saw a young girl with Grandpa Jun's token. It is said that the young girl is Grandpa Jun's granddaughter. At this point, the monkey-like man paused for a moment before continuing. Not long ago, the Blue Thunder clan found a girl with a jade token in her hand. The word Jun was written on the jade token. Moreover, she was showing off to everyone that she was the daughter of the Jun family's lost eldest daughter. The man's words gave his companions confidence and made them even more hopeful for this trip. Who? Suddenly, one of the men felt the branches of the ancient tree in front of them move. His expression suddenly changed and he shouted. In an instant, everyone looked at the ancient tree in front of them. On the tree, the girl slightly straightened her body. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. She lazily leaned against the branch and glanced at the people below. "You've disturbed my rest." Everyone's eyes were full of tears as they stared blankly at the girl who was as beautiful as a painting. From the beginning until now, they had never seen someone so beautiful to this degree. In particular, her languid and demonic voice made them feel as if a hand was caressing their hearts, making them feel numb and itchy. "Miss," the monkey-faced man was the first to come back to his senses. He frowned slightly. "It was an accident that we disturbed you, but you overheard our conversation. So, if you cut off your own tongue and cripple your hands, we'll let you leave." Everyone reacted when they heard this. This girl had heard their conversation. If they didn't cripple her, it would be troublesome if she went to the Jun family to inform them. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd below with a faint smile. "Before that, I have a few questions to ask you." Her lips curled up. First, you said that there is a woman with the Jun family's jade tablet who claims to be Grandpa Jun's granddaughter? The monkey-faced man sneered. Looks like you've heard a lot. Have you seen what that jade tablet looks like? How can I see such a thing? Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, then hurry up and do it. Looking at the man's impatient expression, Yun Luofeng's smile deepened. All right, then the second question, how would you like me to act? Isn't that nonsense? I'll first cut off your tongue, and then cripple your arms. Henceforth, your mouth won't be able to speak, and your hands won't be able to write. Then, I won't have to worry about you spreading this matter to the Jun family. Very well. The woman nodded slightly. Since you've already said so, how can I not do as you wish? Hearing this, the man's lips curled into a complacent smile. At least this woman knows what's good for her. If that's the case, I'll spare her life. Just as the man raised his head, he suddenly realized that the woman in white on the tree branch had disappeared. His face was filled with shock, but in the next second, a sword light slashed across his wrist, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 15:11. Swoosh. Just as he opened his mouth, another ray of sword light slashed through his mouth, and a section of his tongue fell out. Ugh! The man covered his bloody mouth, and his eyes widened in horror as he looked at the woman in white standing in front of him. The woman's clothes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust. However, this woman in white was no different from a demon in everyone's eyes. You're the one who told me to cut off my tongue and cripple my arms. Yun Luofeng shrugged lightly and smiled wickedly. So, I fulfilled your wish. Are you satisfied? The man took a few steps back, his face pale. His body trembled slightly, but he could not make a sound. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and looked at the people around him. These people had long been scared silly, and when they met the woman's gaze, they shivered in fear. How many parties went to besiege the Jun family? Yun Luofeng's voice was very cold, but it caused everyone to tremble in fear. A total of 11 parties, a young man in black finally replied. In addition to the 4 parties we just mentioned, there were also other families from various continents. These people had been offended by the Jun family before, but they did not dare to do anything because of Grandpa Jun. That is, until the Blue Thunder clan caught a woman who is suspected to be Grandpa Jun's granddaughter. He used the word suspected, but whether or not the woman was Grandpa Jun's granddaughter still needed to be verified. When the young man finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the woman in white who had been standing in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Do we still want to go to the Jun family? Someone asked. Go my ass. The one who said this must be a rough man. Didn't you see that the boss has been crippled? Going to the Jun family is suicide. If we meet this crazy woman again, we will lose our lives. The man looked at the crowd and continued. If the Jun family is dead, we will only be watching the show. If the Jun family is not destroyed, then we will pay with our lives today. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. They ignored the shrieking monkey-like creature and left in the direction where they came from. Master, based on the words of these people, we can confirm that the person who possesses this jade token is Grandpa Jun's maternal granddaughter. The continent lord of the eastern continent was not wrong. Little Mo's voice resounded in his soul. In the beginning, Yun Luofeng hadn't revealed her identity to Old Man Jun because she hadn't dared to confirm the relationship between this jade tablet and the Jun family. What if the jade doesn't belong to Old Man Jun, but to someone else in the Jun family? After all, she had once heard that Old Master Ling had a younger brother who had tried to assassinate Old Master Ling in order to seize power. He had even colluded with the previous continent lord of Ling continent and caused Old Master Ling's wife and daughter to be separated. Therefore, she was afraid that Jun Fengling was not related to Old Master Shin, but the daughter of Old Master Shin's enemy who killed his wife. That was why she did not dare to act rashly. Even though Hong Ling had spoken earlier, she had only asked her to make a trip to the Jun family. She might be able to find some useful information there, but she did not confirm that the jade token belonged to Grandpa Jun. The only thing she could be sure of was that the jade token belonged to Jun Fengling when she was still in her infancy and was not stolen. If my jade medallion is Grandpa Jun's, then what is the medallion in that woman's hand? Yun Luofeng took out the jade medallion from his bosom and gripped it tightly. His brows furrowed as he pondered. Chapter 15:12. Master, if you don't know if the jade tablet you have is real or fake, then you can go to the Jun family and wait for Grandpa Jun to return. He will definitely be able to verify whose jade tablet is real. Perhaps this is the only way. Yun Luofeng put away the jade tablet once again. However, just in case, I cannot reveal the jade tablet for the time being. Otherwise, if my jade tablet does not belong to the Jun family, it will definitely attract trouble. Xiao Imo knew that Yun Luofeng's words were very reasonable. Hong Ling was just an outsider. Determining that it belonged to the Jun family just based on the word Jun was definitely not very reliable. Moreover, now that a woman with a jade tablet had appeared, even Yun Luofeng could not be sure if his jade tablet was really related to the Jun family. Wouldn't it be very awkward if it was a misunderstanding? Master, then we will go to the Jun family now and wait for Grandpa Jun to return to verify whether that woman is real or fake. If that woman is real, then we can leave. If she is fake, then it will not be too late for you to take out the jade tablet. This was indeed the most conservative method. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate and once again flew quickly towards the sky of the Jun family. The Jun family. Jun Xian looked coldly at the various experts who had surrounded the Jun family in the void. His expression was as sharp as a sword. Behind him stood all the experts of the Jun family, facing off against the experts in the void. Ling stood silently behind her father. Her delicate little face had a touch of anxiety. Her eyes looked towards the void from time to time, and there was a faint trace of worry in her intelligent eyes. Why has grandfather not returned at this time? If he does not return, will the Jun family be able to hold on? Ling, it's all right. The handsome man beside her held Jun Ling's hand tightly. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. You must believe in your uncle's ability. The Jun family will definitely pass this hurdle. Jun Ling nodded, her eyes still filled with worry. Cousin, if we really cannot hold on any longer, take mother and leave. I want to live and die with the Jun family here. This Jun family was built by her grandfather. She would not leave. Ling, don't be silly. I will not leave without you. I believe that aunt is the same. Hua Yifei looked at Jun Linger with affection in his eyes. He was the nephew of Jun Linger's mother and they were childhood sweethearts. The two of them were innocent and in a few years, he was going to marry Ling. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Haha. An arrogant laughter rang out from the void. This laughter was filled with arrogance and disdain for the Jun family. Jun Xian brat, your master isn't here. Let's see how you're going to get through this. Jun Xian sneered. So what if master isn't here? I, Jun Xian, am the head of the Jun family. I will not allow you to harm the Jun family. His voice was full of vigor and powerful. I'd like to see if you can still say the same thing. Let's go together and kill these Jun family bastards. The man sneered and took the lead to dive towards Jun Xian. The war was on the verge of breaking out. On the streets of Jun City, the residents had already gone into hiding when they heard the commotion. They did not even dare to take a look. They were afraid that this war would affect them, who were innocent. Defei, I'll leave Ling Ru. You must ensure her safety later. Jun Xian looked at the enemies diving towards him and instructed in a low voice. Chapter 15:13. Uncle, don't worry. I won't let anyone touch little sister Ling. Hua Yifei's voice was solemn as he made a solemn vow. Originally, Jun Xian didn't want Ling to participate in this battle. However, Ling claimed that she wanted to face life and death together with the Jun family. Therefore, he had no choice but to let Hua Yifei protect her. On the other side, Hua Yifei was fighting the enemies while observing Jun Ling's situation. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. Ling had been traveling with Grandpa Jun all these years. Her strength had improved a lot. She was no longer the little girl who hid behind him for protection. At this moment, Hua Yifei didn't know if he was proud or disappointed. In short, if he didn't work hard, this girl would surpass him in the future. Cousin, it's enough for you to take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Ling wiped the blood that splashed on her face. Her light voice was like that of an oriole, clear and sweet. I won't embarrass grandfather. As a daughter of the Jun family, How could she be useless? Grandpa Jun had trained her. If she couldn't defeat these people, wouldn't she embarrass Grandpa Jun? Hua Yifei nodded. He was reassured by Ling Er's growth. He began to focus on fighting the enemies in front of him. I didn't expect Jun Xian to be so strong. An elder of the Blue Thunder clan had a gloomy look on his face. It will be very disadvantageous for us if this continues. After all, the Jun family has many enemies and many allies. I'm afraid that our entire army will be wiped out if those people rush over to help us. Thinking of this, the elder's eyes flashed. He took a few steps back and sneered. Jun Xian, I heard that your Jun family found Jun Ling Tian's granddaughter some time ago? What does it have to do with you? Jun Xian said mockingly. Your Jun family's granddaughter obviously has nothing to do with me. But unfortunately, that girl has already fallen into the hands of our Blue Thunder clan. What? Jun Xian was shocked by the news. He didn't even see the attack in front of him. With a bang, he took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Uncle! Jun Ling and Hua Yifei's expressions changed drastically. One after another, they rushed to Jun Xian and helped him up. Dad, are you okay? Jun Ling was so distressed that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red as she looked at Jun Xian anxiously. If it was in the past, Jun Xian would definitely not bear to see his daughter cry. But now, he was in no mood to care about Jun Ling. His eyes were red as he stared at the Green Thunder Clan elder. What did you say? My poor niece is in your hands? The elder of the Green Thunder Clan sneered. That's right. I've already verified that the jade tablet in her hand belongs to the Jun family. Give me the jade token. Show me the jade token. Jun Xian slowly straightened his body and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Jade token? The elder of the Green Thunder Clan sneered. With a wave of his hand, a jade token appeared in his hand. From afar, Jun Xian could only see the word Jun engraved on the jade token, but he couldn't see the specific lines. He quickly rushed towards the Blue Thunder Clan elder, wanting to snatch the jade token and study it. The elder of the Green Thunder Clan elder exerted force in his hand. The jade token immediately turned into powder and drifted into the air. Chapter 1514. No! Jun Xian's eyes widened as he clenched his fists, his hands trembling. You're asking for it? This jade token was the only way to verify one's identity. Now that it had turned into powder in the hands of the Green Thunder Clan's elder, how could he verify his niece's identity? You want this jade token back, but I won't let you have it. I'm going to destroy this token. What are you going to do about it? The Green Thunder Clan's elder laughed coldly and waved his hand. Men, bring that woman here. Not long after, 2 guards escorted a woman over from behind. The woman was tied up and had a lifeless expression on her face. It was obvious that she had suffered a great shock recently, so much so that her face was extremely pale. Wah! The moment she saw the Jun family, the young woman burst into tears. Uncle, save me. The word uncle made Jun Xian's heart twitch. You're my master's granddaughter? Actually, when the Green Thunder Clan brought the green-clothed woman over, Jun Xian already had some confidence. After all, if the Green Thunder Clan didn't have absolute confidence, they wouldn't have dared to bring her over. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see the jade token, of course. If the jade token had only been crushed into powder, he would have been able to determine the material of the jade token from the powder and determine its authenticity. However, the powder had already been scattered by the wind and blown to every corner of the city. It would be very difficult for him to find out. The woman in green cried miserably, her face pale. Not long ago, my mother told me that I was not her biological daughter, but an adopted one. Then she gave me this jade token and asked me to come to the Jun family to look for my family. In fact, after the news of the Jun family's granddaughter being in the 7 continents spread, everyone in the 7 continents knew of her existence. Along with that, the pattern of the jade token was also spread. That day, the woman in green, Chao Yueqin, was in a state of frustration. She had finally found someone she loved, but she was mocked by her beloved for his lowly status. Therefore, she angrily went back to her mother and asked why she had such a useless father. so much so that she was ridiculed. A few days later, her mother handed her the jade tablet and told her that she was, in fact, Grandpa Jun's granddaughter. After receiving such a pleasant surprise, Chao Yueqin couldn't help but go to the people who ridiculed her to show off. However, she accidentally encountered people from the Blue Thunder clan, who took her away and imprisoned her. From the beginning to the end, Chao Yueqin had never doubted the authenticity of the jade pendant. She had also forgotten that her mother was a sculptor, so it was extremely easy for her to carve a jade pendant according to the pattern. The people of the Blue Thunder clan hadn't expected that someone would dare to impersonate the granddaughter of the Jun family's old master under such circumstances. Moreover, they hadn't expected that someone in this world would be able to carve a fake jade tablet in such a manner. The only difference was probably the material. Unfortunately, the people of the Blue Thunder clan didn't know what material Yun Luofeng's jade tablet was made of. As for Jun Xian, he hadn't even touched the jade token, so how could he be sure? Let her go. Jun Xian was already 30% convinced, and he berated in a stern voice, "If you dare touch her in the slightest, I'll make you die a graveless death." Ha! The elder of the Blue Thunder clan laughed 3 times, and the corners of his lips curled up in disdain. "It wasn't easy for me to capture this girl, so how could I let her go so easily? And Jun Xian are willing to commit suicide in front of me." Chapter 15:15. Father! Jun Ling-er's heart trembled. She clutched Jun Xian's hand tightly and shook her head. "Father, don't." Jun Xian smiled as he looked at the elder's wrinkled face. "If this girl is really my niece, I would rather die than break Master's heart. Unfortunately, you've destroyed the jade pendant. I can't confirm if she's really my unfortunate niece." Jun Xian's eyes flashed. "That's why I'll have to wait for my father to return." The elder sneered. "Do you think I'll fall for your delaying trick? I'll give you one chance now. Kill yourself in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kill this girl." He raised his hand and lifted Chao Yueqin's robe in front of him. Spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He only needed one move to kill Chao Yueqin. "No, I don't want to die. Uncle, save me." Chao Yueqin screamed anxiously. "I'm really your niece, I'm sure of it." Jun Xian's expression changed when he saw that the elder was about to kill Chao Yueqin. He quickly shouted, "Stop." Sure enough, the Blue Thunder clan's elder stopped and sneered at Jun Xian. "So, have you made up your mind?" Jun Xian took a deep breath and looked at Jun Ling-er lovingly. He raised his hand and caressed her tear-stained face. "Ling-er, Master gave me my life. I'm willing to die for Master." "Father!" Ling-er hugged Jun Xian tightly as tears streamed down her face. "I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die." Bang! Jun Xian raised his hand and pushed Ling-er away. Hua Yifei stepped forward and hugged Ling-er's trembling body tightly. "All right." Jun Xian slowly turned around and looked at the elder's sinister face. "I'll do as you wish. I hope you'll keep your promise and let her go." Even if the Jun family was destroyed, it wouldn't be as good as his niece. But Master to run around for his niece all these years? Now that he finally found his niece, how could he let her go again? "Cousin, let me go. I can't lose father." Ling-er kept struggling in Hua Yifei's arms, her face filled with despair and pain. "Don't make me hate you." The word hate you made Hua Yifei's heart tremble. Since she was young, Ling-er had always liked to stick to him, but she had never said that she hated him. "Ling-er, this is Uncle's decision. It's useless for us to stop him. If you go forward, you'll only get hurt." Hua Yifei's heart ached. How could he let his uncle sacrifice himself? It was a pity that they had no other choice now. No. Seeing that Jun Xian had already walked in front of the Green Thunder Clan elder, Ling-er's voice was hoarse as she shouted. Chao Yueqin, whose face was originally filled with fear, now had a hint of hope on her face. As long as his uncle was willing to die, he would be able to live. "Uncle, thank you. I will inherit the Jun family in your place and accompany my grandfather." Before Grandpa Jun could confirm Chao Yueqin's identity, he had already determined that she was the daughter of the Jun family's eldest daughter. So, who else would the inheritance of the Jun family be given to if not her? Could it be Jun Ling-er? She was only the daughter of Grandpa Jun's disciple. How could she be compared to the real miss of the Jun family? Even now, Chao Yueqin still could not believe that she had turned from a sparrow to a phoenix. From a powerless person, she had become the miss of the Jun family. Chapter 1516. Jun Linger's heart trembled as she glared at Chao Yueqin angrily. If it wasn't for her, the Jun family wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Her father wouldn't have sacrificed his life to save her. But now, not only was she not guilty, she even dared to say such things? If Chao Yueqin could hear Jun Linger's thoughts, she would definitely scoff. Guilty? Why should she feel guilty? Even though Jun Xian was the head of the Jun family, he was only Grandpa Jun's disciple. The Jun family raised them. Shouldn't they contribute? Why should she be grateful? Linger, she is Grandpa Jun's granddaughter. We can't do anything about it. Hua Yifei's voice rang in Jun Linger's ears, bringing her back to her senses from her monstrous rage. That's right, this woman is Grandpa's granddaughter. So what if I'm angry? I've seen Grandpa's pain all these years. How can I bear to let Grandpa Jun continue to suffer? Father! Jun Linger was no longer as impulsive as before. She glared hatefully at the people in front of Jun Xian. I swear, I will take revenge for these people who harmed you. She would not let go of any of the forces present. The elder of the Green Thunder clan snorted, his face expressionless. Jun Xian, can you make your move now? Jun Xian closed his eyes gently. After a long time, he opened them again. Fei, you and Linger have been engaged since you were young. Now, I want you to promise me that you will treat Linger wholeheartedly. You will not let her down. You will not have any concubines. Can you do that? As a father, the only thing he could not let go of was his daughter before he died. Uncle, Hua Yifei's eyes reddened. I swear that I will not let Linger down. I will not have any other woman besides her. Good, then I can rest assured. Jun Xian's face lit up with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand before he gently closed his eyes. Father! Jun Linger's voice was lacerated as her body trembled violently. Endless hatred and rage filled her tiny heart. Jun Xian wanted to turn around and take another look at his daughter, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear to leave because of this. Thus, he forcefully restrained his urge to turn around and placed the long sword on his neck. Brother Xian. Suddenly, an anxious female voice came from within the Jun family. Jun Xian's body trembled, but he didn't say anything in the end. At the door, the beautiful woman leaned against the door and looked at Jun Xian with a pained expression. She wanted to go up and stop her husband, but a wave of powerlessness washed over her and she almost collapsed. Brother Xian, don't. This wife and daughter used to be Jun Xian's everything. Now, he had no choice but to abandon them, just to repay his master's kindness. What are you waiting for? The Blue Thunder Clan elder's face was filled with impatience. If you don't make a move, I'll kill this girl. Let her go, and I'll kill myself right in front of you. Jun Xian glanced at the Green Thunder Clan elder and said in a deep voice. After saying that, he began to move. The Jun family is really lively. I wonder if I'm late? At this moment, a lazy voice came from the sky, causing Jun Xian's hand to tremble slightly. However, he still did not raise his head. The long sword in his hand had already drawn a line across his neck. You're giving in because of a little threat? Is this all the prestige of the Jun family's master? Boom. In an instant, countless vines extended from the ground and snatched the long sword from Jun Xian's hand before he could react. Chapter 1517. At the same time, the Blue Thunder Elder felt his grip loosen. Chao Yueqin had been snatched away by the tree vines and was thrown towards the Jun family's side. Chao Yueqin screamed in fright. She hurriedly closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt herself falling into an embrace. Only then did she carefully open her eyes. What greeted her eyes was a handsome face. The man was dressed in a brocade robe, gentle and elegant. He was the dream lover of most women. Even the object of her love was not half as good as this man. Chao Yueqin blushed at the thought and lowered her head shyly. However, after Hua Yifei rescued Chao Yueqin, he placed her to one side and did not spare her a glance from beginning to end. His eyes were on Jun Ling, the whole time. Chao Yueqin cursed in her heart. I am the real lady of the Jun family. What is this Jun Ling? With Grandpa Jun's love for his daughter, he will definitely dote on my granddaughter. At that time, Grandpa Jun will definitely order Jun Ling, to break off the engagement with him. Chao Yueqin was in a good mood. She was no longer the same as before. No one could pressure her any. In the void, the woman in white slowly stood there. Her slightly raised eyebrows were filled with arrogance and domineeringness. It's you. Jun Ling, stared blankly at Yun Luofeng. I heard that you've already died in the hands of the witch demon tribe? Ling, do you know this lady? Jun Xian was overjoyed to see Yun Luofeng save Chao Yueqin. He asked after hearing Jun Ling's words. Father, this is the genius I told you about before. Jun Ling's heart relaxed. She's also grandfather's adopted granddaughter. Chao Yueqin frowned. Grandpa Jun already had Jun Ling. Now he has a granddaughter? She was especially annoyed to see that Jun Ling was so close to her. Logically speaking, shouldn't Jun Ling be revolving around him? She was the young lady of the Jun family. Who did this granddaughter think she was? Why did he attract so much attention the moment he arrived? So it's Miss Yun. Jun Xian smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks for Miss Yun's help. I wonder if Miss Yun has come to the Jun family this time. I'm here to look for Grandpa Jun, Yun Luofeng muttered to himself for a while before speaking. The old master is not at the Jun residence at the moment. If the young lady is willing, you can wait for me at the Jun residence. I believe that the old master will return very soon once he hears of your arrival. Jun Xian had never met Yun Luofeng before, but he had mentioned Ling. Moreover, from her words, he could tell that Ling admired and respected this girl. If she were to stay in the Jun family, Ling might be able to learn from her. The elder of the Blue Thunder clan snorted coldly and interrupted the two of them with an ugly expression. His gloomy eyes swept over Yun Luofeng. Young lady, if you dare to help the Jun family, you'll be making an enemy out of our Blue Thunder clan. You better think about the consequences. Blue Thunder clan? Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. The Jun family was defeated by them. Why would they need to use such a method to threaten them if they could defeat the Jun family? You. The elder of the Blue Thunder clan trembled with anger. His plan was about to succeed, but it was disrupted by this damned girl. He went from being active to being passive. How could he let go of this hatred so easily? Chapter 1518. Yun Luofeng turned a deaf ear to him and walked down from the sky. There was a long distance between the sky and the ground, but everyone only saw her take a few steps and she was already in front of Jun Ling. Perhaps it was because they had not seen each other for a long time, but Jun Ling was very happy. Even she did not know that when she first saw Yun Luofeng, she could not help but want to be close to her. There seemed to be something about this young girl that attracted her. Miss Yun. Jun Xian ignored the furious elder of the Blue Thunder clan and smiled at Yun Luofeng. You are a guest, so I will let Ling take you to rest. Let the Jun family handle the matters here. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. She had no intention of getting involved in the Jun family's fight, but she could not let Jun Xian die here before she found out the relationship between the Jun family and Jun Feng Ling, Blue Thunder clan. Jun Xian sneered and turned to look at the elder of the Blue Thunder clan. You took advantage of my master's absence to cause trouble for the Jun family, and then you captured the lost bloodline of the Jun family. I will definitely settle this score with you. The faces of the cultivators who besieged the Jun family had already changed. They did not expect this to happen. Elder, something bad has happened. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind. A disciple of the Blue Thunder clan stumbled over, his face full of panic. I just received news that the Fire Wind sect and other major sects have arrived and are about to charge into the city. What? The elder of the Blue Thunder clan turned pale. If it was just the Jun family, they would have no problem escaping even if they could not win. But now that the Fire Wind sect and other major sects had come to help the Jun family, they would be destroyed. Gritting his teeth, the elder of the Blue Thunder clan gave the order and ran out of the city. Unfortunately, before he could leave Jun City, Countless silhouettes floated in the air and surrounded them. It was impossible to escape. Lord Jun, we're late. Please don't take offense, Lord Junha. The person in the lead was a handsome middle-aged man. His laughter was hearty and heroic, resounding in the sky above Jun City. The Jun family had many enemies. But at the same time, there were even more people who had received help from Grandpa Jun. Now that these people had heard about the Jun family's misfortune, they had moved out in full force to protect the Jun family. You guys came at the right time. Please help me kill these people. Jun Xian laughed and said, Don't worry, Lord Jun. We won't let any of them leave. Hua! The handsome middle-aged man waved his hand. In an instant, the crowd behind him surged forward and launched a fierce attack on the forces of the Cyan Thunder clan. Countless people would die in this battle. Rivers of blood would flow, but even more people would only have themselves to blame. Yun Luofeng didn't even spare a glance at the battle in the city. Instead, he followed Jun Ling into the Jun family's residence. Ling Tifei. The beautiful woman who had been leaning against the door hurriedly walked towards the two of them and tightly held their hands. After making sure that there were no problems with their bodies, she let out a sigh of relief. She turned towards Yun Luofeng and smiled slightly. Miss, it was all thanks to you that my husband survived. It was no trouble at all. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, making anyone who heard it feel comfortable. Chapter 1519. Mother, Jun Linger supported her mother's body. You are not feeling well. I will let my cousin help you back to your room to rest. I have to entertain Lady Yun and... Jun Linger paused and turned to look at the disdainful Chao Yuaqin. She frowned. However, she understood Chao Yuaqin's identity. Thus, no matter how dissatisfied she was, she could only endure it. And this Chao, I am the legitimate young lady of the Jun family. You should call me eldest young lady, but since you are my grandpa's adopted granddaughter, you can just call me elder sister. Jun Linger's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with anger. She had followed her grandfather for so many years, but she had never been so angry. Linger, the beautiful woman hurriedly grasped Linger's hand and gave her a meaningful look. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chao Yuaqin with a smile. You've suffered in the outside world all these years. In a moment, I'll have the servant girls arrange for you to rest. She only let the servant take Chao Yuaqin to rest and did not let her daughter entertain her. It was obvious that Chao Yuaqin and Yun Luofeng were very different in her heart. If Chao Yuaqin was not the granddaughter of Old Master Jun, she would not be so polite to her. However, Chao Yuaqin did not sense the difference between the two of them. She continued to raise her chin like an arrogant peacock. Jun Linger stomped her foot angrily as she watched the servant take Chao Yuaqin away. Mother, how could someone like grandfather have a granddaughter like this? In comparison, she preferred Yun Luofeng. The beautiful woman smiled. Your grandfather will have to come back to verify whether she is the real young lady of the Jun family. For now, you should just go along with her. Mother, you mean? Jun Linger's eyes flickered and a bright smile appeared on her adorable face. We did not see the jade token, right? Does the Blue Thunder clan think she is? In any case, I trust your grandfather more. Everything will be decided when he comes back. Jun Linger's smile was very lively and her eyes were as clear as a spring. Mother, I do not want Chao Yuaqin to be a member of the Jun family. Moreover, if she didn't see wrongly, when her cousin went to save her, that woman's eyes lit up as she looked at her cousin and almost pounced on him. The more Jun Linger thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't help but glare at Hua Yifei. Hua Yifei didn't know what he had done wrong, and his face was full of confusion. He was afraid that Jun Linger's anger would reach him, so he hurriedly held the beautiful woman's hand and said softly, Aunt, let me help you to rest. The beautiful woman glanced at the two of them. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, All right, I'll have to trouble you, Fei. After the two of them left, Jun Linger held onto Yun Luofeng's arm in a very familiar manner. The corners of her lips curled into a smile as bright as the sun. Although this is the second time we've met, I like you very much. How about I call you Big Sister Yun in the future? Yun Luofeng looked up and met a pair of eyes that were as clear as water. The young lady in front of him was like a fairy of the forest, pure like a piece of white paper. All right. She wasn't a cold person, and she wouldn't push people 1,000 miles away. If the other party gave her a good feeling, what harm was there in being friends? However, there were very few friends that she could befriend. In this mainland, there were only a few of them. Chapter 1520. Sister Yun, I'll take you to your room to rest. After Jun Linger finished speaking, she secretly whispered in Yun Luofeng's ear, just now, the servant girl took Chao Yueqin to the West Court, so I'll arrange for you to stay in the East Court. I can see that you don't like Chao Yueqin, so you definitely want to stay far away from her. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, but his voice was lazy. Then let's go. After Jun Ling arranged for Yun Luofeng, the battle in the city was almost over. Suddenly, a servant girl hurried over and reported, Miss, the master wants you to go to the study. Father is looking for me? Jun Ling pursed her lips. He must be asking about my grandfather's whereabouts. But now that Sister Yun is here, grandfather will definitely come back. Others might not know, but she knew very well that Grandpa Jun had killed his way into the Poison Valley because he thought that Yun Luofeng had been killed. He had almost destroyed the entire Poison Valley. After that, he had grieved for a few years. If he knew that she was still alive, he would definitely rush back to see her. Thinking of this, Jun Ling quickly walked towards the study. Inside the study, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He stood calmly in the sunlight. When he heard the door open, he slowly came back to his senses. His warm gaze fell on the young girl who walked in. Ling, you're here? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. I received news that your grandfather is on his way to the Jun family. He should be back in a few days. Grandfather is back. Jun Linger's heart leaped with joy. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Father, since grandfather has returned, why did you call me here? Jun Xian smiled bitterly. Ling, I know you don't like Chao Yueqin, but she is your grandfather's granddaughter. Even if you don't like her, don't provoke her. Father, Mother said that it's not certain whether she is grandfather's granddaughter or not. Jun Linger's little face puffed up. And I really hate her. Jun Xian raised his hand and caressed Jun Linger's head. He sighed helplessly. With those people from the Blue Thunder clan around, Chao Yueqin's identity might very well be real. Furthermore, even if we can't determine whether she's real or not, we still can't be rude to her. What if she's real? Jun Linger lowered her head and said in an aggrieved tone, compared to Chao Yueqin, I like Big Sister Yun more. If only Big Sister Yun was Grandpa's granddaughter. That's not just what you think. I also think that Miss Yun is a good person. Otherwise, your grandfather would not have shamelessly accepted her as his granddaughter. Jun Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unfortunately, we can only dream about such things. After all, she is not of the Jun family's blood. I understand, Jun Linger sighed. I won't provoke her. If she comes to provoke me, I will tolerate her. After saying this, she turned around and walked out of the study. Jun Xian's heart skipped a beat. How could his heart not ache when he saw his daughter enduring such grievances? However, he was indebted to his master, so he could not hurt his master's feelings. After leaving the study, Jun Linger went to the east courtyard to look for Yun Luofeng, who knew that when she turned a corner, she could not help but bump into someone. She could not help but take a few steps back. Chao Yueqin screamed. When she saw that the person in front of her was Jun Linger, she was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to slap her. Jun Linger's face darkened and she suddenly grabbed Chao Yueqin's arm. There was a hint of coldness in her clear voice. What do you want? Chapter 1521. Chao Yueqin snorted coldly, her face filled with disdain. You bumped into me first. Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Jun Linger was so angry that her whole body was trembling, but Jun Xian had already spoken, so no matter how angry she was, she could only restrain herself. The two of us collided, and it's not just my fault. Are you saying that you're not wrong? Chao Yueqin hadn't expected that Jun Linger would dare to refute her. She was taken aback for a moment, and then rebuked her angrily. I'm the legitimate young lady of the Jun family. Who do you think you are? You don't have the Jun family's blood in your veins. The Jun family has raised you for so many years, yet you don't know how to be grateful. You even dare to teach me a lesson. It's a pity that I've suffered outside for so many years, and now that I've finally returned to the Jun family, I'm being bullied by that son of a whore. After saying this, Chao Yueqin burst into tears as if she had been greatly wronged. If Jun Linger was the old master's biological granddaughter, Chao Yueqin would never have dared to be so arrogant. It was because Jun Linger's father was the old master's disciple that she dared to be so presumptuous. She believed that an outsider could never be compared to her own flesh and blood. Even if old Master Jun was in the Jun family, he would certainly be on her side. How dare you scold my mother? Jun Linger angrily raised her leg and kicked Chao Yueqin. If Chao Yueqin had only scolded her, perhaps she would have endured it. However, she had actually scolded her mother. How could she tolerate this? Miss Ling, Just as Jun Linger's leg was about to land on Chao Yueqin's chest, a sudden shout was heard. Following that, her leg was firmly grabbed by a hand. Grand Elder, let go of me. I want to teach this woman a lesson. Jun Linger's eyes were bloodshot, and her eyes were burning with anger. Linger, the old man's voice was filled with anxiety as sweat dripped from his forehead. He's still the flesh and blood of the Jun family. No matter how many mistakes he has made, you shouldn't have attacked him. In truth, Jun Linger was the only child in the Jun family, so she was doted on by all the elders. On top of that, she had an excellent personality and was lively and quick-witted. So, all the elders spoiled her to the bone. But, no matter how much they loved Jun Ling, they could not allow her to harm Chao Yueqin. Ling, have you forgotten how much the old patriarch has missed his lost daughter all these years? Do you want to make her sad? The great elder tried his best to persuade him, his eyes filled with heartache. The rims of Jun Linger's eyes reddened even more, and there were faint tears in them. But she just insulted my mother and called her a whore. The great elder was stunned and frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Chao Yueqin. Even if the head of the Jun family wasn't old man Jun's flesh and blood, he was still the head of the Jun family. However, she was so arrogant as soon as she arrived, and even insulted the madam. Linge. The great elder sighed. Even though I want to protect you, I can't do anything about Chao Yueqin's status. Why don't we just forget about this? Jun Linger's body froze. Her mother had been humiliated, and she still wanted her to let it go? No, I can't let this go. Chao Yueqin walked out from behind the great elder. She held her head high and puffed out her chest, looking down at Jun Linger arrogantly. This woman bumped into me and even tried to hit me. I want her to apologize to me. Miss Chao. The great elder's face was not looking too good. Don't push your luck. Linger is also the granddaughter of the old patriarch. The old patriarch watched her grow up. Their relationship is just as strong. Chapter 1522. Chao Yueqin smiled disdainfully. How can a granddaughter be compared to her own flesh and blood? Besides, do you know how I spent all these years outside? My biological mother died after giving birth to me. If it weren't for my adoptive mother, I wouldn't be alive today. But my adoptive father's family was weak, and I was ridiculed outside. A person like Jun Linger, who has no right to be my wife, has occupied my position and is being doted on. What did you say? The great elder's impatient expression turned into one of anger. You said that the old master's daughter is dead? Who killed a member of the Jun family? Chao Yueqin snorted. It was Grandpa Jun who abandoned my mother. My mother was seriously ill and had no money to treat her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed away after giving birth to me. Her words indeed made herself sound very miserable. The great elder, who was originally very dissatisfied with her, was now rather sympathetic towards her. It was no wonder that she had such a bad opinion of the Jun family and Jun Ling. She had suffered so much outside. And all of this was caused by the Jun family. The great elder turned to Jun Ling. Jun Ling clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Great elder, do you want me to apologize? Ling, our Jun family, caused her to suffer so much. Just take this as an apology for abandoning her and her mother for so many years. The great elder turned away. He didn't dare to look at Junling Er's despairing eyes. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it. Junling Er closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she opened her eyes. I understand. Her eyes gradually fell on Chao Yuechin's proud face. She had to use all her strength to restrain the urge to punch her. I'm sorry. She bit her lips. Her face was pale. Is this enough? Chao Yuechin smiled proudly. Junling, you must remember that I'm the real miss of the Jun family. Everything I've done is what the Jun family owes me. Junling didn't reply. She quickly walked past Chao Yuechin and headed for the east courtyard. Tears finally flowed down uncontrollably, splashing in the air. The great elder stared at Junlinger's departing figure, his heart wrenched with pain. He took a deep breath, his cloudy eyes turned to Chao Yuechin. The old lord has always doted on Linger. He has been grooming her since she was a child. I hope you won't go too far. Otherwise, the Jun family will owe you a debt, and the elders will drive you out. Chao Yuechin scoffed disapprovingly. She twisted her tiny waist and walked past the great elder. From the beginning to the end, she did not even look him in the eye. Bang! In the room, Yun Luofeng sat at the table, holding a book in her hands and flipping through it. But in the next moment, the door to the room was pushed open. She raised her head and saw Junlinger, whose face was covered in tears, walking into the room. Wow! Junlinger finally could not hold it in any longer and burst into tears. She wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered today. Yun Luofeng put down the book in his hand, raised his eyebrows and asked, What happened? Sister Yun, Junlinger stopped crying and said while sniffling, Is the Jun family's bloodline really that important? It wasn't my fault. Why did you force me to apologize? If that woman hadn't humiliated my mother, I wouldn't have hit her. Chapter 1523. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng immediately guessed that Junling must have been bullied by Chao Yuechin. And the Jun family, because of their bloodline, stood on Chao Yuechin's side. Let's go. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily and walked out of the door. Sister Yun, where are you going? Taking a walk. Yun Luofeng only said these two words, and without saying anything else, she walked out the door. From afar, she could hear the sound of argument coming from the front. The first to come out was a man's gentle and refined voice, but this time, there was a hint of anger in his voice. Chao Yuechin, don't you think you've gone too far? Ling is the granddaughter of the old master. Aren't you afraid that your actions will cause public anger? Master Hua. In comparison, Chao Yuechin's tone was bashful, and there was a hint of unwillingness. You don't have to worry about me. My status is more important than Junling. How could the Jun family vent their anger on me because of an outsider? Yun Luofeng paused, a hint of a smile on her face. Ling, guess, is this Chao Yuechin really stupid, or is she pretending to be? Hua Yifei had gone to get even for Junling, but in her mouth, it was because he was worried about her? Could it be that there was something wrong with her brain? Junling subconsciously pulled Yun Luofeng. Sister Yun, let's go for a walk somewhere else. I don't want to see Chao Yuechin. Yun Luofeng's smile was evil. She raised her hand to push Junlinger's hand away and walked in the direction of Hua Yifei and Chao Yuechin. In the garden, Chao Yuechin's face was full of shyness, while Hua Yifei's face was full of anger, his clenched fists cracking. If not for the other party's status, perhaps this fist would have landed on her head. What are you doing here? As she looked up, Chao Yuechin saw Yun Luofeng and Junling walking over, her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, her tone impatient. Can't you see that I'm on a date with Master Hua? Her words were obviously meant to provoke Junling. After all, she had already made some inquiries. Hua Yifei had mourned for his mother since he was a child. He had come to the Jun family to seek refuge with his aunt, and had even set up an engagement with Junling. For an orphan like Hua Yifei who had no parents, he must have gotten close to Junlinger in order to curry favor with the Jun family. Her status was higher than Junlinger, so Hua Yifei would definitely abandon Junlinger and marry her. Even if Hua Yifei didn't have such thoughts, when Grandpa Jun returned, she could ask him to force them to separate. Would Junlinger dare to disobey? Lisa. Hua Yifei's heart tightened. He hurriedly walked to Jun Ling's side and hurriedly explained, "It's definitely not like what she said. I'm here to settle the score with her." "I know. How could she not know her cousin's character? This man would never betray her." Hua Yifei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Jun Ling would fall for this slut's provocation. Chao Yueqin saw that Hua Yifei only had Jun Ling in his eyes, and her face immediately fell. "The two of you are only my grandfather's adopted granddaughters. How dare you be so rude when you see me, a legitimate young lady? Do you believe that I won't let the Jun family chase you out?" Originally, Chao Yueqin had insulted the two of them in front of them. But she had courted death by running to Yun Luofeng, pointing at their noses and scolding them. And so, with a bang, the woman in snow-white clothes suddenly raised her leg and kicked Chao Yueqin's chest. Chapter 1524. The entire garden fell into silence. Jun Ling covered her small mouth in shock. Her face was flushed red from being too excited. She felt extremely refreshed in her heart, as if she had vented out her anger. The servants and maids only reacted after a loud bang. They hurriedly ran towards the screaming Jun Ling. But it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the servant girl who was leading the group suddenly stepped on her right foot and fell towards Chao Yueqin's body with a plop. Bang! Chao Yueqin's head was hit by the servant girl. The pain made her see stars. She recovered with great difficulty and shouted angrily, "You damned servant girl! Do you know how to walk?" The little servant girl looked as if she had received an extreme shock. Her small face was deathly white as she said in fear, "Miss Chao, this servant did not do it on purpose. I was too worried about you and accidentally fell. Please forgive me, Mississippi." Chao Yueqin's face was full of anger. Just as she was about to speak, another cry came from the side. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but the servant girl who had just fallen on her had not left. This servant did not fall on Chao Yueqin. After all, men and women were different. Chao Yueqin was the blood of the Jun family. So, he only accidentally fell on Chao Yueqin's slender arm. Chao Yueqin was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. Her eyes were red, but she could not say a word. The other maids and servants also followed suit. They all accidentally hurt Chao Yueqin and immediately knelt down on the ground, kowtowing fiercely to admit their mistakes. It was obvious that even the servants of the Jun family could not stand Chao Yueqin's arrogance. Compared to the lively and quick-witted Jun Ling, they naturally chose to stand on Jun Ling's side. At worst, they would just be punished. The Jun family was quite reasonable. Under normal circumstances, they would not torture or kill servants unless they had committed a crime of betrayal. From this, it could be seen that Jun Ling was very well liked in the Jun family. Otherwise, the servants would not have taken such a risk to help her vent her anger. Jun Ling's eyes were filled with gratitude. How could she not understand that these people were helping her vent her anger? "What are you all doing?" Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. The servants hurriedly straightened their bodies and knelt on the ground in unison. Jun Xian, who was dressed in embroidered clothes, strode over. His expression was cold and stern, and he exuded an imposing aura even without being angry. Standing beside him was the first elder who had appeared earlier. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his cold eyes swept over the servants who were kneeling in a circle. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Jun Xian asked coldly, looking around. In fact, he had a pretty good understanding of the Jun family's servants. The Jun family's people would not do anything to offend their superiors, unless the other party did something intolerable. Wow. Chao Yueqin could finally heave a sigh of relief. She burst into tears. She wanted to stand up from the ground, but she felt her entire body aching, as if her bones were about to fall apart. "Your Jun family is bullying us." She clutched her arm tightly. Even her face had turned green. It was obvious that the servants had done something unscrupulous. Jun Xian glanced at Jun Ling and Yun Luofeng, who were standing to the side. His brows furrowed slightly. He was about to open his mouth to ask his daughter when Chao Yueqin's malicious voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 1525. Jun Xian, as the head of the Jun family, you condone your evil servants? Chow Yueqin trembled with anger. These lowly servants dared to raise their hands against me. I want them to pay with their lives. Jun Xian's frown deepened. Miss Chow, even if you are my master's descendant, I am the head of the Jun family. You calling me by my name is disgraceful. Furthermore, the Jun family has its own rules. They deserve to be punished for their wrongdoings, but not death. Hearing this, Chow Yueqin immediately jumped up. Why don't they die? As a slave, you should be loyal to your master. A slave who dares to even hit his master should be hacked into pieces and die without a complete corpse. Seemingly angered by Chow Yueqin's words, one of the servants mustered up her courage and retorted, "This servant's masters are the old master and Miss Ling. Look at these lowly things." Chow Yueqin pointed her finger at the servant, her eyes looking as if she wanted to eat someone alive. Fine, if you don't kill her, I will. I want to see if this slut dares to resist me. Whoosh. After Chow Yueqin finished speaking, she pulled out her sword from the guard's hand and walked angrily towards the maidservant. Slut, since you want to vent your anger on this freeloader, Jun Ling, then I will kill you and let you know who your master is. The servant was so scared that her face turned pale and she quickly closed her eyes. Jun Xian flew into a rage and was about to step forward to stop her when a white robe flashed in front of the servant. With a kick, Chow Yueqin, who had been standing in front of the servant, was sent flying again, the sword in her hand falling to the ground. Chow Yueqin spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes blazing. I haven't even settled the score with you just now, and you have the guts to attack me again. Who do you think you are? You are only my grandfather's adopted granddaughter. I am the real miss of the Jun family. You eat and sleep in my house, and you still dare to hurt me? Under the gentle breeze, the woman's white robes fluttered in the wind. Her peerless face revealed a slight smile. But her smile was very cold, so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. I am only teaching you a lesson for Grandpa Jun? For Grandpa Jun? Jun Linger was startled and looked up at Yun Luofeng in surprise. She had been curious from the start. Why would a woman like Yun Luofeng come to Chow Yueqin to avenge her? So, she was actually doing this for her grandfather. However, apart from accepting her as his granddaughter, Grandpa had not helped her in any way. Why did she care so much about Grandpa? Suddenly, Jun Linger seemed to recall something and came to a sudden realization. Back then, her grandfather thought that she was dead and barged into the Poison Valley to avenge her. Even though the Poison Valley was not his grandfather's match, it was still a force of the Central Continent. Sister Yun was not aware of the relationship between the Central Continent's Continent Lord Mansion and grandfather. Therefore, she must have assumed that grandfather had offended the Central Continent's forces because of her. That was why she had stepped out to protect him at this time. Jun Linger was a little touched in her heart, but more than that, she felt sad. Why wasn't such a perfect big sister Yun her grandfather's granddaughter? It had to be that damn Chow Yueqin. Hee. Chow Yueqin sneered and said sarcastically, "You're an outsider, yet you say you're teaching me a lesson for my grandfather? I don't know what gave you the courage to say something like that." Slap. Just as Chow Yueqin stood up, Yun Luofeng appeared in front of Chow Yueqin in a flash. The crisp sound of a slap resounded in the garden. Chapter 1526. This slap was given to you for Jun Ling. Jun Xian was dumbfounded. He never thought that Yun Luofeng would teach Chow Yueqin a lesson in front of him. But he had to admit that it was very satisfying. Miss Yun, Great Elder frowned slightly. Miss Chow is still a member of the Jun family. No matter how much she has done wrong, it doesn't seem right for you to treat her like this. When Chow Yueqin heard Great Elder speak up for her, she immediately reacted and glared hatefully at Yun Luofeng. Great Elder, I want you to expel this woman from the Jun family immediately. My Jun family cannot be tarnished by her. I'll see who dares. Jun Ling snorted and stood in front of Yun Luofeng, her cute little face full of anger. Father, Sister Yun hit Chow Yueqin for my sake, and I've already listened to you and tolerated her, but what did she say? She called me a whore. She called me a son of a whore. Jun Xian's face turned cold and he glared at Chow Yueqin. You scolded my wife. Chow Yuechin's heart trembled slightly, but she still stubbornly said, "So what if I did? I'm grandfather's granddaughter, what can you do to me?" Jun Xian clenched his fists tightly and punched angrily. His fist brought with it a swift gust of wind as it quickly arrived in front of Chow Yuechin. "Master!" Great Elder's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly shouted. Chow Yuechin was also frightened. In her opinion, Jun Xian was willing to sacrifice himself to save her. He would never do anything to her. But she had underestimated Madame Jun's position in Jun Xian's heart. However, in the end, Jun Xian's fist stopped in front of Chow Yuechin's pale little face. He fiercely retracted his fist and said in a cold voice, "Today's matter ends here. Everything will be dealt with when Master returns. Master really lets her stay, then I will abandon my position as Master and leave with my wife and daughter. Even if I don't return for the rest of my life, it's better than letting my wife and daughter suffer here." He fiercely flung his sleeves and turned to leave. But his trembling fist still revealed the anger in his heart. "Great Elder." Seeing that Great Elder was about to leave, Chow Yuechin quickly called out to him, "You're leaving just like that? Are you not going to avenge me after I was bullied?" The Great Elder sighed softly. "I warned you before not to push your luck. If you didn't stir up trouble, how could this have happened? So, you reap what you sow. Forget it, let's wait for the old patriarch to return first." If Jun Xian were to leave, the Jun family would have no foothold on the continent after the old master passes away. Therefore, the Great Elder couldn't help but wonder if it was a good or bad thing to find the granddaughter of the old patriarch. Chow Yuechin stomped her foot angrily. She was just about to continue cursing when she caught a glimpse of Yun Luofeng's eyes. She was so scared that her entire body trembled. She quickly shut her mouth and left in a hurry. When the Great Elder was around, this woman had dared to attack her. Now that the Great Elder had left, wouldn't she be even more ruthless? Therefore, it was better for her to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. When her grandfather returned, he would make these people feel better. Let's go. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips lazily. She slowly turned around and walked lazily in the direction of her bedroom. "Sister Yun, aren't you going to continue your stroll?" Jun Linger blinked and asked. Chapter 1527. "No, I'm tired. I want to rest." Yun Luofeng's wicked voice made Jun Ling, even more certain that she didn't come here to take a stroll, but to avenge her. Hua Yifei looked in the direction Yun Luofeng left and said, "Miss Yun was grandfather's granddaughter. I don't think so many things would have happened." Jun Linger's face was full of disappointment. "What a pity. Logically speaking, only someone like Sister Yun is fit to be grandfather's granddaughter. Why would there be Chow Yuechin?" Hua Yifei shook his head with a wry smile. Because of Chow Yuechin's arrival, the Jun family was destined to never have a day of peace. He was right. Because of Chow Yuechin's arrival, not only the Jun family, but even Jun City had no days of peace. The descendants of the aristocratic families in Jun City somehow heard about the conflict between Chow Yuechin and Jun Ling, so those young people who were pestering Jun Ling all flocked to Chow Yuechin's side and tried to curry favor with her, wanting nothing more than to kneel down and lick her boots. Jun Ling had long known that these aristocratic family disciples were the type to flatter Chu Yen. Therefore, she had never treated them well. But even so, when she saw those people surrounding Chow Yuechin, her heart was burning with anger. Especially, when Jun Ling was about to take Yun Luofeng to a restaurant, she happened to see a handsome young man following behind Chow Yuechin like a pug. She couldn't help but look down on Jun Ling. Some people used to look down on others because they were the miss of the Jun family. Now, the real flesh and blood of the Jun family has returned. Let's see if Grandfather Jun will still dote on her alone. Because of her family background, Chow Yuechin was often ridiculed, so how could she be as glorious as she was today? She raised her chin and proudly looked at Yun Luofeng and Jun Ling, walking over with a contemptuous smile. "That's because grandfather lost my mother when I was young and was too sad, so he treated her father as a substitute for my mother and treated her as me. Now that I'm back, of course she doesn't have a place in the Jun family. Besides, I sent a letter to my grandfather yesterday, and he promised me that he would drive Jun Ling out." There was no such thing as sending a message. She only deliberately lied in order to get these people to help her mock Junling. Otherwise, as the young lady of the Jun family, even if she was only the daughter of the old man's disciple, Junling's status was still noble. Only by chasing her out would these people not fear Junling. Nonsense. Junling was so angry that her face turned red. Grandfather wouldn't do such a thing. TSK, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Chao Yueqin shrugged. Everything will be clear when your grandfather comes back. Let's go. Junling clenched her fists angrily, her eyes burning with anger. However, when she saw a woman in blue hurriedly following Chao Yueqin out of the restaurant, she was immediately dumbfounded. Yi Rong, why are you? Yi Rong kept her head down. When she reached Junling's side, she paused slightly and said, I'm sorry Ling. My family needs to rely on the Jun family. I only became friends with you because you were the young lady of the Jun family. I have no other choice. After saying this, she continued to follow behind Chao Yueqin with her head lowered. Chapter 1528. Junling's eyes reddened. You said before that you didn't become friends with me because of my identity as the young lady of the Jun family. You were so confident at the time, and you showed disdain for my identity. You even mocked those who tried to get close to me because of it, but now you. Yi Rong paused and her voice was apologetic. Ling, every man for himself. I also need to think about my family. I hope you can understand. Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy him? Junling staggered a little and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng supported her shoulder. It's not bad to see a person clearly through these things. You should feel lucky. Lucky? Junling bit her lip. Yes, she should feel lucky. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have been able to see this woman's true colors. Junling, Chao Yueqin snorted disdainfully. Do you see clearly? Your friend has become my follower. Your fiancé will be my man sooner or later. Hua Yifei's family was poor, but he was talented. With his talent and looks, she wouldn't be buried. Suddenly, a cold, evil gaze swept over. The woman in white raised the corner of her lips. What? Do you want to get beaten up again? Chao Yueqin's body trembled. Under Yun Luofeng's gaze, she felt cold all over and gritted her teeth. When my grandfather returns, he'll deal with you sooner or later. Let's go. With that, she walked toward the street without looking back. Miss Chao. At this moment, a servant of the Jun family walked over. His manner was very respectful, but his tone was very normal, without a hint of respect. The master wants you to go. Chao Yueqin snorted and said arrogantly, Got it. Go tell him that I'll be right there. Inside the restaurant, Junling strode in, not caring about why her father was looking for Chao Yueqin. She had a stomach full of anger that couldn't be vented, so naturally, she didn't want to see Chao Yueqin again. The Jun family. Inside the house, Jun Xian saw the old man in white from afar. He was very excited. Welcome back, master. Welcome back, old master. After Jun Xian knelt down, the rest of the people followed suit. Their voices resounded in the air above the courtyard. In the void, the white-robed old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He had the demeanor of an immortal. As he walked down, it was as if he was walking on clouds. It was as if a path had appeared beneath his feet. I was just passing by, so I came back to take a look. I have some urgent matters to attend to in a while. Also, I heard that the Blue Thunder clan has besieged the Jun family. The old man frowned. He hadn't expected that these people would be so bold as to besiege the Jun family. That's right. Jun Xian stood up slowly. Master, your disciple has something to report. Speak. The Blue Thunder clan dared to besiege the Jun family because they captured your granddaughter, master. What? This sentence immediately made the old man fly into a rage. These people are so bold. They even dare to touch my granddaughter. My granddaughter had just escaped danger with great difficulty, but she was captured again. Where are those bastards? Have they been exterminated? He had just escaped danger, and now he was captured? Jun Xian was a little confused. He didn't understand what the old man meant. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Those who besieged the Jun family have all died in Jun City. As for the extermination of the Jun family, it hasn't. Chapter 1529. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you know that your family is going to be exterminated? They dared to touch my granddaughter, I'll kill them 1,000 times over. Everyone blushed with shame. Old patriarch, where did that sage-like demeanor of yours go? Where's your indifference? Was that all a disguise? Oh right. Grandpa Jun suddenly thought of something. Where's my dear granddaughter? Quickly call her out to meet her grandfather. Jun Xian's mouth twitched. He wanted to say, your granddaughter is not only disobedient. She's almost turned the Jun family into a mess. At this moment, Jun Xian caught a glimpse of a figure coming from the front. He pouted. She's here. At that moment, Grandpa Jun's heart was in his throat. He kept thinking about how he should greet his granddaughter. My dear granddaughter, it was my fault last time. I didn't recognize you. How are you? Did I scare you? It seems that we are fated. Grandpa Jun turned his head with a smile and said the words he had prepared in his heart. Unfortunately, before he could finish his last word, he paused. It was an unfamiliar face. Whether in appearance or temperament, it was very different from his dear granddaughter. Especially the shrewd and sinister look in this woman's eyes. No matter how he looked at it, he hated it. Who is she? Grandpa Jun looked back at Jun Xian and asked in a cute manner. Jun Xian's mouth twitched. Master, she's your dear granddaughter. Grandpa Jun was stunned. This woman is my granddaughter? What the fuck? How could this woman that I hate at first sight be my dear granddaughter? On the way here, Chao Yueqin was informed that the old master had returned. Otherwise, it would have taken her a long time to return to the Jun family. Now, seeing the old man in front of Jun Xian, she didn't need to think too much to know that he must be the old master of the Jun family. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and quickly stepped forward. She tried her best to show her obedient side and said, Grandfather, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you. Mother is already dead. I only knew that I'm your granddaughter after my adoptive mother told me her identity. However, the bastards of the Jun family don't recognize me. Even the servants dare to bully me. The more Chao Yueqin spoke, the angrier she became. She didn't notice that the old man's face was becoming gloomy. Especially that Jun Ling. She took advantage of her position to bully others. She even said that she was in charge of the Jun family and asked me to get out of the Jun family. Grandfather, shouldn't you teach her a harsh lesson for looking down on your bloodline? Jun Xian's face changed. She did not expect that Chao Yueqin would distort the truth to such an extent. She hastily turned to look at Grandpa Jun, only to see that Grandpa Jun's face was as black as it could get, a storm seemingly brewing within his eyes. Oh no, Master is angry. Jun Xian's heart instantly turned cold. He knew that he could no longer stay in the Jun family. On the contrary, Chao Yueqin's expression grew increasingly smug. Who asked Jun Ling to bully her? And that Yun Luofeng deserved to die 10,000 times. Master, Jun Xian wanted to explain, but the old man suddenly raised his hand and stopped him. His aged finger pointed at Chao Yueqin and his voice was filled with obvious anger. Jun Xian, who told you that this woman is my granddaughter? Who is it? Tell him to come out and die. Jun Xian was stunned for a moment. He honestly replied, it was an elder of the Blue Thunder clan. However, he is already dead. There is no need for him to come out and die. Chapter 1530. Bang. Grandpa Jun angrily slapped Jun Xian's head, wishing he could beat this idiot to death. However, Jun Xian looked at Grandpa Jun with a wronged expression. Master, what did I do wrong? Bastard idiot. How could this woman be my granddaughter? How could I have a granddaughter like her? Grandpa Jun grabbed Jun Xian's clothes and shouted angrily. Give me back my granddaughter. Give me back my granddaughter. Jun Xian's head was dizzy. He did not know what had happened, but he understood one thing. Chao Yueqin was not Master's granddaughter. The surprise came so suddenly that he did not have time to react. Grandfather, Chao Yueqin was anxious and tried to pull on Grandpa Jun's sleeves. I am really your granddaughter. As soon as her hand came into contact with the old man, It was violently flung away. Get lost. Don't tell me I don't even recognize my own granddaughter? Jun Xian finally regained his senses. When he heard Grandpa Jun's words, he could not help but ridicule him. You haven't even seen your granddaughter's face. Doesn't that mean you don't recognize her? Chao Yuaqin's mind went blank as she stared blankly at Grandpa Jun. Am I not the flesh and blood of the Jun family? That's impossible. Mother would not lie to me. Besides, the jade token was verified by the Blue Thunder clan. Grandfather, Chao Yuaqin returned to her senses and said in an aggrieved tone, I'm the real deal. Furthermore, my jade token has also been verified by the Blue Thunder clan. However, it has already been destroyed by them. The Blue Thunder clan is nothing. Grandpa Jun had always been an elegant old man. But now, he was so angry that he repeatedly cursed. It was obvious how angry he was. Even my disciple has never seen my jade token. How can the Blue Thunder clan determine that it is real just by looking at a picture? Grandpa Jun's chest was boiling with anger. Indeed, even if the jade token was placed in front of Jun Xian might not be able to determine its authenticity. Only Grandpa Jun himself would know. Grandpa Jun took a deep breath and said coldly, Forget it, I can't rely on the Jun family for this kind of thing. This old man will go and find my granddaughter myself. Oh right, call Ling back and let me see her. After I see her, I will leave again. Jun Xian hurriedly responded and ordered a guard to call Jun Linger over. He knew very well that Jun Linger did not want to see Chao Yuaqin, which was why he did not call her over. Now, he had to share this good news with Ling. But the more Jun Xian thought about it, the more excited he became, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Chao Yuaqin, whose face was ghastly pale. Not long after, the guard returned, followed closely by two women. Grandpa Jun's face was still filled with anger. However, for the sake of his beloved granddaughter, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Linger, you're back. The old man continued to smile as he turned to look out of the courtyard. With one look, his voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened in shock. Am I seeing things? Grandpa Jun rubbed his eyes forcefully and stared at the woman in white who was standing beside Jun Ling. His breathing suddenly quickened, and his expression was filled with excitement. That's right, excitement. Jun Xian looked at Grandpa Jun and thought to himself for a moment. It seemed that this girl was very important to Grandpa Jun, otherwise, Grandpa Jun would not have caused trouble for the Poison Valley because of her. Now that he saw that she was still alive, he would not have such an excited expression. Chapter 1531. Father. Jun Linger did not know what had happened. She quickly walked up to Jun Xian and frowned at the pale Chao Yuaqin. Her eyes flashed with confusion. However, Grandpa Jun's return quickly dispelled Jun Linger's doubts. She slowly walked up to Grandpa Jun and hesitated for a moment before saying, Grandpa, you're back? The girl's crisp voice pulled Grandpa Jun back from his excitement. He looked at Jun Linger and laughed. Ling, are you not happy to see me? But you've always thrown yourself into my arms. Jun Linger was stunned. Grandpa, Chao Yuaqin said that she sent you a letter. She said that you want to expel me from the Jun family. Chao Yuaqin? Grandpa Jun frowned. Who's this? Do I know her? Jun Linger blinked in confusion. She glanced at Jun Xian as if to ask what had happened. It wasn't that Jun Linger didn't ask the guard along the way, but because Jun Linger was very approachable, the guard didn't answer her question. Instead, he mysteriously told her that she would know when the time came. So Jun Linger was kept in the dark and did not know what had happened. Jun Xian looked at Chao Yuaqin, who was lying on the ground. She is the person Linger was talking about. Bastard! Grandpa Jun flew into a rage and slammed his hand on a nearby tree. Who do you think you are? You pretended to be my granddaughter first and sent me a false message. You want to expel my granddaughter? Who gave you the courage to do this? Chao Yuaqin trembled in fear. She did not dare to say a word. Jun Linger finally reacted and threw herself into Grandpa Jun's arms. She looked extremely aggrieved. Grandpa, why did you only come back now? Chao Yuaqin has been making the Jun family a mess these days. She even insulted Mother by calling her a whore. She even said that she would expel Sister Yun and I from the Jun family. She said that she is the young miss of the Jun family, and that Sister Yun and I are just freeloaders. In the past few days, Jun Linger had suffered a lot. At this moment, she finally let out all her grievances and cried pitifully. Oh, that's right. She also wanted to kill the Jun family's servants. She claimed that she was the young miss of the Jun family, so it was only natural for her to kill some servants. The old man was shaking with anger. He pointed at Chao Yueqin but couldn't say anything. He didn't expect that a few days of delay would cause such a huge disturbance and cause his granddaughter and maternal granddaughter to suffer so much. Jun Xian. The old man roared, scaring Jun Xian so much that he almost knelt on the ground. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, I didn't know she was fake either. Idiot, you idiot. You didn't even realize that the real thing was right in front of you. How can there be such an idiot like you in this world? Master, at that time, I thought that since the Blue Thunder clan had used her to threaten the Jun family, then she must be real. Who would have thought that she was a fake? Jun Xian also felt very wronged, but he suddenly reacted in the next moment and asked in a daze, was she really in front of me? Master, what do you mean by that? Forgive your disciple for being uneducated and not understanding your words. Grandpa Jun snorted and turned to glare at Yun Luofeng. Little Yun, how long are you going to pretend to be a fool? At that moment, the entire Jun family was silent. Everyone's eyes were on Yun Luofeng. Even Jun Linger stopped crying. Chapter 1532. What did Grandpa Jun mean by that? Was he playing dumb? Yun Luofeng didn't think that Grandpa Jun would change the topic to him, and he couldn't help but smile. Where's the jade plate? Grandpa Jun extended his hand to Yun Luofeng and asked. Yun Luofeng looked at Grandpa Jun's thick palm and took out the jade plate from his waist and placed it in Grandpa Jun's palm. This. Jun Xian was stunned. How could there be two jade plates? Compared to the Jun family's confusion, Chao Yueqin's head was buzzing. She hurriedly shouted, hers is fake, it's fake. She must have seen my jade plate and had someone make it. Mine is the real one. Shut up. Grandpa Jun wasn't as polite to Chao Yueqin as he was to Yun Luofeng. He glared at her with a murderous look. I'll deal with you later. Now shut up, otherwise, I'll make sure you lose your life right here. Chao Yueqin quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare to say another word. She only crawled on the ground and trembled. Grandpa Jun turned to Yun Luofeng. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose. When I came to the Jun family, I met a group of people who wanted to settle accounts with the Jun family. They claimed that the Blue Thunder clan had captured the person who had the jade plate. So, I didn't dare to admit that my jade plate was real or fake. The entire Jun family once again fell into a state of silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fake thought she was the real one, and the real one thought she was the fake? Heavens, how big of a blunder is this? Jun Linger's initial shock had turned into excitement. Her small face was red, and she almost fainted from excitement. Sister Yun is a member of the Jun family, and Chao Yueqin is fake. This news is too exciting. Oh, she's so excited. Grandpa Jun was silent. He should have scolded both Yun Luofeng and Jun Xian, but how could he bear to scold Yun Luofeng? So, he vented his anger on Jun Xian. You idiot, my granddaughter is in the Jun family. Didn't you notice after so long? Jun Xian's expression became even more aggrieved. Master, my niece didn't reveal her jade tablet, so I didn't know her identity. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the old man's furious expression. He hurriedly changed his words. It's all my fault. I'm an idiot. I didn't even recognize my niece. I'm really too stupid. Master, you don't have to punish me this time. I'll punish myself first. I'll give up the position of patriarch and hand it over to Lin Feng. Speaking up to here, Jun Xian was secretly delighted. Yun Luofeng's return was undoubtedly the best news. He could finally unload his heavy burden. Dream on. Grandpa Jun glared at Jun Xian. My granddaughter is so delicate, and you want to let these heavy burdens crush her to death? You're still in charge of the Jun family, so don't bother my granddaughter. Jun Xian wanted to cry. Master, you are too biased. Moreover, this lass is clearly so fierce when she fights, yet you say she's delicate? This. Yun Luofeng looked at the master and disciple of the Jun family and said with some embarrassment, I think you are mistaken about one thing. The original owner of this jade tablet was not my mother. What? These words caused Grandpa Jun's expression to change. The granddaughter that he had painstakingly obtained was about to fly away? Could the heavens be so cruel? Jun Xian was startled and asked. Then, do you know where the original owner of this jade tablet is? What is your relationship with her? Hearing this, Yun Luofeng paused. The owner of this jade tablet is my mother-in-law. Her son is my husband. Chapter 1533. With a buzzing sound, Grandpa Jun's mind went blank. He stared at Yun Luofeng with a stunned expression. A granddaughter had become a granddaughter-in-law? In this world, was there anything more shocking than this? Master, Jun Xian subconsciously turned his head and saw Grandpa Jun's ashen face. He jumped in fright and quickly walked to the old man's side. Regardless of whether you are a granddaughter or a granddaughter-in-law, Xiaofeng is still a member of our Jun family. Grandpa Jun, who was originally in a bad mood, immediately smiled when he heard this. His disciple was right. Whether it was a granddaughter or a granddaughter-in-law, this girl was still a member of the Jun family. Wasn't this enough? Grandpa Jun slowly exhaled and walked to Yun Luofeng with a smile. Little Yun, it seems that the fate between us is very deep. I wonder if my grandson and daughter are still around? Your daughter is still in the Wuhui continent. As for your grandson, Yun Luofeng paused, then continued, he is the Ghost Emperor. What? Grandpa Jun's expression immediately changed. My grandson is the Ghost Emperor? And back then, there were so many forces in the central continent that wanted to encircle and kill my grandson? Grandpa Jun was furious. If he had known the identities of Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, he would not have let those who went to encircle and kill the Ghost Emperor go. In addition, Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment, then continued, you have more than one grandson. Mother has adopted a son and a daughter in the Wuhui continent. On the day I left, she gave birth to a pair of twins. Grandpa Jun, who was still in a rage, was suddenly dumbfounded. This happiness seemed to have come too suddenly. Ever since his wife died, his daughter had been entrusted to someone else. They had never seen each other again, causing the Jun family to wither. In the third generation, there was only Jun Ling. But now Yun Luofeng was telling him that his daughter had not only adopted a son and a daughter, but also gave birth to a pair of twins? Jun Xian, quickly support me. Grandpa Jun retreated 2 steps in a daze. Fortunately, Jun Xian, who was beside him, quickly supported him, preventing him from fainting. He grabbed Jun Xian's hand tightly and asked blankly, hit me quickly and see if I'm dreaming. Although Jun Xian was an awe-inspiring figure in the Jun family, he was like an obedient disciple in front of old Master Jun. It was impossible for him not to do what his master wanted him to do. Therefore, he slapped old Master Jun on the head. Old Master Jun was instantly enraged. He stretched out his leg and kicked Jun Xian away. Jun Xian fell to the ground pathetically. He raised his head and looked at old Master Jun pitifully. Master, you were the one who told me to hit you. You're really going to hit me when I tell you to? The old man glared at Jun Xian, then turned to Yun Luofeng with a smile. Girl, let's discuss something. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. What is it? How about this, you become my granddaughter, and that Ghost Emperor becomes my grandson-in-law. What do you think? Everyone in the Jun family blushed with shame. This was the first time they had seen a grandson who didn't want to acknowledge him and insisted on forcing his granddaughter-in-law to become his granddaughter. I have something to ask you. Yun Luofeng didn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you know where Ghost Emperor is? Chapter 1534. It had been 3 years. She had been separated from Yun Xiao for 3 whole years. She did not want to wait any longer. The old man frowned and sighed. He went to the Hidden Divine Mountain. The Hidden Divine Mountain? Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat when she heard those 3 words. The Hidden Divine Mountain was the most dangerous place on the continent. It was no different from the Forest of No Return when she was in the Roaring Dragon continent. Going to that place was equivalent to death. I understand. Yun Luofeng made up her mind. Tomorrow, I will set off to the hidden divine mountain to find him. Little Yun, the old man's frown deepened. If I am not wrong, you should be a high-level Saint Master by now. High-level Saint Master? The old man's words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone present. They knew from the beginning that Yun Luofeng was very strong, but they did not expect that she could reach high-level Saint Master with this ability. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Your talent is indeed strong, but if you want to go to the hidden divine mountain, this strength is not enough. Yun Luofeng's expression was firm. Whether I am strong or not, I must go to the hidden divine mountain. Because there was someone who had been waiting for him there all along. Logically speaking, I should set off to the hidden divine mountain today, but... Her voice paused. Madame June's body seems to have some problems. I'm afraid she will not be able to wait until I return. The Madame June's body was weak and she was suffering from a serious illness. Grandpa June had already hired countless doctors for her, and even he himself could not save her. Little Yun, can you save Fu? The old man's eyes brightened. Others might not understand Yun Luofeng's medical skills, but the old man who had seen Yun Luofeng solve the problem could not possibly not understand. She has been poisoned, but this poison is not acquired, it was brought in from her mother's womb. So, if we want her to recover, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Yun Luofeng swept his eyes across the old man's agitated face and slightly raised the corners of his lips. However, I can temporarily suppress her illness. Wait for me to return, then treat her. In fact, the Madame June's illness was not as simple as being poisoned. There were problems in all aspects. With Yun Luofeng's current strength, it would take a lot of effort to treat her. Moreover, it would take at least a month to cure her. Unless she broke through to the Saint Realm. Right now, Yun Luofeng's heart was filled with Yun Shao, so how could he be at ease and stay behind to treat Madame June? The most important thing now was to suppress her illness and continue the treatment after she came back. Good, Grandpa June's mood surged. He coughed twice and said, Jun Xian, bring that Yun girl to see your wife immediately. Jun Xian had already found out about Yun Luofeng's strength from Jun Ling. Naturally, he did not doubt Grandpa June's words. He excitedly led Yun Luofeng to Madame June's residence. Jun Linger did not leave with them. Her clear eyes gradually turned towards Chao Yueqin, who was lying on the ground, and her adorable little face lifted with a hint of disdain. Chao Yueqin, do you still remember what you said before? At that time, you kept saying that elder sister Yun and I were Grandpa's adopted granddaughters, and that you were the only one who could make decisions in the June family. You even wanted to drive us away and replace my father's position. Unfortunately, you're nothing more than a fake. I really don't know where you got the courage to pretend to be a member of my June family. Chapter 1535. Chao Yueqin shook her head, her face pale and her eyes filled with despair. Impossible, this is impossible. The jade token was given to me by my adoptive mother. How could she lie to me? Jun Linger waved her hand and ordered, Guards! Drag Chao Yueqin out and parade her through the streets. Moreover, tell me all of her evilness one by one. Let everyone understand that this Chao Yueqin is just an imposter. Aren't you all fawning over Chao Yueqin? Fawning over those in power? Then I will let you all understand that Chao Yueqin is just an imposter. And that Yi Rong, betraying me for Chao Yueqin, did you ever think that this would happen? Yes, miss. 2 guards stepped forward, pulled Chao Yueqin's body and dragged her out. No, I don't want to go. Please let me go, I beg you. Chao Yueqin's voice was filled with grief as she was dragged out. Her voice was getting further and further away, gradually disappearing into Jun Linger's ears. The next day, the entire Jun family stood to one side, respectfully sending Yun Luofeng off. Jun Linger held her hand tightly and said reluctantly, Sister Yun, when will you come back? When I find Yun Shao, I will come back. Yun Luofeng looked up at the distant sky and said lightly. Grandpa Jun sighed. Little girl, you really don't need me to go with you? That hidden divine mountain is too dangerous. How can this old man be at ease with you? It was not easy for him to obtain such an obedient granddaughter-in-law. How could he bear to leave her like this? Unfortunately, This granddaughter-in-law was very stubborn. He had tried to persuade her for an entire night, but to no avail. No need. Yun Luofeng shook his head. I will come back alive. In this world, there were too many people she could not let go of. How could she bear to be buried in that hidden divine mountain? Seeing that he was determined, Grandpa Jun did not say anything else. After a moment of silence, he took out 2 jade tokens and placed them in Yun Luofeng's hand. One of the jade tokens was the one he snatched from Yun Luofeng yesterday. It was the one he had placed in his daughter's swaddling clothes. However, the reason he stole the jade plate yesterday was not to steal Yun Luofeng's belongings, but to remember him. Since my daughter gave this jade token to you, it belongs to you. It can block an attack for you when you are in mortal danger. Of course, you can only wear it on your neck. If you take it off, you won't be able to use it. Of course, this jade token could only block fatal attacks. If it wasn't a fatal attack, the jade token wouldn't be of any use. As for the other jade token, I placed a strand of my soul force in it. Soul strength? Hearing this, everyone in the Jun family turned to look at Grandpa Jun, their eyes filled with shock. What did soul power represent? Everyone knew it very well. This spiritual strength was like a strand of the old man's soul that was forcefully sealed in the jade tablet. If he wanted to recover that strand of spiritual strength, it would take a month. If you're in danger, just send your spiritual energy into the jade token. I'll sense it, and I'll be able to instantly come to your side no matter how far away you are. Looking at the jade token handed over by Grandpa Jun, Yun Luofeng would be lying if she said she was not touched. She and Grandpa Jun had only met twice. Even with their relationship with Jun Fengling, they were not this close. Chapter 1536. However, Grandpa Jun had sacrificed himself to such an extent for her. Her heart was not made of stone. How could she not be moved? Thank you. Yun Luofeng took the jade token and held it tightly to his chest. His dark eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Little Yun, you've never called me grandfather. Grandpa Jun glanced at Yun Luofeng resentfully. Now that you're about to leave, aren't you going to call me? Yun Luofeng's lips moved slightly and the corners of her lips curled into a shallow smile. Grandfather. Her voice was very soft and light, but it fell heavily into Grandpa Jun's heart and filled him with pleasure. This grandfather was so pleasurable. If this little girl had not gone to find her husband, he would have made her stay and let her call him that every day. I'm leaving. Take care. Yun Luofeng saluted with his fists. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Let go of me and let me in. I want to see Ling. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from outside, causing Jun Ling to frown adorably. Ling, is she looking for you? Jun Xian looked at Jun Ling in surprise and asked. Jun Ling nodded and looked at the guards at the door. Her voice was clear and cold. Let her in. With Jun Ling's words, the guards did not stop her and allowed her to enter the courtyard. Ling. Yi Rong's eyes fell on Jun Ling. Her eyes were filled with guilt and apology. She was about to speak when the young girl's clear voice interrupted her. Yi Rong, we're not that close. Don't call me Ling. Just call me Miss Ling, like everyone else. Jun Ling pursed her lips. Although Chao Yueqin had caused her a lot of trouble, she had to thank her for one thing. She had allowed her to see Yi Rong's true colors. Ling, I was deceived by her. That's why I said those things. Yi Rong panicked. She wanted to run towards Jun Ling, but was suddenly blocked by 2 guards. They kept her a meter away from Jun Ling. Yi Rong's heart turned cold at this moment. You really don't intend to forgive me? With tears in her eyes, she bit her lip and looked at the indifferent Jun Ling. Yi Rong, have you forgotten what you said before? You said that you had to consider the Yi family before you approached Chao Yueqin. You, on the other hand, were only using me. Jun Linger laughed icily. Why do you think I should forgive you? Yi Rong's heart skipped a beat, and she was secretly annoyed. She had followed Chao Yueqin back then, but why did she say those words to Jun Ling, just to show her sincerity? Who would have thought that Chao Yueqin was an imposter and she had even offended Ling? Ling, you're not such a heartless person. A tear hung in the corner of Yi Rong's eye, and her gaze was filled with pain. Father, I don't want to see her. Junling pouted. This woman is too despicable. She's even more despicable than those who curry favor with the powerful. All right. Jun Xian stroked Junling's head lovingly. Then father will send someone to chase her out and have the Yi family leave Jun City forever. Is that all right? Yi Rong's face drained of color and her body began to tremble. If the Yi family were to be forced to leave Jun City, she would be a sinner for the rest of her life. The elders in the family would never let her off. However, Jun Xian would not give her another chance to pester Junling. He waved his hand and ordered the guards to throw her out. Junling did not plead for the Yi family. She may be kind, but she could not tolerate any deceit. Yi Rong must pay the price for deceiving her. Chapter 1537. The Hidden God Mountain. It was the most dangerous place in the continent of the 9 provinces. Other than the endless number of spiritual beasts, there were also countless traps and traps. If one touched one of these traps, even if one was a spiritual god, they would vanish into thin air. That was why the Hidden God Mountain had such a name, a place that could even bury a spiritual god. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Of course, not all of the Hidden God Mountain was dangerous. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. As for the outside of the Hidden God Mountain, even if there were countless ferocious spiritual beasts, people could still leave alive. At this moment, inside the Hidden God Mountain, a woman in white slowly walked in. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful yet evil face was shrouded in light. Master. Little Mo left the grimoire and appeared before Yun Luofeng. He looked at the woman next to him and lightly pursed his lips. Are you sure you want to enter the Hidden God Mountain? To be honest, I know nothing about the Hidden God Mountain, and I don't know what the situation is like inside. I am sure. She could not let Yun Xiao face danger alone. No matter what happened, she would stay by his side. Okay, if that's the case, then I will risk my life to accompany you. Little Mo smiled. After being alone for so many years, meeting Yun Luofeng was his life's fortune. How could he retreat in the face of danger? Azure wings. Yun Luofeng did not speak, but called out. In an instant, a muscular azure wing was already standing behind Yun Luofeng, like a mountain protecting her safety. In the Hidden God Mountain, there were endless dangers. Therefore, she had to summon the puppet just in case. Let's go. After saying this, she turned her head and looked at the endless mountain range. Her expression became determined. Yun Xiao, wait for me. Soon I will find you. The Hidden God Mountain was full of danger. Yun Luofeng had just stepped in when she felt a sense of pressure. If the small tree was still here, she would at least have a protective talisman. Unfortunately, the small tree had fallen into a deep slumber and she could not rely on him. Because of this, Yun Luofeng was even more cautious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a murderous intent came from the grass. Yun Luofeng frowned and said, "Careful." What? At that moment, a group of skeletons stepped out from the underbrush. Each of these skeletons held a bone club in their hands. 2 clusters of dark green hellfire floated in their protruding eyes, making them look strange and eerie. All of them marched in an orderly manner, like a group of well-trained troops. Master, it's the Skeleton King and his subordinates. This Skeleton King's strength is at the mid-level Saint Monarch, while the others are at least at the high-level Saint Venerable level, and most of them are at the low-level Saint Monarch level. Little Mo sucked in a breath of cold air. If I'm not wrong, there should have been an army that came to this place and hid here. But I don't understand why these dead soldiers could survive in the form of skeletons and become so powerful. Yun Luofeng's heart sank. If it was a group of spirit beasts, she might still have a chance. However, what stood in front of her now was a group of skeletons. A dead skeleton that had no sense of pain. How could she fight against a group of skeletons? Chapter 1538. Master, let's escape. Little Mo's voice sounded in his ear. There is still a chance if we escape. Otherwise, we will die here. He did not expect to encounter the skeleton corps as soon as he arrived at the Hidden God Mountain. Didn't they say that the outskirts of the Hidden God Mountain were not very dangerous? However, what Little Mo didn't know was that they were just unlucky. The skeleton corps only patrolled once a month, but this time, they happened to run into them. Yun-yi. Yun Luofeng frowned and called out coldly. Yun immediately understood his master's meaning. He grabbed Yun Luofeng's waist with one hand and picked up little Mo. With a swoosh, he rushed towards the group of skeletons. If they wanted to enter the hidden god mountain, they had to pass through this group of skeletons. If they retreated, it meant that they would not be able to enter. The ghostly green flames in the skeleton's eyes burned even brighter. The bone clubs in their hands carried a strong aura as they fiercely beat against Yun-yi. Even though Yun-yi was a puppet made of steel, he could not withstand the blows of the skeletons. Very quickly, his body became riddled with holes, as if he had been pierced by swords. Although the skeletons only held bone clubs in their hands, these clubs were sharper than any sharp weapon. With one blow, a hole would appear. If these bone clubs were to hit Yun Luofeng's body, it would not just be holes. Yun-yi was just a puppet without a soul. He did not know pain. He only knew how to follow Yun Luofeng's orders and quickly run forward. Seeing Yun-yi escape, the skeletons waved their bone clubs and chased after them. It seems that although these skeletons are already dead, they still know how to chase after the enemy. They are not like puppets like Yun-yi. Yun Luofeng was silent for a while. However, after this, I need to reforge Yun-yi. Suddenly Yun-yi stopped. Yun Luofeng looked up and saw a bottomless cliff in front of him. Master, there is a problem with this cliff. Little Mo frowned. There seems to be a restriction here. If you jump in, you will not be able to fly. Yun Luofeng turned to look at the hole that was chasing them, then at the bottomless cliff. His eyes turned cold and he ordered, Yun-yi, go down. Yun-yi did not hesitate. Because he was a puppet, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. He expressionlessly jumped off the cliff. The strong wind whistled past her ears, making her unable to open her eyes. The sharp wind made her feel pain all over her body, as if there were knives cutting her skin. She hurriedly closed her eyes and waited for the landing. However, before she could land on the ground, she instantly lost consciousness. Her mind went dark and she didn't know what happened next. Yun Luofeng felt dizzy. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a voice calling out to him. Girl, wake up, wake up. She frowned and opened her eyes impatiently. A young and handsome face entered her line of sight. The man in front of her was wearing a flaxen robe. He was handsome, and his tan skin made him look very healthy. His gray eyes contained a hint of worry. When he saw Yun Luofeng open her eyes, he was overjoyed. Miss, you're awake? Yun Luofeng was startled. He rubbed his temples and climbed out of bed. I remember that I encountered a group of skeletons in the hidden divine mountain. What is this place? Chapter 1539. The man grinned. This is the Mount of the Hidden Gods. Plus, there is no danger in the country you are in right now. Then Yun Luofeng heard everything from the man. It turned out that everyone in this place had come to the hidden god mountain tens of thousands of years ago and encountered danger. Whether it was being chased by skeletons or spirit beasts, some people would escape to this place. Adding on the fact that there were no spirit beasts here, they decided to live in seclusion here. Of course, some people wanted to leave, but once they arrived at the bottom of this cliff, there was no way out. Therefore, after so many years, this place has become its own country. Though the population is small, there is an imperial city and a market. It is no different from the outside world. However, no spiritual beasts or skeletons can enter this country, but who knows if they can find a chance to leave in the future. Therefore, there is a rule in this country. The strongest man of the younger generation can become the king of this country. The stronger ones of the older generation were absorbed by the group of elders. The marriage of the king needs to be decided by the elders. As a king, he has no right to marry the woman he loves the most. Only the strongest young woman can become the queen. Therefore, the position of the king and queen is not stable. If someone surpasses them, the stronger one can replace them. All in all, this is a country where strength speaks. The rule of the outside world where the throne is passed down from father to son does not work here. It is obvious that the man standing before Yun Luofeng is the king of this country. But, looking at the way he is dressed, it is obvious how poor the royal family is. They don't even have any decent clothes. No wonder these people want to leave this place. The handsome man scratched his head and asked with a smile, I have told you everything. I wonder if you can tell me your name? Yun Luofeng paused and said, Yun Luofeng. These people have lived in seclusion for so many years. Even if she tells them her name, they won't know who she is. Therefore, she doesn't need to worry. Miss Yun, since you are here, you are now a citizen of our country. From now on, we need to spend the rest of our lives here. The man sighed, his brows were full of worry. He was born and raised in the Mount of the Hidden Gods. He has never seen the outside world and doesn't know what it is like. Can we really not leave this place? Yun Luofeng frowned. She had to leave. Yun Xiao was still waiting for her. That's right. Those who come here can't leave, the handsome man said with a smile. So, you can stay here in peace. By the way, I haven't told you my name. My name is Xin Yuan. After saying this, the handsome man gave a few instructions to the palace maid beside him before leaving. Oh right. Yun Luofeng suddenly thought of Azure Wing and Little Emma. He hastily checked the situation of the temple and found that Azure Wing was lying on the grass with Little Mo sitting beside him. Yun Luofeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. Forget it. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. I believe I'll find a way to leave. In the bedroom, a gentle and beautiful woman was sitting on a chair, listening to the palace maid's report, and a cold light flashed across her eyes. Chapter 1540. What's the power of this new woman? Your Majesty, I don't know. The palace maid knelt on the ground respectfully and answered the woman's question. The gentle beauty scoffed. Observe that woman. If she's weak, then so be it. If she's strong, then send someone to kill her secretly. Yes, Your Majesty. The palace maid responded and retreated. The gentle beauty gripped the teacup in her hand tightly as a cold light flashed across her eyes. She had become the empress not because she was greedy for power, but because she had truly fallen in love with Xian Yuan. For this, she had not hesitated to kill her own sister. That's right. In the beginning, the woman who had been chosen by the elders to be the empress was not her. Instead, it was her sister who was more powerful than her. In order to obtain Xian Yuan, she had used poison to murder her sister. Then, she had stepped over her sister's dead body and ascended to the throne of the empress. How could she allow anyone to threaten her position now? Unfortunately, not only was her sister the empress chosen by the elders, she was also in love with Xian Yuan. Therefore, in the 2 years since they had been married, this man had not touched her at all. Thinking of the past, the murderous intent in the empress' eyes intensified. With a crack, the teacup she was gripping tightly shattered. Your Majesty, why are you so angry? Suddenly, a soft laugh was heard. In an instant, a woman in a green dress entered the room. Her features were delicate and beautiful, like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Grand Tutor, why are you here? The empress's voice was respectful when she saw the woman. Like Yun Luofeng, this woman had also come from the outside world. However, her methods were too powerful. Whether it was poison or medicine, they were both extremely powerful. Especially in this country where there were no doctors, her position was highly respected. In particular, this woman could observe the stars at night and predict a person's life and death. Therefore, after a unanimous decision by the elders, she was conferred the title of Grand Tutor. I know the woman that Wang Exen brought back, the woman in green said with hatred in her eyes. The empress was a little surprised. Perhaps she had not expected the Grand Tutor to know Yun Luofeng. Then what kind of hatred do you have between the two of you? The green-robed woman sneered. Naturally, there is a deep hatred between us. Queen, I should have told you before I came here. My father and I were misunderstood by the people of the world and were hunted down. We were forced to flee to the Poison Valley. After arriving at the Poison Valley, we were slaughtered by the Ghost Emperor. Other than me, who was lucky enough to escape, everyone else is dead. And the one who caused all of this is Yun Luofeng. Lin Youyu had never met Yun Luofeng, but he had firmly remembered this name over the years. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, Poison Valley wouldn't have been destroyed, and she wouldn't have had to watch as her father was killed, The queen said in shock, "This Yun Luofeng is actually so vicious?" "He's not just vicious." Lin Yoyu's eyes grew colder and colder as he spoke with killing intent. "Do you know what the world thinks of Yun Luofeng? She specialized in snatching men, from centenarians to 10-year-old children. She would not let a single one of them go. 3 years ago, this woman tried to seduce my father and become the madam of the Poison Valley. Who would have thought that my father would harshly reject her? As a result, she harbored hatred in her heart. Because of this, she found the people she had once seduced and destroyed the entire Poison Valley." Actually, Lin Yoyu knew very well why the Poison Valley had been massacred. Chapter 1541. Because an elder of the Poison Valley had entered the Sorcerer Demon Clan's illusion and plotted against Yun Luofeng, causing Yun Luofeng's death, those who were on good terms with Yun Luofeng had encircled the Poison Valley. Of course, she could not say these reasons out loud. As for whether Yun Luofeng was dead or not, and whether the person whom the Empress had picked up was the Yun Luofeng that she was familiar with, it did not matter. After all, she had never seen Yun Luofeng in person and did not know what she looked like. However, just because her name was Yun Luofeng, she deserved to die. The Empress recovered from her shock and said angrily, "How can there be such a vicious woman in this world?" "That's right. Now that the Empress has picked her up, will she seduce the Empress? The Empress is also hot-blooded. What if she can't resist the temptation?" Lin Yoyu's eyes flickered and her lips curled into a cold smile. "She won't even spare an old man. The Empress is so handsome, why would you give up? Besides, this woman is greedy for riches and will definitely not let you, the Empress, off." The Empress gritted her teeth when she heard this. "I had thought that if this woman was weak, I would let her go. But now I must get rid of her. Empress, don't worry. She is our common enemy. I will help you deal with her. However, she has finally fallen into my hands after so much difficulty. I don't want her to die too quickly." This country was her territory. No matter how powerful Yun Luofeng was, how could she compare to those elders? Hence, she had to make use of this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate her. "That's right." The Empress nodded. "Grand Tutor, you have suffered so much, you should take revenge. This woman will not have a good ending if she falls into the Grand Tutor's hands." Lin Yoyu laughed and swept her cold gaze towards the Empress. She did not say anything else and walked out. Once Yun Luofeng had recovered, she left the room. The Imperial Palace was different from the outside world. There were no guards at the entrance. She left the palace directly and arrived at the bustling market outside. From afar, she could see a group of people gathered in front of her. Those people's eyes were filled with worship and reverence as they all looked in one direction. "It's the Grand Tutor. I heard that the Grand Tutor has come out to make a prophecy again today. I wonder who would be so pitiful to have fallen for the Grand Tutor's prophecy. TSK, this Imperial Preceptor is really godly. If she says that others won't be able to live past midnight, then that person definitely won't be able to. Otherwise, the Elder would not think so highly of her, and even give her a position that surpasses that of a king. It's just that the Imperial Tutor doesn't help people predict their lifespan. The Imperial Tutor will reject anyone who begs him to predict their lifespan. Unless she comes out herself to point someone out, that person will know that his time is up." Inside the tall building, a green-clothed woman was escorted by many palace maids as she walked up the tall building. She was like a monarch looking down on all living things, looking down on the group of humans below. Her expression was like that of a god who decided life and death. No one's life or death could escape her eyes. Predicting lifespan? Yun Luofeng, on the other hand, stopped in his tracks with interest. "Little Mo, is there anyone in this world who has such power?" A moment later, Little Mo's voice sounded in his soul. "I've never heard of it. Even the most powerful prophet 1,000 years ago didn't have this kind of power. I didn't expect that there would be someone with such mysterious power in this small country." Perhaps it was because he wanted to know how this woman would predict, so Yun Luofeng did not rush to find a way out. Instead, he stopped and observed the woman on the high platform. Chapter 1542. Everyone. A palace maid stepped forward. "It's the same as before." Whoever the pill in our imperial tutor's hand hits will be the person who will lose his life in a few days. Pill? Yun Luofeng frowned. She turned to look at the crowd and asked, why did the Grand Tutor use a pill instead of personally announcing the lifespan of others? That person glanced at Yun Luofeng with a look of disdain. You don't even know the Grand Tutor's personality? The Grand Tutor is kind by nature. She couldn't bear to say that someone's lifespan is about to end, so she used this method to avoid it. After the person finished speaking, she ignored Yun Luofeng and stared nervously at the woman in green on the high platform. Yun Luofeng was speechless. If she really couldn't bear it, she wouldn't have ended someone's lifespan. Her method was not desirable in the first place. Everyone, our Grand Tutor has already made her decision. I hope that the person she has chosen will prepare for his funeral. The palace maid's voice rang out again, making the crowd even more nervous. At this moment, the Grand Tutor on the high platform had already made her move. A pill was flicked out by her and instantly hit a person's throat. Don't look at how the pill came from far away. In fact, it didn't have much power. It didn't even turn red. Even so, the person who had been hit knelt on the ground with a thud. His face was deathly pale and filled with despair. Everyone else shook their heads. Their faces were filled with sympathy and pity, but no one went to help the person up. Yun Luofeng wasn't like the others. When she saw the pill land on the person's throat, her face darkened and a sharp light flashed across her eyes. Little Mo, do you understand? After a while, Little Mo's voice rang out from her soul. Look carefully. This pill has been smeared with poison. As long as it touches the skin, he will die within 5 days. I was wondering if there was someone in this world who could end someone's lifespan. I didn't think that they would use such a vicious method. Just now, those people had said that the Grand Tutor wouldn't accept anyone who begged her. She would only use this method to end someone's lifespan. It was obvious that this method was very accurate. It wasn't that the youth who had been hit by the pill would die, but the pill had been smeared with poison. How could he not die? Master, are the people of this country stupid? Little Mo was speechless. This woman who was called the state preceptor obviously didn't have any real ability, but she was able to fool these ignorant people. They're not stupid. It's just that there are no doctors or poison masters in this country, so they don't know that the pills are poisonous. Besides, the citizens of this country had been isolated from the outside world for so many years, so how could they know about the schemes of the outside world? It was only natural for him to be deceived. Master, aren't you going to save that young man? I've never met him before. Why would I save him? Yun Luofeng shook his head. If it has nothing to do with me, I won't interfere. More importantly, in this place, power was everything. If she went to save a person who was determined to die, it would definitely attract the attention of the elders in the country. Perhaps they might even force her to be the empress. Would she do such a thankless task? Yun Luofeng turned around and did not look at the situation in front of him any longer. He turned around and walked towards the other side of the street. On the tall platform, Lin Yuyu seemed to have sensed something. Her clear eyes looked towards Yun Luofeng in the crowd, as killing intent flashed within them. Chapter 1543. Yun Luofeng. I will not let you go. She looked away and ordered the palace maid beside her, tell him that he will die in 5 days. With that, he walked down the high platform and left in a carefree manner. For the whole day, Yun Luofeng searched for a way to leave. Unfortunately, there seemed to be some kind of restriction placed at the bottom of the cliff. He could not fly. Otherwise, he could have flown out of this place. Little Mo, it looks like we can't just keep searching like this. I need to know where the restriction is set up. Only by finding the restriction will we be able to leave. Yun Luofeng slowly walked into the room and spoke after a moment of silence. Before Little Mo, who was in the grimoire, could answer her, the door was opened. A handsome man in a flaxen robe walked in, led by a group of guards. Miss Yun, it seems that your body has recovered well. The man was surprised. Even though jumping off the cliff would not kill her, but she would definitely be severely injured. But she had recovered in less than a day? Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and asked, Can I ask you a question? Please ask, Miss Yun. Xian Yuan grinned, his expression simple and honest. I will tell you everything I know. I just want to ask if there is any special place in your country. Special? Xian Yuan pondered for a while before replying. There is a forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Those who enter the forbidden area will lose their lives. After a long time, no one has entered it. If there is a special place, it would be this place. Forbidden area? Yun Luofeng paused. Can you take me to the forbidden area to have a look? Xian Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. In order to prevent innocent people from dying, the elders do not allow anyone to enter the forbidden area unless they have the token of an elder. So, there is nothing I can do. For some reason, Yun Luofeng had a premonition that she could definitely find a way to leave the forbidden area. Then can I trouble you to take me to see the elders of your country? Xian Yuan was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, come with me. In this country, the royal family and the elders were not high and mighty. On the contrary, if someone wanted to see them, they only needed to report and receive permission to enter. This was why Xian Yuan brought Yun Luofeng to the elders' hall. At this moment, within the elders' courtyard, all the elders were discussing something, and their faces were filled with worry. Right at this moment, someone came to report that Xian Yuan had brought an unfamiliar woman to see him. Xian Yuan brought a woman to see us? The oldest old man was stunned. He frowned and said, could it be that Xian Yuan wants to take a concubine? That won't do. We won't allow him to fool around. In this country, the number of women was obviously less than the number of men. As such, polygamy was not allowed in order to prevent other men from not having a wife. Even if Xian Yuan was a king, he could only have one queen. Unless the queen died in an accident, then he could remarry. Let them come in first. Let's see what's going on, another elder suggested. Hearing this, the elderly man nodded slightly. Let them in. After a while, the door was opened, and a ray of light shone in from outside. The brilliant light enveloped the man and woman at the door. The woman was a peerless beauty that could topple a city. Her pitch-black eyes faintly contained an evil glint, and her expression was somewhat lazy and satisfied. Chapter 1544. All the elders' eyes were filled with shock. Whether it was the queen or the grand tutor, they were all great beauties in the country. However, compared to this woman in white, they were worlds apart. No wonder the monarch had brought this woman to find them. Monarch. The elderly man frowned slightly. Why did you bring this lady here? Although this woman was beautiful, in their country, power was everything. No matter how beautiful she was just a vase. Great elder. Xian Yuan's expression was respectful. Lady Yun wants to go to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Please allow her. No. The great elder's expression darkened. He said sternly, what kind of place is the forbidden area? No one who has gone there has ever returned alive. We will not allow anyone to step into that place again. You'd better go back. Lady Yun. Xian Yuan turned to Yun Luofeng and smiled bitterly. As you can see, the elders do not allow you to go there. To be honest, Xian Yuan did not intend to let Yun Luofeng go to the forbidden area. After all, that place was too dangerous. Wouldn't it be courting death for a woman like her? Yun Luofeng looked up at the elders. What if I say that the forbidden area has a way to allow you to leave this place? What? Yun Luofeng's words instantly stirred up a storm in the elders' hearts. The forbidden area had a way to allow them to leave this damned place? It had to be said that to the elders, leaving the bottom of the cliff was the most important thing. If what Yun Luofeng said was true, could they take the risk and give it a try? The elders hesitated and looked at each other. Finally, they turned to look at the great elder and waited for his decision. Just as the great elder was about to speak, a chuckle came from outside the house. A woman in a green dress walked in with the queen. There was a faint smile on her face as she looked at Yun Luofeng with her clear eyes. At this moment, the queen also saw Yun Luofeng's face. Her heart was filled with jealousy and anger. She, who did not think much of it, did not expect that the woman the monarch had picked up would be so beautiful. If she did not die, how could she be at ease? Fortunately, this idiot had offended a great person like the imperial tutor. How could he continue to live unscathed? Elders, Lin Yoyu retracted her gaze and sneered, "Don't be fooled by this woman. I've already predicted that there's no way to help you leave. If there really is a way to leave the forbidden area, how could I not know about it?" The elders hesitated again. Indeed, they had all seen the abilities of the Imperial Preceptor. If there really was a way to leave the forbidden grounds, how could the Imperial Preceptor not know? Also, Lin Yoyu paused, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Yun Luofeng. "Yesterday, I observed the stars and discovered that a woman will come to our country today. Moreover, this woman will one day cause a destructive blow to our country." In the beginning, the elders did not like Xian Yuan bringing a woman to see them, but they did not show any unfriendliness. Now that they heard Lin Yoyu's words, all their gazes turned to Yun Luofeng. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and doubt. "King, this woman's origins are unknown and she will bring disaster to the entire country." The great elder pondered for a moment and said, "Therefore, you should immediately chase her out. From now on, she is not allowed to take another step in." Chapter 1545. Lin Yoyu narrowed her eyes. Chasing Yun Luofeng out was not what she wanted. "Great elder, I've already said that this woman will bring disaster to the country. We will only be spared if she dies." The elders were stunned. They had lived here for so long and it had always been peaceful and peaceful. There had never been any conflict or struggle. Therefore, it was difficult for them to get over the mental barrier of killing someone. Lin Yoyu's eyes flashed and she continued to tempt them. "Elders, do you think it's more worthwhile to sacrifice her alone or to let the entire country perish? Indeed, even if they were sinners and killed this unknown woman, it was better than letting everyone in the country die." The great elder sighed softly. "Men, capture this woman and burn her to death." "Elder." Xian Yuan's expression changed. "Isn't it too one-sided to think that Lady Yun will destroy the country just because of the Grand Tutor's words?" In reality, Xian Yuan had never had a good impression of Lin Yoyu. This woman could decide the life and death of people with a wave of her hand, causing countless people to face terror. Yet she stood high and mighty and accepted the worship of the world. Did she not think that her actions were cruel? Now, she had casually decided to kill Yun Luofeng. How could a person's life be taken so easily? "King, as the king of the country, you should consider the entire country." The great elder frowned. "You can't be willful now. Back then, you were so willful that you didn't want to marry the queen and insisted on thinking about someone who had passed away. When will you start thinking about the bigger picture?" Xian Yuan's body trembled. What happened back then was a pain that he could never erase. Even now, the wound in his heart had not healed. Yun Luofeng laughed at the fact that these people had casually decided his life and death. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yoyu's expression turned cold. "Do we know each other?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yoyu and curled his lips. If they didn't know each other, would this woman want to kill him? "I'm just stating my prophecy. It has nothing to do with you." "Is that so?" Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and smiled. "Today, in the market, I saw you determine the life and death of a person. I wonder what illness that person has, and when he will die." Lin Yoyu looked at Yun Luofeng impatiently. "He doesn't have any illness. If Yama wants him dead, no one can stop him. Moreover, his lifespan is less than 5 days. Are you sure no one can stop it?" Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light in them. Lin Yoyu's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a bad premonition surged from the bottom of her heart, but she still braced herself and said, "That's right. No one can stop it." Yun Luofeng didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Xian Yuan and said, "Go and summon that person. I can stop him from dying." "Miss Yun, are you sure?" Xian Yuan was very surprised. To prevent others from dying, was that even possible? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. "So what if he's the king of hell? I'm sorry, but I've always liked to snatch lives from the king of hell." The last sentence was naturally directed at Lin Yoyu. Lin Yoyu's expression was very ugly. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, but she did not know why. All right. To be honest, Xian Yuan also did not believe that Yun Luofeng could snatch lives from the king of hell. However, this was indeed the only way to save her. Thus, he did not hesitate and ordered someone to bring the person who was about to die today. Chapter 1546. Many people had witnessed what had happened at the market, so it was very easy to find the culprit. In a short while, the despairing young man was brought over. Let's begin. Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards the young man who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. With a flip of her hand, a silver needle wrapped in cloth appeared in her hand. The entire elder's room was silent as everyone stared at Yun Luofeng quietly. After Yun Luofeng disinfected the silver needle in her hand, she slowly pierced it into the young man's body. With a groan, the entire silver needle was buried in his body. As the silver needle was buried, Yun Luofeng's spiritual power was slowly channeled in. Soon, the young man's body was covered in silver needles and his pale face began to recover. However, no one had any hope. After all, the Grand Tutor's power was obvious and no one could escape her prophecy. This poor young man was the same. Done. Time passed slowly. As these two words rang out, Yun Luofeng placed her palm on the young man's chest. With a bang, the silver needles that had been buried in his body were instantly shaken out. At the same time, the young man spat out a mouthful of dark green blood. Lin Yoyu's face was ashen and a cold look flashed across her eyes. Even if this woman's medical skills were brilliant and could cure this young man, so what? 5 days was enough for him to use all his means to kill him. However, Yun Luofeng's next words abruptly destroyed Lin Yoyu's plan. As this matter is of great importance, in order to prevent others from resorting to murder, let her stay in the elder's room for the next 5 days. I hope that all of you can keep an eye on her. Yun Luofeng turned to look at the elders and spoke plainly. The elders still did not believe in Yun Luofeng's abilities. However, in order to convince Yun Luofeng of his loss, they had agreed. This country was isolated from the rest of the world and its residents were very simple. They would definitely do what they promised, so Yun Luofeng left in peace. Elders. Lin Yoyu frowned slightly as a cold light flashed across her eyes. Before she could finish her sentence, Xian Yuan interrupted her coldly. Grand Tutor, so what if we give her 5 days? If this young man dies, it proves that your prophecy is correct. If he is still alive, it proves that you are only SOS. I wonder if the Grand Tutor has the courage to wait for 5 days? In 5 days he would have a chance to think of a way to save Yun Luofeng. Lin Yoyu's face was deathly pale. He clenched his fists tightly as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Imperial Tutor, there will be a decision in 5 days. Don't worry, Imperial Tutor, the great elder said. Lin Yoyu fiercely flung his sleeves, turned around and walked out. She also rejoiced in her heart, hoping that Yun Luofeng's medical skills would not be able to cure her poison. The youth's face was still ashen. His trust in Lin Yoyu made it impossible for him to believe that he could live for another 5 days. In his heart, he had already sentenced himself to death. 5 days passed quickly. In these 5 days, the citizens of the country all knew about the bet between Yun Luofeng and Lin Yoyu. Of course, everyone scoffed at Yun Luofeng for overestimating himself. The Imperial Tutor was like a deity. How could there be any error in her judgment? That woman was obviously stalling for time in order to live for 5 more days. Unfortunately, 5 days later, she still couldn't escape death. However, in order to personally witness the fate of becoming the Imperial Tutor's enemy, these people did not sleep on the 4th night. Instead, they ran to the palace and stood outside the elder's room for an entire night, just to witness the pitiful youth's death. Chapter 1547. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, the door to the elder's chamber was slowly pushed open. The first person to step out of the door was an elderly man. The elderly man's face was expressionless, but a shrewd light shone in his old eyes. However, he did not speak in the face of the puzzled crowd. Elder, what's the situation? Is that young man dead? Should we take care of his funeral arrangements? In the end, a young man could not help but ask the question in his heart. However, no one believed that the young man was still alive. Anyone who had been declared dead by the Grand Tutor's judgment would undoubtedly die. The Grand Elder did not reply. He turned his body slightly to the side and revealed the entire room to the crowd. In the room, The young man's eyes were filled with bewilderment and astonishment, but most of it was the excitement that came from the depths of his soul. He's not dead. The Grand Tutor had declared that he would not live for more than 5 days. Now that 5 days have passed, he's actually still alive. What else could be more exciting than this? The rest of the crowd was also stunned on the spot, as if they could not believe what they were seeing. This young man is actually not dead. The Grand Tutor's prediction could be wrong? Behind the crowd, Lin Yoyu, who was dressed in a green robe, stared at the young man who had just stepped out of the room with a pale face. She bit her lips and began to tremble. Impossible! Her poison skills are exquisite and no one in the entire Poison Valley can compare to her. Yun Luofeng has actually managed to cure the poison? At this moment, an icy coldness enveloped her entire body, making her feel as if she had fallen into an icehouse. Soon after, a vague sense of unease rose from the bottom of her heart. She turned around and was about to leave this place. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of her and blocked her path. Then, a man's magnetic and hoarse voice rang out. "Lord Grand Tutor, where are you going?" Lin Yoyu's body suddenly froze. She raised her head mechanically and saw a handsome and dashing face. However, the smile on that face made her tremble with fear. "Empress, didn't you say that no one can stop this young man's death?" Shen Yuan laughed icily. "Now, what else do you have to say?" Lin Yoyu laughed awkwardly. "That was only a coincidence. Besides, my predictions have never been wrong, really?" Just as Lin Yoyu finished speaking, an evil voice came from the side. In that instant, Lin Yoyu's eyes were filled with rage. He turned his head and glared at the woman in white who was walking towards him. Under the morning light, the woman's clothes were whiter than snow. Her beauty could topple a city, and her every frown and every smile was magnificent. However, only Lin Yoyu gritted his teeth in hatred towards the woman walking towards him. "You have the ability to determine the life and death of others?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and swept them over. The smile on his lips was filled with evil. "Then, I wonder if you can find someone who is about to die among these people?" Ever since Shen Yuan had blocked Lin Yoyu's path, everyone's gazes had landed on her. Now that they heard Yun Luofeng's words, everyone felt their bodies tremble as they nervously stared at Lin Yoyu. Although that pitiful young man had survived, they were still extremely fearful of the Imperial Tutor's abilities. It was because of this that they were so terrified. Lin Yoyu's expression changed. "I don't casually determine the life and death of others. Otherwise, my abilities will go awry. Only under special circumstances will I be able to." Yun Luofeng did not have the patience to listen to Lin Yoyu's words. She raised her brow and said, "Shen Yuan, please snatch her space ring for me." Chapter 1548. Empress. The Great Elder frowned when he saw that Shen Yuan was about to make a move after hearing Yun Luofeng's words. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Even though the Grand Tutor's judgment is wrong this time, we are still well aware of her previous abilities. I can let your friend go, but you cannot disrespect the Grand Tutor." Shen Yuan slowly walked in front of Lin Yoyu. He raised his hand and firmly grasped Lin Yoyu's clothes in his hand. "Empress, stop." The Great Elder's expression was extremely ugly as he quickly stepped forward to stop Shen Yuan. However, it was too late. Shen Yuan had snatched the space ring from Lin Yoyu's hand and handed it to Yun Luofeng. Even he did not know why he trusted this woman so much. She had even disregarded the Elder's orders. "Empress." The Elders flew into a rage. Perhaps they had never thought that Shen Yuan would disregard their orders for the sake of a woman. However, before the Elders could vent their anger, they saw Yun Luofeng take out a pill from the space ring. This pill was what Lin Yoyu used to determine a person's life and death. Just from the smell alone, they could recognize it. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw Yun Luofeng take out the pill. They clearly did not understand her intentions. It is said that because you cannot bear to do so, you will not personally determine a person's life and death. Instead, you use this to speak on your behalf? Yun Luofeng played with the pill in her hand as a smile curled on the corners of her lips. Her evil eyes glanced at Lin Yoyu. Lin Yoyu's face was deathly pale as she clenched her fists tightly. Since this woman knew that the pill was poisonous, why did she hold it in her hand? Could it be that she was not afraid of poison? That's right, this is the pill. Without waiting for Lin Yoyu to answer, Xian Yuan answered for her. Since that's the case, I wonder if the Grand Tutor is willing to take this pill? Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Yoyu with a forced smile as she asked sinisterly. Lin Yoyu took 2 steps back and said, "This pill cannot be eaten." "You can't eat it but you can touch it?" Yun Luofeng's smile grew even wider. "In that case, are you willing to take the pill?" In reality, even though Lin Yoyu was born in the Poison Valley, he was not immune to all poisons. Usually, when she used this pill, she would wrap it with her spiritual power. She did not dare to let it come into contact with her skin, so she did not end up poisoned. But now, after hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Lin Yoyu took 2 steps back again, and panic flashed across his eyes. Xian Yuan seemed to sense something. He stretched out his hand, wanting to take the pill from Yun Luofeng's hand and force Lin Yoyu to take it. Unfortunately, before he could touch the pill, Yun Luofeng retracted his hand. "If you want to die, you can try." Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. Xian Yuan scratched his head and chuckled. "You'll be fine even if you hold it. If something happens to me, you'll definitely have a way to save me." Hearing this, Yun Luofeng glanced at Xian Yuan before turning his gaze back to Lin Yoyu. "This pill is yours. Why don't you have the guts to accept it?" Lin Yoyu's eyes flickered and there was a sinister look in his eyes. "Who knows if you've poisoned the pill in an attempt to harm me?" Yun Luofeng smiled. "Under the watchful eyes of so many people, how am I supposed to poison it?" "No, I should call you the eldest miss of the Poison Valley." In this hidden divine mountain, the only person she had ever offended was the Poison Valley. Yun Xiao and the others also thought that the Poison Valley had harmed her, so they had chased after the Poison Valley. Therefore, only the people from the Poison Valley could hate her to the core. Chapter 1549. Panic flashed across Lin Yoyu's eyes when her identity was exposed by Yun Luofeng, but she pretended to be calm and said, "I don't understand what you mean." In any case, she would never admit that she had a grudge against Yun Luofeng. "Grand Tutor, she's right. You are the eldest lady of the Poison Valley." A gentle and beautiful voice rang out from behind the crowd. When the crowd dispersed, a gentle-looking woman slowly walked over. Lin Yoyu's face darkened when she saw the gentle and beautiful woman. "Grand Tutor, what do you mean by that?" The Empress's beautiful eyes swept towards Lin Yoyu as she bit her lip. "Grand Tutor, it's best that you don't deny it now. 5 days ago, you came to find me and told me about the grudge between you and Yun Luofeng. You even slandered her for seducing your father. With such a deep grudge between you and her, it's not strange that you want to frame her." Boom. Lin Yoyu's entire body surged with rage as she glared angrily at the gentle and beautiful face behind her. "Empress." "Grand Tutor, I've pretended to trust you all this while because I wanted to avenge my sister." Lin Yoyu covered her mouth as tears flowed down from her eyes. However, her words caused Xian Yuan's body to tremble and his tightly clenched fists made cracking sounds. "Empress, what did you just say?" The Empress lowered her eyes as a sinister light flashed across her eyes. After a long while, she raised her head and her eyes were lovely and moving. "Empress, I didn't want to say it at first. The real culprit behind my sister's murder is the Grand Tutor." Her finger instantly pointed at Lin Yoyu as her voice was filled with hatred. "However, the people of our country have too much trust in the Grand Tutor. No one would believe me even if I said it. Now, I don't want to see her hurt any more innocent people, so I decided to expose this matter." As she spoke, Lin Yoyu slowly took out a cloth bag from her lapel and carefully opened it. In an instant, a brown pill was reflected in everyone's eyes. "I picked up this pill after the Grand Tutor had left it behind. It hasn't passed through Miss Yun's hands. I wonder if the Grand Tutor dares to let this pill come into contact with your skin?" In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Yoyu, their eyes filled with doubt. Lin Yoyu trembled with anger. "Queen, don't forget that 2 years ago, you were the one who begged me to help you deal with your sister. You were the one who killed her. Now you want to frame me?" The queen covered her mouth in surprise, tears falling from her eyes. "She is my sister. How could I harm my sister's life?" State preceptor, in order to get rid of suspicion, you want to pour dirty water on my head. Is this appropriate? Lin Yoyu did not expect that the queen would step forward at this time and frame him. When did he kill her sister? 2 years ago, the queen bought a poison from him, and then her sister died suddenly. Through his examination, he found out that the poison that caused her sister's sudden death was the poison that the queen had bought. She had thought that she had something on the queen and could do whatever she wanted in this country from now on. She did not expect that because of her concealment, this woman would be so insidious as to frame her. Grand Tutor! Xian Yuan roared. His eyes turned red and filled with blood vessels. You killed Qing'e? His childhood sweetheart, the wife he had fallen in love with, had been murdered by the Grand Tutor? Chapter 1550. If he did not tear this woman into pieces, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Lin Yuyu laughed coldly. Empress, do you really think that your actions will allow you to stay in your position? You've seen what happened to me. Unless you don't have any jealousy in your heart, once you do, you will be doomed eternally. She had underestimated Yun Luofeng from the beginning. That was why she had lost so badly. The Empress was an extremely jealous woman and could not tolerate anyone around the Empress. If she wanted to deal with Yun Luofeng, she would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The Empress' eyes darkened. When she looked up, there was a pitiful look in her eyes once again. Grand Tutor, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Yoyu scoffed. You know it very well. After saying that, she did not say another word and her expression was cold. Grand Tutor, what exactly is going on? The great elder was silent for a moment before he asked angrily. In an instant, everyone looked at the Grand Tutor. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yoyu's expression became uglier and uglier. Yun Luofeng glanced at the Empress. If he was not mistaken, the first time Lin Yoyu had brought the Empress to the elder's room, the Empress had looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. There was even a hint of anger in her gaze. But now she was speaking up for him? Yun Luofeng faintly narrowed his eyes. Soon after, he turned his head towards Lin Yoyu and said with a faint smile, Actually, this matter is very simple. This pill has been smeared with a lethal poison. Anyone who touches it will die within a few days. So, it's not that the Grand Tutor can determine a person's life or death. It's just that, if she poisons someone, that person will not die. Swoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's anger seemed to have been ignited. However, they still restrained the impulse in their hearts and quietly waited for Lin Yoyu's explanation. Lin Yoyu laughed coldly and did not speak. It was as if she had tacitly agreed with Yun Luofeng's words. Grand Tutor! The great elder finally could not control himself and angrily berated, Is what she said true? You don't have the power of prophecy. All of this was caused by your own means? Lin Yoyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Her gaze slowly turned towards the great elder. She raised her eyebrows and coldly said, This is only because you are too stupid. Who can you blame? In other words, it was because they were too stupid that they were deceived by him. Since that was the case, who did they want to blame? At that moment, the crowd could no longer control themselves. They swarmed towards Lin Yoyu, wanting nothing more than to tear this woman into pieces. The great elder did not stop the impulsive crowd. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. The reason why this woman was able to determine the life and death of others was because the people she determined to be dead had all been killed by her. What was laughable was that he actually believed in her without a shred of doubt and even worshipped her like a god. Damned girl, how dare you lie to us? You'll definitely die a horrible death. I'm going to tear you into pieces right now to avenge the blood feud of our fellow countrymen. Go to hell, hurry up and go to hell. You evil woman, you nearly caused me to lose my life. If I don't torture you to death, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Among the crowd, the most furious was the young man who had been saved by Yun Luofeng. If it had not been for Yun Luofeng, he knew that he would not have lasted past the 5th day. Chapter 1551. But it was Lin Yoyu who had caused all of this. Apart from that, the people who had lost their loved ones to Lin Yoyu were also furious. They took out their weapons and slashed at Lin Yoyu's limbs. Lin Yoyu let out a heart-wrenching scream from the intense pain. Her entire body was drenched in blood, and she trembled uncontrollably. Yun Luofeng. It was all Yun Luofeng's fault. If not for this woman, she would not have ended up like this. Thinking of this, she glared at Yun Luofeng maliciously. She bit her tongue fiercely and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Luofeng, I curse you. In the end, your fate will be worse than mine. Ha! She laughed arrogantly. Her laughter was filled with insolence and arrogance, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. Xian Yuan panicked. Miss Yun, what should we do? A curse made with blood from the tip of her tongue will definitely come true. Yun Luofeng's expression remained calm. So what? The curse is just a curse. I would not even fear the emperor himself. Why would I be afraid of a curse? Miss Yun. Xian Yuan's brows were filled with worry. In their country, there was a saying that a curse made from blood from the tip of the tongue was the most powerful and would almost always come true. So, when she heard that the target of Lin Yoyu's curse was Yun Luofeng, the queen subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. A person could only curse once. Thus, she had escaped this calamity. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes swept toward Xian Yuan. Which is stronger, the power of the curse or the rules of the world? Xian Yuan was stunned. He looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. It must be the rules of the world. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng laughed. Even if the world cannot restrain me, what can a curse do to me? She laughed coldly. Her brows were furrowed. Furthermore, if the heavens want me dead, I will destroy them first. If someone wants me dead, I will destroy his entire family first. If a god wants to kill me, I will destroy his entire family. Like this, I want to see who can kill me now. Yun Luofeng had never feared the heavens. Would she be afraid of a small curse? If someone wanted to kill her, she would first make them disappear. Perhaps Xian Yuan had been shocked by Yun Luofeng's earth-shattering words and was speechless for a long time. The great elder was very dissatisfied with her words and unconsciously frowned. Miss Yun, I am very grateful to you for revealing the imperial tutor's true identity. However, the heavens are not something you can insult. The laws of heaven and earth are not something that ordinary people can break. We need to be fearful of the gods of heaven and earth. Yun Luofeng coldly glanced at the great elder, stopping him from chattering away. It's your business if you're afraid of the world, but I've never had anything to fear. Since you worship the gods so much, why didn't the gods come to save you? In this country, the gods of heaven and earth were the people's faith. They maintained a sense of respect for the illusory existences like the gods. But, after hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the crowd fell silent. I think that this girl is right. We've worshipped the heavens for so many years, but we're still trapped in this place. Furthermore, if it wasn't for our faith in the gods, we wouldn't have thought of the imperial tutor as the savior sent by the gods. That's why we've fallen for her trick. I think that we should think of a way to leave by ourselves. We shouldn't rely on the illusory gods. The crowd's voices made the great elder's expression turn increasingly ugly. However, he could not find any words to refute. Chapter 1552. Yun Luofeng did not give him a chance to speak and continued to look at Xian Yuan. Take me to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Xian Yuan was stunned and subconsciously looked up at Great Elder. Under his questioning gaze, the first elder finally sighed and helplessly gave up. You can go. Great Elder. The queen's face was pale. That forbidden area is too dangerous. Those who go there will most likely die. Isn't this forcing people to their deaths? Of course, the queen did not say this because she was worried about Yun Luofeng. After all, she wanted Yun Luofeng to be turned to ashes. She only understood Xian Yuan and understood that if Great Elder agreed, Xian Yuan would definitely personally take Yun Luofeng to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Therefore, even if she hated Yun Luofeng to the core, she still did not want Great Elder to agree to her request. Xian Yuan's tone was a little impatient. Great Elder has already agreed. What are you saying? The queen's body stiffened and she lowered her head slightly. She looked very wronged and bit her lip tightly. After a long time, Yun Luofeng's lazy voice sounded again. I can go to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain alone. You only need to show me the way. Xian Yuan was stunned and asked worriedly, Miss Yun, the forbidden area at the back of the mountain is too dangerous. If you go alone, I won't be at ease. In any case, Yun Luofeng had helped him and had even unearthed the murderer who had killed his beloved. How could he just watch as Yun Luofeng charged into a land of death? It's useless for you to go. You'll only drag me down, Yun Luofeng said calmly. So, I can go alone. Both Great Elder and the Queen breathed a sigh of relief at Yun Luofeng's words. They did not want Xian Yuan to be involved in this matter. Otherwise, if this country chose another king, it would take a lot of time. Miss Yun, you can't enter the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. I will send a guard to escort you to the forbidden area. Great Elder smiled. His tone was not as dissatisfied as before. Instead, it was polite. Yun Luofeng did not speak. To be honest, she did not have a good impression of the people in this place except for Xian Yuan. As for the risk of going to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, she was just doing it for herself. After the guard left with Yun Luofeng, the Great Elder looked away and turned to Xian Yuan. King, come with me, he said calmly. Xian Yuan nodded and followed the Great Elder into the Elder's room. At this moment, no one noticed that the Queen, who had been standing beside Xian Yuan, had disappeared. Inside the Elder's room, Xian Yuan was a little uneasy, not knowing why the Great Elder was looking for him. The Great Elder and the other elders looked at each other before looking at Xian Yuan and sighing. King, we've been hiding something from you. It's a legacy left behind by our ancestors. Legacy? Xian Yuan was stunned and asked, What legacy? The Great Elder pondered for a moment. The legacy left behind by our ancestors is that in the future, whoever can lead us out of this place will be a god sent by the heavens to save us. Otherwise, why do you think I've made you all revere the gods for so many years? Great Elder, you mean? Xian Yuan looked up at the Great Elder in shock. If Yun Luofeng really finds a way to leave the forbidden area, she will be the person sent by the gods to save us? Chapter 1553. The Great Elder shook his head and sighed helplessly. Let's not talk about whether she can help us. Just the fact that she's so disrespectful to the deities proves that she's not someone sent by the deities. Xian Yuan clenched his fists. He glanced at the window in front of him with worry in his eyes. He naturally hoped that Yun Luofeng was the person that the Great Elder had mentioned. That way, her life could be saved. In the bedchamber, the gentle and beautiful woman was somewhat restless. Her eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, a palace maid hurried in and knelt in front of the gentle and beautiful woman. She reported respectfully, Your Majesty, I overheard the conversation between the Great Elder and the Empress. Then, the palace maid reported the contents of the conversation without missing a word. The Empress lowered her eyes and muttered to herself. After a long while, she raised her beautiful eyes and her lips curled into a cold smile. The person sent by the deities can allow the people of our country to leave this wretched place? Furthermore, if someone can lead the people out, they must be worshipped like a deity? Your Majesty, that is indeed what the Great Elder said. The palace maid lowered her head and her voice was very respectful. The Empress turned her beautiful eyes slightly. There was a vicious light in her gloomy eyes. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that Yun Luofeng's arrival was fated. Perhaps she could really lead the people out of here? No, I can't sit here and wait for death. The position of the Empress must belong to me. The most respected woman must also be me. Only then could she stand by the Empress' side and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empress. It would be fine if Yun Luofeng died. If she succeeded and the Great Elder asked her to give up the position of Empress in order to rope her in, how could she refuse? In order to keep this position and for the Empress, she had to do something. At this moment, the Empress threw Lin Yoyu's dying words to the back of her mind. She only knew that Yun Luofeng must die. Your Majesty! The palace maid was stunned. She gathered her courage and said, Yun Luofeng has already gone to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Without the Great Elder's orders, we can't go there. It's all right. The Empress smiled sinisterly. I have my ways to enter the back of the mountain. In the past, the Empress would never have risked her life. But now, for the Empress, she could not care so much. Little Chun, I'm going to the back of the mountain now. If the king comes looking for me, you must stop him. Yes, Queen. Palace maid Xiao Chun lowered her head again and said respectfully. After the queen gave the order, she quickly walked out and hurried towards the back of the mountain. At this moment, on the back of the mountain, 2 guards saw the queen walking over quickly and hurriedly blocked her way with their swords. They said expressionlessly, "Queen, without the great elder's orders, no one is allowed to enter the back of the mountain." The queen's face turned cold as she shouted, "How dare you? I am here under the great elder's orders. Get out of my way. Empress, please forgive me for not being able to comply. Unless you take out the great elder's token, you will not be able to enter the back of the mountain." The queen sneered, "The great elder only has 1 token, and he has already given it to Lady Yun. Where do you expect me to get another token for you?" The 2 guards fell silent for a moment and looked at each other, clearly doubting the veracity of the queen's words. The queen's eyes darkened. "To be honest, I have come because the great elder regrets his decision to order me to bring Lady Yun away. If Lady Yun loses her life in the back of the mountain because of your obstruction, will you be able to bear the consequences?" Chapter 1554. The 2 guards looked at each other and asked, "Please wait for a moment, Your Majesty. We'll inform the head elder. If the head elder allows it, we'll let you in." The Empress knitted her willowy brows again when she heard the guard's words, and the impatience in her eyes deepened. "All right, I'll wait for you here. Unfortunately, by the time you've reported back, Miss Yun would have been long gone. By then, if the head elder blames you, you'll have to bear the responsibility." The Empress fiercely flung her sleeves and berated them sternly. The 2 guards trembled when they heard this. In the end, they gritted their teeth and said, "Your Majesty, you'd better go and come back quickly." Once they had spoken, the 2 of them separated and made way for the Empress. The Empress scoffed icily and strode in. The moment she entered the back of the mountain, the corners of her lips curled into a smile as if her scheme had succeeded. In the back of the mountain, the young girl paused in front of a cave. She could faintly sense a powerful aura coming from the cave, and there was even the sound of a dragon's roar. If I'm not wrong, this cave is the forbidden area. Yun Luofeng fell silent for a moment before she slowly walked into the cave. The moment she stepped into the cave, a wave of heat rushed towards her, almost pushing her out of the cave. "Master, I sense a very powerful force in this cave. The puppet's body has yet to recover and it won't be able to withstand more than a few attacks. You must be careful." Yun Luofeng gently stroked the jade pendant on her neck as her lips curled into a smile. "All right. In reality, this jade pendant of hers could withstand 1 fatal attack. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to come here." As she ventured deeper, Yun Luofeng felt the wave of heat become more and more intense. It was as if it was going to roast her into ashes. Very soon, Yun Luofeng stopped and turned her gaze towards the front. Her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. In a large, deep pit, an icy blue water dragon was bound in the pit by a thick metal chain. Its body was transparent and it let out a sorrowful roar. It was surrounded by bright red flames. The temperature of the flames was scorching, and the water dragon was in extreme pain. Logically speaking, water subdued fire. However, this fire was not extinguished by the water dragon. The scorching heat seeped into one's soul. Even standing in front of the deep pit, one could feel one's soul trembling. "Master, be careful." Little Mo's nervous voice rang out when he saw the huge wave rushing towards him. Yun Luofeng came back to his senses and dodged to the side. At this moment, her back was drenched in cold sweat. If she was touched by this huge wave, she would definitely be scared out of her wits. There was no way to save him. "Master, this flame is very fierce. It's the reincarnation flame that can never be extinguished. Even if you're just touched by a spark, you'll die. However, this water dragon's soul has stayed in the flames for so long, yet it hasn't been extinguished. That's quite surprising." "Tisk." As soon as little Mo finished speaking, Bai Xiao sneered, "Can't you see that? The reason why the water dragon's soul has